That's right, everybody. The old intro is back. All right. Settle down, everybody. We're going to start the show right now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on a second. Let me put myself full screen. Well, that's much better. Watch nerds and professional procrastinators of the internet. Today is Saturday, August 9th, 2025. And welcome back to Talking Watches, episode 1608, your daily 3-hour wristwatch therapy session, live from New York City at exactly 5 o'clock, plus minus 5 minutes. My name is Tim Wright. Yes, the man who professionally spends his life talking about watches on YouTube and somehow calls it a career. Or as you like to say it, the grift is strong with this one. And because this is my full-time job, in the same way as being a pirate is a full-time job, if you like your questions answered tonight, make sure to send them as a super chat. That's how we keep this ship sailing, keep me independent, and keep the nightly watch talk rolling in. The link is in the chat. You can also send a PayPal or a Venmo. I'll just put those links now. Let's see here. I'm not gonna pin those. Let's just put them there in the beginning, and we're gonna forget about them. If you want to use them, save them for yourself. Oh, this is that weird part of the song. Okay. Yeah, we can shut down the music. Hey, if you like to join me on the show and discuss the topic at hand, the link will be pinned at the top of the chat section. Everyone is welcome. Bring your opinion, your favorite watch. I'm gonna put on the Pepsi, the international wristwatch of the watch community. Bring your opinions, your favorite watches, and your best arguments. Guys, tonight's headline topic is Swiss watches are now facing 39% tariff when imported to United States. We'll dig deep into what it means for you. For me, probably not much. I haven't been buying anything. For the industry, and whether you shall start learning Japanese to buy a Grand Seiko instead. I've got a few sources lined up. We got Hodinkee, Business Insiders, Reuters to walk you through the facts, the panic, and the possible winners and losers. And yes, I will give you my completely biased and protein shake fueled take on the whole thing. But wait, there's more. We'll also react to 2 videos, one by Britt Pierce and the other one by the ever so handsome Oshin O'Malley, or as I call him, Ush. Plus, we'll take your calls, comments, and super chats. We'll steer the conversation. I'm going to try to have some fun, have a couple of rants, and by the end, you might even know more about tariffs than your politician. So grab a drink, maybe even a Mai Tai, maybe a Hawaiian Mai Tai if you're feeling like it, and let's talk watches. All right, here we go. We've got a massive super bomb from Fat Windbag Ben. You are doing good, pal. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much. We got a crazy super chat goal for tonight. If we reach it, it's going to be a tariff buster. I'm going to read the entire Swiss tariff law as if it was a Shakespeare poem. So, guys, send money now if you want to have some fun. All right. We got the first link here from Hodinkee. Hodinkee did a big article on the whole situation. Business news: 39% tariff on the Swiss imports, including watches, is now in effect. I know there was a lot of back and forth. Is he going to do it? Is he not going to do it? Are the Swiss just going to take it, or they're just going to, be diplomatic about it? Well, we've got the news. Let's see here. A deal could not be reached in time to prevent the tariff from being implemented. Here's what you need to know about the new levies that could impact how much you pay for your next watch. Guys, this is a terrible, terrible situation. Article is written by Andy Hoffman. He says the United States government slapped a 39% tariff on imports from Switzerland, including watches, after a diplomatic trip to Washington, D.C. by the Swiss president and top government officials failed to win the last minute reprieve from the Trump administration. The Trump administration, they're very tough. They're tough to deal with. They're not going to take shit from no one, and that's just too bad. Could have voted for a different president. It is what it is, right? Which is how everybody has to deal with the consequences here. It says the new tariff rate is 39%, came into effect at midnight on Thursday in the United States and at 6 a.m. in Switzerland. The surge in costs for importers in the biggest sale market for the Swiss watches will challenge an industry that is already struggling with the post-pandemic era downturn in global demand and rising Swiss franc that has gained 12% against the weaker US dollar this year. What's all going on? Why is United States dollar losing its value? Meanwhile, input costs to produce luxury watches have continued to rise, with the prices of gold hitting record highs. Wowzers, guys. If I was you, if I was trying to invest, I think I would stay away from wristwatches. Wristwatches is not the greatest investment. Gold seems to be the way to go. Uh, Gold and that Bitcoin, it's doing really well. Although this is not financial advice. All right, I have a Q&A in the chat going. Which brand do you think will be hit the hardest by the 39% tariff, and why? You know my guess for this question. I have a theory. I think it's going to be the one that makes the most sales. Right? I think Rolex probably is going to be hit the hardest by this situation. It's just how it is. It's tough. It's tough. Just very quickly, shout out to everybody who's joining us tonight in the chat. The Watch Apprentice, Tim G, got the Goldfinger. Hey, the Goldfinger has been investing in gold for a very long time. Uh, that's just what I like to say because of his name. Just sounds funny. But maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. Who knows? Dave F451, thank you for the upvote. Matt, JMB, Marco, Kaloy, we got Magic City with the upvote. Thank you so much, man. We've got Shama Basher. We'll be 100% by the end of the month. Yeah, exactly. If the Swiss don't appreciate the 39% tax, we'll see how they feel about our 100%. All right. Let's see. We also got my watch channel in the chat. Kevin Hawthorne, all the way from Lakeland, Florida. Cheers, man. We've got Dingo Dave. I hope you made it just in time for the show. We got Miami Manny. Happy Saturday, everybody. Hey, Miami Manny. I have a crazy business proposition. It's gonna blow your mind. When I have some time, I'll call you. Scott Wexlin, or call me. I don't know. Let's just try to make it happen. Scott Wexlin, welcome to the show. Wearing my Datejust 41 Wimbledon. Now, actually, that's a great watch. A friend of mine from Israel has a very similar watch. It's his kind of a one and done because the ADs wouldn't sell him a steel Submariner. It's hard. It's very hard. Mr. GMT, good to see you in the chat. I'm back to using the old music. Unfortunately, Sorry about that. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to go back to the old style of intro music. Um, I've kind of been slacking, to be honest, because the only reason I started doing kind of song requests uh, to play as the intro or outro. It was as a fundraising mechanism to raise some super chats so that I could do the daily show. But then I just started taking free requests as well, and then it just lost all its meaning. So I'm gonna have to cut it off. And playing music hurts the live stream in the algorithm because it demonetizes it, and YouTube doesn't want to promote videos that they can't make revenue on. So we have to go back to the old music, unless if you really want your song to be played, it's gonna have to be like a $50 super chat or PayPal at minimum to make it worthwhile for me to totally kill the live stream in the algorithm. So that's just that's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. It's just I'm being real with you guys. I'm trying my best. I want this show to go out to as many people as possible, because the more people watch, the more fun I think we can have together. And it just makes no sense for me to take free song requests and then it just completely shuts down the video. Okay. So going forward, it's a $50 super chat. It's gonna make it meaningful. It's gonna make it powerful. Otherwise, I'm just gonna play my old intro. Okay, let's keep going. We got San Martin. San Martin always shipping the old intro. I'm glad you like it. Shout out to Frank47. Good to see you. Welcome back. We got Scott Wexlin. Let's see what else. Let's just very quickly just want to shout out everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for joining me, and we're gonna keep going through the article. Good, John. John, good to see you, man. Looking slimmer. Tim, thank you so much. I still got ways to go. I just shaved, and it's really a rough shave. I don't know. It's just I got some kind of an injury here because of the shave. So yeah. Thank you. I've still got like 50 pounds to lose, because look at this. See, I lost 34 pounds, I think, so far. But if I lose another 30 or 40, I think I'll be at the perfect weight. I'm not going to have this flab over here. By the way, the link is pinned. If anybody wants to join me on the stream to discuss the impact of these tariffs on the Swiss watch market, feel free to join us. If John can join, I talked to John. John sent me a video yesterday to play regarding his experience. Well, it wasn't a video; it was audio, and then I couldn't get it to play. Really, really sorry about that. It would have been uh, cool to hear your story about your experience with authorized dealers. Well, let's try to get it when you have an opportunity next time. PG, good to see you, PG. JHB. Let's see it. Did I shout out everybody? Okay, Tom. What you gotta do to grow the channel, Timmy? It's hard. Exactly, man. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yep. I gotta do what I gotta do. Not just for myself, but also for you guys. Right? It's I have to do this so that more people can see the show, so it goes out there and more people can join in, and together we can have so much more fun, rather than shooting ourselves in the foot over nothing. Okay. So and if I'm doing well, if I don't have to stress about paying rent or paying my bills, then I can spend more time preparing the show. I've been putting so much effort lately in preparing these shows. It's not even funny. The roommate hates me because she thinks I'm ignoring her on purpose, but it's just I'm preparing for the show. All right, so continuing here with the article. So it seems to be there was a Swiss delegation that went to Washington D.C. to try and talk to the Trump administration about possibility of maybe uh, you know uh, changing the tariff rules for Switzerland, but they were unsuccessful. So at 39%, the tariff level imposed on the Swiss goods that excludes pharmaceuticals is amongst the highest in the developed world. Fuck. I I wonder why. It's Switzerland. Seems to have always been kind of neutral. They haven't really done uh, anything too terrible to the rest of the world. But but then again, I guess wristwatches, they are kind of luxury goods at the end of the day, and this is actually kind of, in a sad way, this is good news for people who are currently have watches, because if new watch is going to cost more than those who already own watches, their collections are going to go up in value, at least for short time, um, whilst these tariffs are still staying, in place. If the tariffs go away, um, the watches might lose value again. So if you wanted to sell your watches, now might be a good opportunity. You'll be able to get more money for. It's just that you have to find positives in all these negative situations. So other watchmaking countries, including Japan and Germany, as part of the European Union, are facing U.S. So the 39% is the biggest one. Uh, sorry. Other watchmaking countries, including Japan and Germany, as part of the European Union, are facing U.S. tariffs of 15%. So German watches like Alunge and Zuna, Glashütte Original, Japanese watch brand like Grand Seiko or regular Seiko, they're not going to be as affected, and this could actually help those other countries watchmaking capabilities, because Switzerland kind of they have a monopoly, almost in a way, on Swiss manufacturing. um, let's see here. With demand for Swiss watches in Europe and China waning, the US market has been a key industry growth driver for the past 5 years, with about 20% of the industry's exports going to the US. With the now with the new US tariff levels, which increased from 10%, Jean-Philippe Berchet, managing director and head of research at Switzerland's Wontebel, says that the Swiss watch industry has been dealt a hugely toxic cocktail. It's toxic. It's toxic. James Smith, thank you so much for very generous £5 super chat. I'm going to enjoy this stream. Well done with the weight loss. Thank you so much, James Smith. It's much easier for me to do these streams now. I feel so much uh, like healthier. My lungs are like twice the capacity they were before. I don't run out of breath. It's just day and night. I'm finding it so much more enjoyable. I can talk. There were times that it got so bad that, like, I couldn't breathe. I would finish the live stream, uh, and then I just couldn't breathe for like an hour or two. It's terrible stuff. So thank you so much. Really appreciate the support, James. Let's see here. Uh, Continuing with the article, the lower end of the watch segment, such as entry and middle level priced brands, will likely be affected more strongly by the significant shift in the U.S. trade policy. Uh, Bertschy adds, Swiss suppliers of machinery and tools, for whom US represents around 15% of exports, will also be hit hard, he says. Oh, see, that's the biggest problem there is is those basically CNC machines, right? Everything or a lot of things are manufactured using these industrial level tools, and a lot of them are Swiss made. So for example, like those CNC machines that are used in making watches or making all kind of other goods, they're Swiss made. So if you want to get parts for those machines, that's all Swiss. So that's, I think, the biggest problem here. Albert Edelman, the co-founder of Zeitwinkel. Oh, hey, shout out to PG. PG was a huge supporter of this channel. He actually owns a Zeitwinkel wristwatch. It's I thought it was German actually, but okay, it might be Swiss. A Swiss, oh yeah, okay, a Swiss watch brand based in Saint Imier says his company has few choices other than to accept the sharp jump in import costs to a market that accounts for between 20 and 30 of its production percent. Wow, that's tough luck there. 20% of Zeitwinkel's customers. United States is a big kind of a market for wristwatches. They're so popular over here, more than like any other country, it seems. China is slowing down. Europe is slowing down a little bit, but man, people in the United States fucking love Swiss wristwatches. It's amazing how much Americans love wristwatches. Mm. I wonder why that is. Is it cultural, or it's just that marketing is the easiest in the United States? Because that could be part of the reason. Also, United States is just where a lot of the really really wealthy people are. So it's just natural that the people that can afford these watches will be buying them. Albert Edelman, the co. Oh yeah, I got that one. As part of a small independent, we are takers of such situations. We cannot influence them. Edelman says, known for their proprietary movements, meaning in-house, and the use of hand finishing, Zeitwinkel produces about 100 watches per year with an average price of about 18,000 Swiss francs. If left in place, the new policy poses a huge danger to some US multi brand watch dealers, particularly those who deal in small, less mainstream Swiss brands. Edelman says we continue to work with our US partners and hope for a resolution to the tariff conflict because we really value our US customers. Mm. All of this is going to be kind of great news for wristwatch manufacturing in United States. Unfortunately, it's nowhere near as advanced as in these other countries, but I genuinely think United States would make a perfect country for wristwatch manufacturing. It just makes perfect sense. American people, they're hardworking. They're very skilled. They do all kinds of other things, right? And we do need amazing jobs and wristwatches. Like yesterday, I was when I was going over the thread that the sales associate from a Rolex AD has posted. He he basically said that those watchmakers who fix Rolexes that service them, they make $100,000 a year, which is a serious chunk of change, if you ask me. And in the United States, the only reason watchmaking became so popular in Switzerland was because like these farmers, they had nothing to do in winter, and they would put together movements in winter instead of herding sheep and stuff. And it was very cheap to do because of all this labor that had a whole winter to spend. But United States, man, people can work around the clock. So I just see no reason why can't why we can't train our population here in the United States to make wristwatches. It sounds like it would be awesome. Gatsby, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Hey Tim, why is the US such a big customers? Could be because its population is roughly equivalent to the entire European Union. Just guessing. Okay, yeah, it's fair enough. Uh, I guess, United States, for the size of the country, actually has a very small population. I think it's like 350 million, which is just so insignificant compared to China and India and some other countries. So sometimes I forget that how big we are compared to Europe. Burbing Hard, who's made in America, says made in America stuff is expensive, but can be very high quality. Make American watches great again. Yeah, I'm for it. Hell yeah. Watches are already expensive. So because a lot of these watches, they have an insane markup on top of them. So I think it would be quite affordable to make watches in America. You just wouldn't put such insane markup on top of the. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these watches, man, they go like the markup is just insane. They put like 10 times the markup of what it costs to make a wristwatch, right? Because a lot of the cost of the wristwatch is just kind of branding. So I could see watches being made in America at a very competitive price. It's just there has to be businessmen willing enough to do it at the lower profits. Okay, that's what it's all about, right? And I think it would be feasible. There's already quite a few watch brands that started not necessarily making watches from scratch in the United States, but they're getting there. The surge in customs duties with the U.S. has set off a political and economic firestorm in Switzerland. Politicians are facing scrutiny from business leaders and voters, with the sharp tariff rates expected to negatively impact Swiss economy growth by between 0.3 and 1%, according to uh, economist estimates. A country of about 9 million people. Oh man, Switzerland is tiny. Switzerland is the seventh largest foreign investor in US, with about 307 billion in cumulative direct investment, according to the Swiss government, with Swiss affiliates directly supporting more than 500,000 US jobs. Fuck! I didn't know that. Man, Swiss are investing in America, as they should. They should invest more. They've got so much money in those private Swiss bank accounts, right? They could definitely invest more and maybe build some of those fancy schmancy Rolex factories on US soil. That'd be nice. That'd be really nice because it's one thing, kind of, sending us the shitty jobs, but I think watchmaking is one of the most amazing, most fulfilling jobs a person could have, because it's such a technical. It requires such enormous amount of technical skill, focus, and it's very rewarding. I think putting something like that together and then stepping back, stepping away, and letting it have. It's like creating life in a way, right? It's the only way. Controversial. This is controversial hot take. Create For a man to create a wristwatch, it's like creating life, right? Something that only women can do. Okay, little known fact: only women can create life, but with wristwatches, men can feel like they're creating life in a kind of ironic way. Maybe I'm wrong about this. There's some woke research I heard about that says that maybe men can also give birth, but what the hell do I know? Despite these close economic ties, a phone call between Swiss President Karen Keller Sutter and US President Donald J. Trump on the eve of August 1st, tariffs deadline, did not go well. According to sources familiar with the matter and reports from news outlets including the Financial Times and Wall Street Journal, uh, the woman was nice, but she didn't want to listen, Trump said of the call. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Man, that's so Trump. Man, it's kind of it's funny and it's sad and it's so wow. uh, in an interview with CNBC where he focused on the US trade deficit with Switzerland, that's about 38.5 billion, mainly due to gold refined in Switzerland and pharmaceutical products, which are exempt from the 39% tariffs rate. Oh, okay, that's kind of weird. So, but the pharmaceutical products get an exemption, but that's the majority of the deficit. Very interesting. While the European Union and Japan offered the president and his administration headline grabbing promises to invest billions in energy of the US manufacturing, the Swiss didn't offer any concessions that would regenerate that would generate similar PR wins for the president. Ouch. That is that sucks. That really sucks. Mm. Yeah, there's a very specific approach when dealing with kind of Trump administration, and it just looks like they didn't wanna they didn't really wanna give United States some kind of a win. Not that United States needed any kind of significant win, but it's just it's disappointing. The current U.S. duties significantly weaken the industrial. Oh, sorry. The weaken the international competitiveness of our companies on the American market, jeopardizing long-established trade relations and seriously endanger thousands of jobs. The Federation of Swiss Enterprises says in the statement. Mm. Most of the top Swiss watch brands, from Rolex to Omega, Patek Philippe, and Audemars Piguet, raised prices in the U.S. between 3 and 10%. The Swiss have been fucking us, with these price increases. I get it. It wasn't governmentally mandated, price increase, like the tariff is, but the tariff is just like, yo, you're already screwing us with these ridiculous price increases. Here's another 39. We'll just make it completely unaffordable. So they've been raising prices in US between 3 and 10% in response to the initial 10% tariff rate. Oh, okay. That's kind of messed up because when the tariffs were announced, they're going to be like 10%. These watch brands increased the prices by 10%. And then when the pause on the tariffs went when the 39% tariffs were paused, these brands never decreased the price. They just kept the new increased price. So now they're really going to get screwed on this one. Now brands, importers, and US distributors and retailers will decide how to divide the additional costs of importing Swiss watches to the US. It's unclear how much of that increased cost will be passed on to the consumer, who have already endured double-digit percentage price increases from a host of Swiss brands during the past half decade. Yo, when the watches started going above retail, the Swiss very quickly jumped on the bandwagon and jacked up the prices to match the secondary market. Like they're um, this 39% tariff might actually have no effect on the watch market. Mr. G in the chat says, Is anyone still buying with another 39%? It's a good question. Guys, let me know in the chat. What do you think? With this new tariff, are you going to be buying watches? Because I've heard a lot of people say that hell no, they're gonna pause. They're gonna take a pause. They're gonna take a break. They'll see what's happening. Let me put your answers in the chat. I'm gonna pull them up. Let me know. Road Mutation says, why the hate against Switzerland? There's no hate against Switzerland. I guess it's not personal. It's just kind of business, I guess, right? A lot of these tariffs, they don't really even make any sense. But basically, it seems like Trump administration wanted Switzerland to do more for United States and to kind of make Trump look good, and they didn't. So Trump is like, fuck you. You don't wanna play ball with me, then we'll just slap you with tariffs because we can. That's it. Simple as that. Boom. It's not personal, it's just politics. Let's see. Mike Lewis says, I'm not going to pay 39% more. Screw that. PG, nope. 209, Andrew Shores, extortion, gangsterism is legit. Watchaholic says, hell no. Hell no. He's not going to pay 39% more for wristwatch. It's ridiculous. The thing is, though, I think it's possible for these brands to take an internal hit because they do have ridiculous profit margins there. Just to finish this article, and then I'm gonna bring on a guest. According to an editorial in Swiss newspaper, Zürcher Zeitung, Switzerland must focus on its strength and remain what the US is no longer, stable and predictable. Right. I mean, it's not good to be stable and predictable, or maybe it is. Likewise, Switzerland must secure trade with as many other partners as possible if things get shaky with US, the newspaper says. Hey, John, welcome to the show. We're talking tariffs.
Hey, good to see you, man.
Hey, it's been long overdue. How are you doing?
Yeah. Hey, if my audio gets choppy, I'll have to jump back on my phone or something because I'm having some issues here with internet. But how's the audio on your end?
It's okay. It's a
It's okay.
little bit
Not
of kind of
good,
a
not great.
static. Let me see if I just play around here. Let's see. Say something.
All right. How about now? Good. Good.
Okay. I think
Good.
it's a little bit better. Yeah. You still on the
All right.
boat?
No, man, that was yesterday. That was yesterday.
Oh,
Sorry, I couldn't come on yesterday. Had plans with some friends, my wife's coworkers, and it wasn't my boat. So that's the best kind of boat to have is somebody else's boat. It's a expensive hobby, almost as bad as watches. But no, man, just wanted to stop in, haven't talked to you in a while. How have things been?
they've been pretty good. I've been working hella hard to try and step it up and
Yeah, you're
uh,
down 30 pounds too,
bring
huh?
more. Oh, well, yeah, with the weight as well.
Dude, that's
30
awesome.
pounds. But I still got so much more to go, you know? I still just so flabby. The calculator said I lost the weight of 3 watermelons, but I feel barely any different. We still got super chat here from Gatsby.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the $10. Come on, Tim. The 39% tariff is charged on the landed cost. That's right, the landed cost of the product, not the retail price. For Rolex, that's probably about 35 to 40% of the retail. Does no one understand how tariffs work? No, we understand. We perfectly understand. We're just saying that maybe Rolex can somehow internally, because there's a production cost, what it costs for Rolex to manufacture each watch, and then they set the MSRP price, but they also have like the price that they sell the watches at to authorized dealers, and then dealers make the margin. Might be like, I don't know, 70 to 30%, or maybe both authorized dealer and I don't know, maybe Rolex and authorized dealer can take some hit. I don't know exactly how they could do it to manipulate the numbers to make it so it's somehow cheaper. This
Yeah.
complicated issue. John, what's your take on this tariff situation?
I mean, I'm not an economics expert, but I think it it just reminds me of a lot of the things we've already seen, like when Apple came on the scene and the iPhone, was the first touchscreen and kind of set the market for smartphones, and then some of the stuff that Apple did, like getting rid of the headphone jack and then raising the prices. I mean, now you're talking about your average iPhone now is over $1,000. And this is kind of reminiscent of that, where people initially complained and everybody said, I'm not paying $1,000 for a phone. And now
Yeah.
everybody's walking around with $1,000 iPhone. And how initially everybody complained about the headphone jack being removed, and Apple stopped sending you all those extra things that come in the box. It's just the phone now. Remember, you used to get the charging brick and the power cord, and now you have to buy all those accessories separately. So I think this might be similar to that, especially because it's coming from Rolex and the Swiss brands, and not just, this industry is so specific to a specific clientele that, yeah, I think people will complain, but at the end of the day, if you want a Rolex watch, there's no alternative there. There's no other source. Same thing with Omega, same thing with all these other brands. So I think there's a little bit of that. The other example is what happened during COVID, and how all these retailers raised their prices, and they said, well, it's supply chain shortages, that's why things are more expensive. And as supply chains kind of restabilized, none of these companies lowered their prices. They didn't say, hey guys, supply chains are stable now. We're going to go ahead and bring the prices back down to where they were before COVID. So as much as everybody complains, you see this with like streaming platforms. Netflix did the same thing. You know, Netflix used to not have ads, and
Yes.
now you have to pay extra for the regular Netflix service with ads. So you're paying a subscription fee and still seeing commercials. And if you want it without the commercials, you have to pay, you know, double what it used to be. So it's reminiscent of that.
Mm.
Ultimately, I don't know. It's hard to predict, you know, human behavior and what people will do. But I think as much as people are complaining about this, I think inevitably it'll just become the new normal to some extent. I mean, Rolex, we already see this with Rolex. They raise prices every year. And people just kind of accept it. You know, it's nobody goes, okay, the next price raise, I'm not buying a Rolex. It's just becomes the standard price. Same thing with gray market. I mean, if people are willing to pay $20,000 for a Pepsi when it retails at 10, like, are we really going to believe that people are just going to walk away from the watch hobby because of an extra 39%? I don't know. I think that's far fetched. And also, you're right. I don't know how they're going to disperse this hit, you know, between the ADs and maybe Rolex, maybe eating some of that price just to keep their, you know, production up. But Rolex is unique in this space too because they're not a publicly traded company. So for them, I don't know how much of this really matters or will impact them. It's companies like, you know, Swatch. I think they're going to be more hit by this because they're competing with Rolex in the Swiss market, uh, you know, arena. So I think the other companies are probably much more worried with this tariff raise than Rolex is because now if you're paying the same for an Omega that you were paying for Rolex, you know, because the Omega prices go up, and now you're like, well, do I really want to pay 10 grand for a Seamaster? And I think it's going to impact the other brands more than Rolex. But again, that's just my prediction. The other interesting thing will be what the gray market does, because you know, gray market dealers will look for any avenue to raise the prices, and just like with not being transparent about consignment, they don't have to be transparent where they get their watches. So they can just raise their prices to say, well, we got this watch from overseas and we had to pay for the tariff. So that's why this watch is now 20% more expensive. And it also kind of levels the playing field with the price at the AD because now the AD prices are going to be higher. So something like, you know, the Explorer 2 that's already fairly close on the gray market as it is on the retail market. Now I think maybe again if they're strategic about it, they could maybe sell those at cost or at retail, and then raise the prices on some of the more difficult pieces to get. Because again, you're not going to get a Pepsi at the AD unless you're very lucky. So what's the difference now? Are you going to pay 20,000 for a Pepsi, but you're not going to pay 22? It's you know I don't know how many I don't know how realistic that is, but we'll see. Human behavior is interesting.
Mm. Just very quickly here. Hey, Mickey, welcome to the live stream. Let me read this super chat from Gatsby, and we'll continue talking about this. Gatsby, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Rolex Switzerland doesn't sell to ADs; they sell to Rolex USA. That in turn sells to the ADs. The tariff will be paid by US importers and customers. There you go. Thank you so much. Thank you for that explanation. Hey, Mickey, welcome to the stream. We got John with us. We're talking about the 39% tariffs on wristwatches that was just passed by the United States.
Yeah, I that's why I jumped on. I'm kind of excited that my watches just went up 39% in value. So
There you
uh
go. The
and
silver lining, man. That's the way to
yeah,
look at it.
Yeah.
and then you know what? It's as we see with other countries, it's a bluff or they'll go. I mean, it could change, right? So, but the biggest thing is if you just look at it one sided, I think we have like a pretty big um, uh, imbalance on our trade deficit with them, and that's what they're trying to get right. So that they take more of our stuff. Like we shouldn't just be taking their stuff. That's kind of the thought. And then U.S. manufacturing. I don't know how well U.S. watches are all of a sudden going to compete with the French or the Swiss. I'm not buying a Shinola all of a sudden because it's made in Detroit. I
Hey, take
assure
it
you.
easy.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's
But
actually a funny that's actually a funny segue because Shinola actually had a big problem with their marketing because they said that they were made in Detroit and
well,
they had to kind of walk that back because they were only being assembled in
so
Detroit.
here's my only problem with Shinola is my dad. He passed away. God, I love him. I miss him. We grew up in Pennsylvania, and he was one of those bullshitter guys. And he used to say, "You don't know shit from Shinola." And then what do? They name their watch Shinola.
They
So
make a
that's why.
watch. Uh,
But anyway, yeah, I think it's we have an international audience. As an American, I think it's good that we're looking out for America, and I think it'll all shake out. I don't think. And then it's Swiss luxury. You know, it's going to go up a couple grand. It's not going to stop people from buying them. Um, I don't think
yeah.
it's a big deal.
These aren't essential products too.
Um, uh, w-
These aren't essential products, and I think I
Right.
agree with you. The other thing is these recalibrations that happen. I mean, that's the thing. It's a global economy, and everybody looks at the global economy from their country's perspective, but
As they should, I think. I mean,
it's a
look, you think
global
China's
market.
worried
So
about us?
these, yeah, no, yeah,
No.
but I think those recalibrations feel more turbulent and violent than they actually are. And if these tariffs go into effect and it does force certain countries to buy more of our products, yeah, I mean we're not manufacturing what we used to, after World War II or before that, but there's still American manufacturing that's not as widely purchased in Europe as we purchase European goods. And
Right.
maybe that recalibration is what needs to happen. But the manufacturing costs are still something you have to consider because even if you are building something in America, but it's available in China at a quarter of the cost, where are people going to buy those things? So there's
Yeah.
a lot to this. It's so fluid and it's so kind of amorphous that it's hard to really wrap your hands around and say specifically that this is what's going to happen. It's really difficult to predict this stuff, but I do tend to not catastrophize these things.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. I mean, it's all about what news source is also reporting the story. There's a lot of spin out there. Two things I'll say is I'm going to have to Google amorphous or whatever word you use because I don't know what that means. Um,
Lacking
and
form.
cool. And then I will say this: do you think that Apple, a couple months ago, committed to $500 billion of plants in the U.S.? And now it's $600 billion in the U.S. Do you think that would have happened if this fear of tariffs wouldn't happen? And I would love those Apple jobs to be
Yeah.
in Detroit, and be in Seattle, be in New York, be wherever. Um, and I'll pay a little more. Actually, it's I'll pay more if I have to for American product. Same things. I
Yeah.
can't believe we're talking about this topic on a watch show, but same thing with like pharmaceuticals, dude. If China ever wants to turn off our pharmaceuticals, we're fucked.
Yeah.
At least at this point. Like if you looked at how a lot of the pharmaceuticals come from China, it's shocking. I mean, there's so I I am the glass half full guy. And I'm a
Yeah. And I
I'm
and
a
I will
I'm a U.S.
give
guy, so
Yeah, same here. And I will give Trump credit. I think a lot of people don't like his tactics
oh,
and
there's
his
no
approach, but
question. Yeah,
there's ways of dealing. Yeah, there's ways of dealing with these things, and I do appreciate that at some point, once the conversation kind of ends, Trump is the guy that opens the drawer and puts a gun on the table. I think that's kind of what this was. And
yeah,
now I think the people that are like, oh shit, I don't even have a gun, and this guy I just put one on the table. Maybe I should just. And I think the Apple thing is a perfect example of that, because
yeah.
there's a way to, for the U.S. government to kind of start shutting those things down, or not, or at least de-incentivizing some of the practices that some of these companies do, because they are in a way immiserating the American manufacturing because it's an American company company that is manufacturing products overseas and then selling it at a tremendous profit margin back to the American consumer
Yeah.
Right.
and telling everybody we're an American company, so same thing with, auto manufacturing, most of these cars are made in Mexico or they're assembled in other parts of the world. So this has been trade NAFTA was really the pinnacle of this downfall of American manufacturing. And for better or worse, at least I think what people are focusing on that are Trump supporters is at least he's doing something. It
Yeah.
may not be the best fix, it may not be long term sustainable, but at least he's stopping the bleeding. He's putting that tourniquet on and trying to do something rather than the previous administration that was basically just kind of going with the flow, and people are revolting against that. So yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny, I saw some posts on X that people were just like they turned on Elon. They're saying, sell your Apple products, burn your Apple products. It's like now they're against Apple. And think of that. Like he's trying to bring jobs to America. And because of that, and Tim Cook's, that's what he's going to do. Now they don't want to buy Apple. What? Because they're not being made in a communist country with child labor, or maybe not, but like I just don't understand the logic there, how you couldn't be happy. But
There's two sides to every story, right?
there's actually
Maybe
three:
well, it all
yours,
depends.
mine, and the truth.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle is the
Yeah,
truth.
yeah, exactly, exactly. All right, there's always three sides to every story. Um, I don't know much about how they're going about doing it, right? Because it's one thing, hey, if you're gonna bring jobs to the United States, that's great. But also, you have to take into account they have to be good jobs and kind of done for the right reasons and not
Right. Well,
just
I
some
would
kind of
say Apple jobs that are designing like this new glass that they're doing and doing computer chips and making Apple phones.
yeah.
Those are good jobs. Those aren't waiter jobs, right? Toyota committed to whatever hundreds of billions of dollars. I mean, there's example after example that these tariffs have made companies bring factories here. That's all I'm saying. And with the Swiss thing, and we don't need these watches, right? So I mean, I don't know what else we get. Maybe some chocolate. Um, but I will say this, just so I'm not an idiot. Trump has a way about him that is it's easy not to like, right? But I don't know if a normal 50-year jackass politician would be doing any of this. You know what I mean? We
No.
needed somebody from a businessman or somebody from the out. It's hard to believe it's the guy from The Apprentice, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, and also I think perspective and proportion matters here. I mean, we're in this world, so we're reacting to this. But do you think the average American cares that Rolex
Not at all.
prices are going to go up
Not at all.
39%?
Yeah.
This is a non-issue for most people. So for them, it's,
In fact, that's like a good thing because average American, I don't think they can afford Rolex and sustainable life. Like for example, I could either afford Rolex or rent. I have to choose one or the other. And if it wasn't that I wasn't y- talking about watches online for a living, there would be maybe I would keep one just as an asset and an investment. But other than that, it really makes very little sense. So and
Gatsby,
especially, uh-huh.
sorry, Gatsby's got a good point. Like, there's still going to be factories in Canada and Mexico. Canada's a huge market for Ford trucks. We have no problem with having
Yeah.
factories everywhere, but it's just like it'd be good to have a couple of our own, right?
Gatsby, thank you so much for the $5. It says Ford, an American MFG, just began building a new facility in Ontario. I drive by it every day. It doesn't look like they're moving back to the U.S. So that's the thing, right? Like there's different ways of bringing kind of manufacturing back to United States. Maybe this is one of the methods of just making it unaffordable for Americans to buy this product from elsewhere, thereby forcing companies to opening up factories in the United States and manufacturing those same goods here, right? That's one way,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? Another way would be to, I don't know, in some other ways of encouraging, like this seems like a negative, like there's negative ways of encouraging uh, uh, somebody to do something through punishment, right? We're gonna punish you, and you'll have no choice but to
I think it
uh,
could also
do it here.
be. I think it could also be just a layered approach. You know, it's kind of like
Hmm.
the argument about, and not to really pivot to a radioactive, corrosive political topic, but if you look at immigration,
Hmm.
it's the same thing, right? It's not just we need to secure the border, it's we need to de incentivize people from coming here illegally in the first place, which means interior enforcement and worksite enforcement. And so it's the layered approach to global economics. You know, if you want to revitalize American manufacturing, the first thing you have to do is de incentivize foreign manufacturing
Hmm.
to the American companies that are mostly taking advantage of a cheaper labor market in other countries. Which then the second step could be, again, if you're making the argument that, you know, the Trump administration is playing 4D chess, that's the argument to make. Is it's not just this one-stop solution, it's layered approaches to kind of fixing and rebalancing the global economy where American manufacturing kind of comes back online more. And not to say that everything will be manufactured in the US.
Yeah,
I
no
don't
way. I
think.
mean, we need
Yeah, and I
international
don't think there's
partners. We
many.
need,
Yeah,
but Tim, to
there's
your
probably not
point,
a lot of Americans that are dying to make Nike shoes.
right? Amen. But there are some kids dying making them. Tim, to your point though, this is a punishment way of doing it, or a tit for tat, or the nice being the nice guy didn't really work the last 40 years or 25 years. So, I mean, I think this is just pendulum swinging, and it'll come back in the middle. And I don't know.
Well, you're arguing that there was a positive, a positive way of trying to bring
Well, we just let
manufacturing, but
everyone
maybe
walk
there
all over
wasn't.
us.
Maybe there
Well,
wasn't.
yeah, well, we just let everyone walk all over us and
Yeah.
take our jobs, and we just sat there and said, okay, we'll buy cheap goods. But in the overall scheme of things, just buying cheap consumer goods doesn't isn't good for our country, in my opinion. It doesn't create good jobs. It also puts us in a disadvantage. If someone wants to, we get in a war with China, we don't have pharmaceuticals and iPhones. Like, stupid example, but like we need, we're a pretty good, okay country. We need to have some of our own manufacturing. Is what I think. So, I mean, if you
Yeah.
hate America, you're going to think this is bad. If you're pro America, or you want to at least look at it with an open mind, you're going to realize what he's trying to do.
Well, let's try to take some analytic approach here, right? With some arguments for this, right? For how it could encourage manufacturing here in the United States, and some arguments against it, right? You can say like it's price protection for domestic products, right? This is the I think that's the biggest argument that is being made here, right? By imposing 39% tariff, it makes watches significantly more expensive, right? And it potentially gives U.S. made watches a price advantage in the market, right? Smaller watch brands like Wace, so an American watch brand, RGM, or Shinola, right? They could compete maybe more effectively for the buyers if the competition is priced out, right? Um, but also, there's arguments against it, like brand prestige, right? And market preference. Like people want to buy Swiss made watches because they're made in Switzerland, right? If watches are made in America, that's great. But there's just Switzerland has built this entire aura around themselves that seen as that their watches are special because of that heritage, right? If Rolex starts making watches in the United States, that's going to be great, but that heritage that the brand had, brands like Patek Philippe, right? Omega,
Oh, that'll
uh,
never be recreated
Vacheron.
here. No, no one thinks
Well,
that.
well, no,
Yeah,
I'm
and I don't think the administration's looking at it in, it's the macro versus micro view. I
Yeah,
don't think they
they're
care
not
about
thinking like, oh, we won't get
individual
good Rolexes.
industries.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just looking at the map of what is manufactured in the US, what is manufactured overseas, how much are we importing versus how much are we exporting. And they're seeing that balance sheet skewed in what they perceive as being the completely wrong direction. And they're trying to
Mhm.
come up with fixes on how to, again, incentivize American manufacturing. Because that's the problem I think that the Trump administration is reacting to is it's not, that we're buying French wine that's made in France. I mean, that's an obvious product that is not manufactured in the US anyway, and we have our own wine industry that if they want to protect, that's fine. But what I think companies like Apple that are taking advantage of American, of American manufacturing capability in other countries, but they're benefiting from the American economy because they're here in the US and they don't have to worry about operating all of their companies in China where they might be under state control or state influence. So I think that's the asymmetry that they're trying to fix is there's American companies that are manufacturing most of their products overseas
Yeah.
and they're selling it on a global market and their costs for production are so low, but their prices continue to increase and they're charging it at a high rate that, is really
Right.
hurting
So
the American buyer.
that's a great point because based on how cheap they sell phones, to the reverse of what Gatsby says, and Tim's going to read it, so an iPhone should be about $79. Like,
Gatsby, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I guess people will have to decide whether U.S. workers want to accept a 3-hour wage or pay $5,000 for an iPhone for the chess at its finest.
or are there
I
going to be
actually,
competition? Is there going to be competition now? Is there going to be a new phone? I
well,
would
but
love. I don't have to have an iPhone. I don't like Android anymore, so my choice is an iPhone. Maybe it'll bring new competition, new phones. Maybe Elon's X phone's going to take off, or who knows? Like, I mean, Apple's not the only phone, nor should it be, and that's why they're already charging $1,300 plus for a iPhone 16 Pro or whatever it is,
they
and
charge as
there's
much as they mathematically or whatever. They use some
and
kind
there's
of an
no way
algorithm.
that's worth that.
Yeah, they're already
Made in China.
charging the most that they possibly humanly can to make it most optimally most expensive that they could charge for it. That's why they took away, like John mentioned earlier, right? They took away the charger, they took away the cable, they took away the
Yeah,
headphone, right?
they're
Because
giving
they
you
want to
less.
sell you other accessories to go with
Yep.
it where they can jack you up. Right? It was all a way of making more money because they made a calculation. Hey, whoa, they made a calculation. They're like, wait a second. If we include a brick, a charging brick with every with every phone that we sell, that's like $1 extra for every watch. And if they sell a billion phones, that's
Yeah.
$1 billion
Right.
that they can save.
Oh, that was
A
purely
lot of
financial. It was funny. Like early on when they started doing that, I remember seeing like ads or like saying like it was eco-friendly because everyone already has the brick. So they didn't like they were doing us a favor. Like we don't want to give you another brick to put in the junk drawer, so we're gonna take it out of the box. And people are like, oh yeah, I do have a brick. But then now they change it to USB-C. I just bought a new MacBook Air 15-inch, and now it's back to the magnetic connection. The one that connects magnetically instead of USB-C. The new Mac has the magnetic one, so if you like kicked it, when it would disengage and you wouldn't knock your computer. I used to love that, but they went away from it. Maybe use a USB-C, and now the new one has the magnetic one again. So it's like, back to watches real quick because this is a watch show. Think about how many U.S. watch companies did exist. There were some amazing watches in the U.S. Like I'm not saying we were Switzerland, but there were brands that have gone out of business. That we could get back again, or I don't know. Back to my other thing. So here, Saudi Arabia, since all this tariff stuff is in investment and purchase pledge. Saudi Arabia has pledged $600 billion. UAE, $1.4 trillion pledged into the U.S. economy. South Korea, 350 billion. EU 600 billion pledge, and Japan 550 billion. Those are just like the top ones, and that's all money that they've committed to go into the U.S. to build factories or create jobs or bring some of their industry here. That's a win for the U.S. And I know we're an international audience, but I don't know if there's I don't think there's jealousy out there, but I'm American. I think that sounds great if those companies are, U.S. Steel tried to get bought by the Japanese, and it got blocked kind of because of Trump. But instead, what happened was they created this an amazing partnership with the Japanese where they're investing money in the U.S. Steel. And even the union guys at U.S. Steel, I watched this long press conference. They're all for it because they get to keep their union, they get to keep their jobs, and now they have an investment from the Japanese. Like, that's a win-win. And if we were like we used to be, just like people roll over us, we would have just sold that to another country. U.S. Steel's owned by another country. Like, the Chinese own so much farmland. Like, there's some scary stuff going on, and it's not conspiracy stuff. But soon we're not going to own our own country if stuff like this doesn't happen, and we kind of take it back. But
United States actually has some incredible watchmaking history, right? The
Yeah,
companies like
we go through that.
Waltham Watch Company, right? That was founded in 1850s, and
All those
Elgin.
amazing pocket watches that the pocket watch guy collects.
Yes, shout out
those are
to the
100
Pocket
years old.
Watch Time.
And they're still amazing. Who knows if they would have morphed into some amazing timepieces, but we'll never know.
Well, you know what? Like,
Or
a lot
wristwatches.
of Swiss watch brands, what happened? They're phoenixed, right? They were just because Switzerland is such a place where there's so many watchmakers. It's so easy to rebirth a watch brand, right? You could just buy the rights to a watch brand, pour a couple of $1 million into it, right? And the next thing you know, you could start a watch company. That's what happened to Blanc Pain, I think, right? Blanc Pain. A lot of these brands, even like Lange, that was restarted from basically scratch. Right? They just poured millions of dollars and applied some really good marketing. But the thing is, right, they had the labor. If we want to like revitalize watchmaking in United States, there's no reason that we can't do it because
Right.
United States has the incredible heritage. But what we need is to start educating watchmakers, right? Start
Right.
training watchmakers. There needs to be some type of an investment in
But
some
this-
schools to create watchmaking programs. Actually useful skill, unlike whatever the feminist studies.
Yeah.
The
So-
joke. I'm just
Right.
And
No,
we
no, that's the first sane thing you've said in 4 years. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
So here's the deal, though.
Yeah.
This opportunity I think will create that stuff. Like, wouldn't we all love a Furlan Mari that was actually made in like Seattle or Miami or Chicago, whatever,
Yeah.
a true watch that was like, wow, this Furlan Mari, hopefully Katz is listening, he'll be proud of me, is a beautiful, amazing watch. There's no reason a watch at like that level can't be made by some guy that in the U.S. But it's been hard because of it just wasn't the right environment. This could set up a kind of a petri dish for things to grow and
Yeah.
and
And I think
have
that's
these-
that's that pendulum swing. We've seen it in other industries. We've seen it in the computer industry, obviously with Apple coming on the scene and dominating. Not only, I don't know how dominant they are in the iOS as far as like the operating system for regular desktop computers, but laptops. I'm sure they have a large share of the market, probably competing with Microsoft. And same thing with the watch industry. You had the quartz crisis. Where cheap Japanese watches kind of flooded the market, and then it kind of swung back. Now everybody wants a luxury watch, and then even Apple now has a huge share of the wristwatch market because the Apple Watch came on the scene. Same thing with auto manufacturing. In the the 80s, where Japanese manufacturing took over, and people wanted cheaper, more efficient vehicles, and American car manufacturing plummeted. So I think these are all kind of, they feel like seismic changes and shifts in the moment, but as the global economy grows and contracts, it's this is the stuff that's going to happen. So I think right now people are reacting to it because they're just seeing the raw number and they're thinking, okay, 39% tariff. They're
Right.
adding that to, okay, a Rolex now is going to cost 39% more than it did,
Yeah, it's not.
2 weeks ago, and I think it's a little bit of a little
It's
bit
a
of an
knee jerk. It's a
overreaction.
knee jerk
Yeah,
reaction, and it's a good news story, and it's you know it's getting people talking, but I don't know.
Well, there has to be a momentum in the other direction. Okay, if this is an opening for to bring back watch manufacturing in the United States, then
Well,
this is the momentum that those that have an opportunity could take advantage of.
right,
Uh,
but this is bigger than watches, though, right? We're focusing on watches because all these news story. That
yeah.
tariff is on Switzerland, so like it could
Hmm.
also be new chocolate makers. There could also be whatever the hell Switzerland is known for. It could, so it's not. We're
Swiss
focused on
cheese.
watches, Swiss cheese, right? There you go. But
JHB, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate that. He says maybe IWC will come back.
yeah,
That would be amazing.
so
Not
let me.
only IWC, but other brands. I would love for somebody, you know, preferably somebody who has shit ton of money, who could buy the Waltham Watch Company brand name, right? Buy an Elgin
Yeah,
national watch company name, right? And
bring it back.
relaunch them in United States. Start building it up as a proper, uh, watch company, uh, where watches are completely made from scratch in United States. Um, they have this is it. If there's
yeah.
going to be an opportunity, now's the time to do it, right?
Yeah.
And
So
correct me
IWC
if
was founded by an American, but if so everyone knows that's why and he
and
went over there.
and
IWC.
Tim, you can correct me if I'm wrong here with my watch history, but is this the same thing that I mean, isn't Tudor kind of an example of this, where Tudor left the market and then kind of reemerged because there was countries that it wasn't being sold in or produced? Am I getting my facts wrong there?
I think Tudor
Because
left.
Tudor left the scene for a while and then kind of came back, right?
Well,
Um,
I don't think they ever stopped making watches. They were like, if I had I had the old big block chronographs. I had the old Tudor subs that looked like a freaking 5513
Yeah,
Submariner. They were amazing. They were just like cheaper versions. They even had the Rolex on the case back. They had the Rolex crown, and then they kind
yeah,
of
they had
really
Rolex parts.
yeah. Well, and the crown actually used to have Rolex on it, and then they went weird. If
Yeah,
you look at the stuff that they were doing in the 80s and 90s, there's some funky stuff. Now there's some winners, but so they didn't go away, but they almost died. Their
in
stock.
2004, actually, Rolex pulled Tudor out of United States
Yeah, that was the
because
rebrand. Yeah.
because what happened? No,
okay,
they
so that's
didn't
what I'm
rebrand.
thinking about.
They
Well, not
couldn't.
rebrand, but just get it, get a new image, bring a new,
Yeah, they pulled it back because the image was like that it was the cheap Rolex, right? That and it's still toxic, right? To this day, people still refer to the Tudor,
but
right? There's
that's
a
not
nickname
bad.
they give it,
Hans Wilsdorf. That was the purpose of that company, was to have
but it
an
was
afford.
no, I get it, but actually, but what happens? It cannibalizes the sales of Rolex, and Rolex wasn't doing so well back in 2004. They weren't flying off the shelves.
I used to get
So
discounts, 10,
yeah,
12%.
exactly. And so what was happening, people were buying Tudors, which people just looked at it and said, "Oh, well, this is just as good as Rolex. Why would I spend Rolex money if I could just get a Tudor?" And so what happened was they were losing money out. Instead of capturing two sides of the market, like the luxury market and like the introductory
Affordable.
luxury
Yeah.
market, they were they cannibalized their luxury market for the tutors. So they figured, okay, let's just scrap it off, okay, and regroup, right? And that's they from
And they launched the
2004.
Black Bay Watch Company.
Yeah, they exactly. They came back in 2010 with the Heritage Chrono, and then the Black Bay in 2012.
All right, so Mr. 222 is right. They were huge in Asia market. They've never not. I'm just talking about U.S.
Mhm.
They didn't go away. They were huge in Asia. They've always, but I think Rolex finally got a plan for them, But so here's a question for the chat or anyone here. If Rolex says we are building a $400 million factory in Beverly Hills or Chicago, whatever, and it's a Rolex plant in the U.S. with I'm sure it's going to be Swiss guys that have to come over and work and then train, and it's the same warranty, the same quality, everything about it. And you could buy it 39% less. Is there some mystique about Switzerland? I don't care where it's made, but I'm curious to see what you guys think.
The great question. JHB, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Also, maybe I do. Oh, sorry. He sent another one, another $20, $20 super chat. I think, though, there will be a deal. We'll see similar deals in EU. Tim, keep up. Well done. Thank you so much, JHB. It wouldn't be possible.
I agree with JHB.
Yeah,
I agree with
I
JHB.
said. This is a negotiating tactic. Yeah.
There will be a deal. To answer your question, though, Mickey, I don't know that the Rolex mystique will be devalued or watered down or diluted if the watches are made in the U.S.
Right.
I think the Rolex mystique is so strong at this point that I don't think anyone's even going to care. Yeah, and I think most people don't think about the supply chain anyway. I think the marketing is so appealing and so strong with most of these brands that nobody really looks at where it was made, or I don't think anyone's buying well, I don't want to say anybody. I think we in the watch world are buying these watches because we know movements and we know heritage and we know all these things. I think somebody buying a Rolex for, a wedding present, the wife of the guy going in to get a Rolex is getting a Rolex because when she thinks luxury watch, she thinks Rolex. And I don't think the supply chain really makes any impact on the purchasing decision.
And in my lifetime, I've known 500 people, and that's not a lie, that have a Rolex. And guess what? They have one Rolex. They love it. They wear their two-tone Datejust to church, or they wear their Submariner or whatever. Like, we're a unique a bunch of animals here. Like, we're not the average guy. The average guy's buying maybe one or two Rolexes if he's lucky, but that's
in their lifetime.
In their lifetime, right? And guess what? They're smarter than me, probably. And, they have a memory with that one watch, and they pass it down. Do you really need 7 of something? Yeah, they're different, but
you hear that, Tim? All you need is one.
Exactly.
He wants a solid gold dancer. He's got.
I've made this argument before. You just need one.
We're gonna do a full show on that.
I'm getting there because I love all my models, but I at this point, and my son's older, but like he's just gonna see a watch box and he'll know them all, and he wears them sometimes, and some of them are his already. But there's not that one watch that's like, that's Dad's watch, and I kind of missed it.
That's one of the arguments I've made before, and I think there's some validity to it. And it's there was a famous experiment. I'm not sure what the school was, but I think they actually did it with phones. And the professor spread the class into 2 groups, and he said, Group A, you get to pick a phone, and whenever you don't want that phone anymore, you get to switch it out as many times as you want for a different model. And then Group B was only allowed one choice, and whatever phone you picked, that's the phone you have to use. You can't switch it back and forth. And he did this experiment, and at the end, he had a survey basically rating the happiness level of each group with the phone. So, which phone did you find it more appealing? The user interface, basically overall rating your happiness with the product that you choose. And what he found was that the endless choices and the ability to swap it out actually diluted the happiness level. That the people that only offered that one option and had to live with it were much happier with their choice. And there's this psychological phenomenon that's derived from that. It's people call it analysis paralysis, or the
Yeah. You're
paradox of
never happy. You're
choice.
always looking for the next thing. You're always
Yep.
looking. You're always looking.
Oh
So
You're
wow.
on vacation and you're already planning your next vacation. How about
yeah,
fucking enjoying your vacation?
that's right. Live in the
Um,
moment.
and I'll say this before. I love the internet. I love my smartphone, but I believe people were generally happier, and kids and people out climbing trees and building tree forts and riding their bikes until it got dark out, and going to the baseball field with your baseball mitt on the handlebars of your bike, or you're taking your soccer ball and down to the field, and like and just normal men hanging out in the backyard. I remember my
Yeah.
dad and his buddies having cookouts, and they'd get a keg of beer. That was a simpler time. Now it's all about who's got the 85-inch TV and let's watch the. It's like, I don't know. I
Yeah.
I,
My wife
I
and I
think it
had
was
this. My wife and I
better
had this
time.
conversation about cars because she has a 2017 and I have a 2019 car, and even those are overly engineered with the tech that's in there.
Sure.
And we were talking about, like missing the older models where you didn't have all these sensors and all these things that would break and, react to things you don't care about in the
Yep.
environment, and the over engineering of the simplest things, where now you don't even have to turn your head to see if somebody's in your blind spot, because you have the mirror activation, but then that malfunctions if there's snow on the sensor. And, so
Right.
we were kind of talking about, if we could find like an old excursion, or something that just, you could even take an older car and put a smart screen in it where you had Apple Play, and that's all you need. You could
Yep.
still listen to your podcast while you're driving. You still have the GPS navigation, but everything else is just mechanical, and it's easier to work on. It's easier
Yeah,
to
you can actually
fix.
work on it in your driveway again.
Yeah,
You
you can
know.
actually replace parts, and it's not, computer locked where you can't even diagnose anything that's wrong with it unless you
Yeah.
take it to the dealership. So hopefully there's a swing back, and that's why I like mechanical watches, because it's kind of that timeless thing that's still, that we still long for. And this is kind of a perfect representation of that. Is the mechanical watch
For sure,
is
the mechanical watch is a thread that goes through everyone in this community, because the appreciation of that, whether it be a SKX007 Seiko or a solid gold Dancer root beer on Red's wrist, it's a mechanical watch. That's the thing that we love. Otherwise we would all be on the Apple Watch show on YouTube, and we'd be talking about our heart
ugh,
rate and our oxygen
soulless.
level, and yeah, soulless. But everything's got a use. Like I've said it. I have a Tesla. I love the Tesla for what it is, but I also have other. I have other cars that do things for me. Like the Tesla it's a cliche now. It has no soul, right? It's just a means, right? And
Yeah.
certain and other cars are enjoyable, and
No,
yeah,
and there's definitely benefits to it. I mean, it's just, but that's the inevitable progress of technology. I mean, we all obviously get our uses from. I mean, look at us right now. If it wasn't for technology, there's no way the three of us are having a conversation in
right,
real time. So
right.
there's obviously benefits to it, but there's something about, there's something about human beings needing adversity and needing some sort of challenge.
Well,
And that there's a great book called The Comfort Crisis, and it kind of talks about all this stuff, how the tech that was supposed to, improve our lives is actually kind of making us lazier and more useless.
Yeah,
well, it's not the technology's fault. I think it's the problem with the people who are in charge of technology and how they're abusing the technology to increase their profit margins, right? Because it's not in YouTube's best interest that I do a 3 hour video without ads and they make no
Yeah.
money out of it, right? That why would they promote that? They want to push 30 10 to 30-second shorts and have people doom scrolling, being completely enraged and buying, using their shorts to buy some products. That way they could double dip, they could serve ads, and they could also at the same time uh basically serve you what was just a commercial, right? And that's what a lot of the YouTube has become, where every video it seems like you're watching a review for something, but oh, nope, it's sponsored content.
Yeah,
Somebody,
Yeah.
don't ever buy
uh,
YouTube Premium because you'll never be able to watch YouTube without it again. Like I bought YouTube Premium and I tried it out, and every year I just, I mean, because I'm on YouTube more than I watch, except for F1. I don't really watch TV. We watch some stupid cooking shows or something at night at dinner time. But TV's almost a dead media in our house, and YouTube is where
Yeah.
everything's at.
YouTube is it. That's same here. Same here. And I can't imagine if you have kids and you have to, try to convince them to watch regular cable.
Right,
I think it's
right.
like a foreign concept at this point.
Or
What do you guys
remember
think will
waiting till
happen?
Thursday night for Friends, or
Yeah,
Tuesday
to see a
for
show,
Friends to come on, or
or yeah,
whatever, whatever was
Saturday Night
hot that day.
Live.
Yeah, you had a. Now it's just
Yeah.
it's at your fingertips.
What do you guys think will happen with? Because I always like to differentiate between the AD market and the gray market, because I know people will say the watch market, but I think those two areas are vastly different.
Oh, the Gray's watching.
But what do you think? How do you think this is gonna, with this tariff? Let's just assume, for the sake of conversation, that these tariffs stick for the foreseeable future. How do you think the ADs play it, and how do you think the gray market plays it?
Well, some of that tariff is going to be eaten up but retails are going to go up. And what I know is when my experience, and I bought my first sub in 1999, what it was a 1996 T series sub. I bought it used in 1999. I'm watching Rolex for a while. Is my point. When retails go up, gray market goes up, right? It's all relative. If they could say, a new Submariner is no longer $6,400, it's $9,100. Well, they're not going to keep their prices on that watch that they're holding at $7,000. They're going to change, move it up to 10,500. Like, I think it's all relative in my experience, but
Yeah, and I think they're also going to have to increase the prices they pay,
they're
because
definitely going to have to increase the
if you
prices,
walk
right?
in, yeah, because you figure if you walk in 6 months selling them a brand new Submariner,
Yeah.
you're not going to take the previous price, because you're going to say, look, well, the retail on this is 11,000 now, or 15,000, whatever it ends up being.
Yes.
right.
And now you're obviously not going to sell it for under retail because you're losing money, so your prices are going to have to jump up too. So I think for those hotter pieces, it's still going to be fairly competitive, but maybe the other ones that are not as that don't hold their value, like two-tone date just or something like that,
It,
maybe those prices will level out and be closer to retail. I guess that's also a
Yeah,
possibility.
I
the
think
watch.
there might be a split in the market where there is the post-tariff inventory and the pre-tariff stock, right? Because this law only affects new watches being imported. So the
Yeah.
watches that are here, the gray market could market them as, oh, these are
They
tariff
could use
free. They
that as
might
a.
increase the
I
prices,
think you're giving the gray
but
market a lot of
Yeah,
credit.
I think they're going to grab the money
I think
immediately.
most gray markets, yeah, they're not going to have the scruples to say,
but
well, this is our pre-tariff
but
inventory.
they might actually, it's a kind of a smart marketing if you think about it,
If someone does it,
because
they'll win. But their desire for money is going to override their desire to be the good guy, in my opinion.
Michael Paris, $5 super chat. Just understand it's the customer paying the tariff, not Rolex. It's, right, exactly. It's the customer that's going to have to pay the tariff, right? So if the gray market, how would this work in the gray market? So let's say I want to buy a watch from some gray market dealer. They have to get it from overseas, right? They source it, they get hit, right? Or do they buy it at uh, dealer pricing, and then when they offer it to the buyer gets the 39% tariff.
I
Right?
don't know if they're going to bother. I don't think they're going to bother doing any of that. I think if they see that these tariffs stick, they're just going to raise prices, because their
That's what I
argument
think.
to the potential gray market buyer is, look, you're going to go to the AD. You're not going to get this watch anyway. because you want a Submariner, you want a GMT, you want, a hot watch, you're not going to get it. You're going to have to spend more on jewelry. You're going to have to build a relationship. So you're going to be waiting years to get this watch anyway. And let's say you do get it, you're going to pay the 39% markup or whatever the Rolex prices are at the time. So they're just going to, I think, build that into their cost of all their inventory. Now, maybe with some older pieces, if you're buying a 2000 year Submariner,
Okay.
they're not going to be able to justify that. But if you're buying a modern Rolex,
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to bother telling you, well, we purchased this Rolex in Switzerland, so therefore there was no tariff, and we're going
No
to sell
way.
it to you at a cheaper anything. I think they're just going to go off the year. So at this point, any 2025 watch and newer is just going to be whatever the new markup is, whereas anything
Yep.
24 and older will be at the regular price that we're all used to, and you won't be able to justify
Or at least it
the
won't be as
markup.
much of an increase. They're gonna
Yeah,
think
bump
but I
it up
think
a
they're going to
little
go
bit.
up.
You guys think there's going to be a significant increase in non-Swiss watches, like Japanese watches, German brands, or
I think that's a good side to this. That you know what I've been looking at
It's
Grand
a
Seiko. I need to
possibility, yeah.
pull the plug. I think that there's a lot of watches that uh, will benefit from this as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think anybody that's generally, I don't think anything is going to scratch the Rolex itch if you have the Rolex itch other than
right.
Rolex. But I think if you're new to the market or if you're kind of looking at where you want to go as a new buyer, I think those watches might be more appealing now to people because they're not going to be. I mean, I think Rolex was already trying to move into the kind of holy trinity, where they're making really, kind of more precious metals. You're seeing more, kind of high horology type of stuff with the new Land Dweller, that new movement. So
Yep.
I think they're trying to distance themselves. Tudor is more the working
Tool
man's
watch. They're
tool
Tudor's
watch.
the tool watch now. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Rolex was positioning themselves to kind of compete with the Patek and AP and Vacheron and, those kind of higher horology brands. I think they're trying to get into that space reputationally, at least, and
Yeah.
from a marketing brand perspective. So I don't think they're going to be too upset if people aren't buying.
But because let's be clear that like if you talk to a non-watch person or a person that kind of knows watches, you could show him a Aquanaut, a a uh, a Rolex, and pick another brand like an FP Journe, and
Yeah,
they're
or an Elonge.
yeah, and they're probably gonna go. I'll take the Rolex.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
saw a video. It was about a topic that's political, but this guy goes, "Here is 3 new Oreos from a pack we just opened, or here is $10,000." And it was like a 7-year-old boy. And the guy said, well, "Which one do you want?" And the boy said, "I want the Oreos." And he's like,
Yeah.
"Are you sure? Like this is $10,000?" And the boy said, "No, I want the Oreos." And that was the point. What that was about. It's a controversial topic about sex changes for children under a certain age. So that's what it was some kind of right wing thing. But the point is that
Yeah.
like it's all how smart is the person in this scenario, and if you told them that FP Journe that none of their friends are even going to know what it is, they're going to not get any recognition for it. It's not going to
Yeah.
get them the Instagram. Well, maybe it wouldn't get the Instagram fame, but no one's going to go, "Oh, he's got an FP Journe." They see a two-tone date just on his wrist. They're like, "Man, he's made it." It's,
Yeah, and you see that across other industries. It's like when you say Google something, when that
Yeah.
became a verb, that's how you knew Google has the search engine marketplace locked down. Or if people think of a luxury car, I think most people probably would think of Mercedes. Everybody recognizes the Mercedes logo. Whereas, if you're talking about obviously higher end vehicles, there's obviously better cars out there. But if you see a Mercedes or if you want to buy a luxury car, that's probably the most recognizable
like few
brand,
people
maybe
would
behind
few,
Porsche.
on
But
the car
I would make the
analogy.
argument
Few
that
people.
probably
Sorry, I thought you broke up there. I thought you stopped. Go ahead.
no, I'm good. I'm good.
Few people would argue that the Genesis is an amazing car. It's like the high brand of what, Kia or whatever, I think, or
I
the
think
Genesis.
Hyundai.
Hyundai, yeah. So
Yeah,
I've been in those
Hyundai
cars, and it blew me away. It was nicer than any like 7 Series BMW I've ever been in, But if you're going to spend that money, people are like, yeah, I don't really want to drive a Genesis, even though it's a better car.
Yeah.
Give me that BMW and I'll overpay for it. But people will know I got a BMW in the driveway. So, but
Yep.
now that's just people's egos and stuff, and that'll always exist, you know.
Gatsby $5 super
It's
chat.
effective marketing.
May I suggest to all my American friends, come buy their watches up here in Canada. No tariffs up here. That's a really good point.
Well, we should do that because Canada needs some help. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into their economy and their debt to their real estate debt to. They have some real problems up there in Canada. So I'll go to Canada and buy my watch. No problem.
Just be careful crossing the border, coming back. Wear the watch, ship the box.
Yep.
Or use the Wizard services. He'll send it to Messina, New York, and they'll smuggle you in the front.
Free PlayStation with every purchase.
Yeah. Free PlayStation 5. By the way, some other stuff that we shouldn't discount is that some gray market dealers might try to import through kind of third countries or mislabel goods to avoid paying the full tariff, which will rise the risk of custom seizures and homeland security enforcement.
Yeah. And I can tell you right now, I guarantee you they're already looking at how people are going to try to circumvent these things and come up with, countermeasures for that.
And watches, they're tracked because that serial number is so important for the servicing and for the history. You have to be very careful now when you're buying a watch to make sure that your watch hasn't been smuggled in, right? Because if the watch was manufactured in Switzerland and then it's just somehow sold in United States, but it doesn't, it didn't get recorded anywhere, you might, as a buyer, you might get hit for a tariff later down the road, or how would that work?
So I don't think that would work. I mean, unless Rolex reported it, to somebody, but I don't think Rolex would. I don't think Rolex would see the purchase price. I don't know how that would work. I think the problem you're going to have is if you're buying from a overseas, let's say you're on Chrono 24, or you're buying a watch from somebody else and they're shipping it into the U.S. and it's subject to a tariff from whatever the country is where it's coming from. So let's say you buy a watch in Switzerland and you have it shipped into the U.S. I think what people might try to do is circumvent that tariff by, mismanifesting it, writing, that this undervaluing it, things like that.
All which happens now, let's be honest.
Yeah, which happens now, but now it's even more incentivized financially. But what they're going to start doing is screening these packages and obviously hitting the person with the tariff. Plus, this is the thing, too, with customs, you also have a penalty on top of it. So it's going to end up costing you more if you get caught, and now your address and your name is kind of on the radar, so to speak. So basically anything you ever purchase. They will
stop you every time after that.
Prepare to have that package ripped apart and, resealed with customs tape.
Wow.
Yeah, once you're on
honestly,
the list,
the safest thing,
computer,
I'm not obviously advocating. Yeah. Once you're on the list, I think if you're going to buy it overseas, you can obviously, just purchase it there and then, fly back with it. It also depends on the value, because anything under $10,000, $10,000 is a monetary declaration that you have to declare. The personal exemptions, I believe, are around $800. So basically, any watch that you do bring back in is supposed to be declared if you purchase it overseas.
Yeah.
And like I said, I wouldn't advise anybody to play a game of chicken with customs coming back through the airport. Obviously people are doing it. People have done it in the past. I'm sure there's stories out there on Reddit where people have gotten caught, and
there's also people that did it
substantial.
Ignorantly. They just bought a watch when they were in the Caribbean or wherever.
Yeah, and didn't realize.
And they go, oh, they didn't know, So, but
by the way,
but
guys,
I think now people are going to start looking at circumventing.
in this Business Insider article, it says that the tariffs are likely to prompt a major shift towards pre-owned watch market, which isn't subject to tariffs, apparently.
Yeah, but they're being ignorant about that because we just
Right.
discussed that the gray market is going to, I guarantee you, you know, um,
Well, it's
gray
but it's
market's going
just
to
the
adjust.
existing stuff, right? It's not the stuff that European watch company would have to source from overseas. But they do
It,
probably
it's
have
probably
international
current.
clients.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe current inventory, but again, I don't think current. I think current. But again, here's the thing: if the demand goes up for current inventory, they're only going to raise the prices.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So if all of a sudden, these gray market dealers start seeing that neo vintage and vintage watches are flying off the shelves, well, what are they going to do? They're going to increase the prices
Yes.
because
right.
now they know there's a demand.
Right, because it's all relative. A couple of years ago, I know we all know watch people. I know somebody that was getting watches and getting a lot of watches, and he would sell Submariners that were at the time selling for 8,900 or 9,100. This is during the crazy hype COVID, and a gray market guy in California was paying him 13K for a Submariner because at the time it's hard to remember. Submariners were selling for like 15.7, like a basic Submariner was over 15 grand. So they were paying because it's all relative. If the market goes up, gray market's going to go up and they're going to pay more for it. Yes, but they're also going to sell it for more, I think.
Mm. Apparently, European Watch Company and Swiss Watch Expo anticipate a 10% rise in secondary market prices within a month and possible increase up to 35% over 6 months. So, guys, if you wanted to buy that watch that you're just, I don't know what you're waiting for, if
Yeah,
it's your dream watch, probably best to buy it now
yeah,
or
I'd pull the
It
buy
would
it
be
trigger now.
interesting if
yesterday.
we screenshot some of these, like
Yes.
a really like good selection of watches, and this
Hmm.
screenshot it, put it in your photos, and let's check it if they're still
Yeah,
there
check
a
the
month from now.
prices in a couple months if
Yeah,
they're still there.
It's a good idea. I'm gonna do that.
Get in
I'm gonna
good,
do it
get in
today
good with
for
your
research.
AD if you have one. If you have some favors to call in with your AD, now's the time.
and I'm selfish because there's not a Rolex that I want, so this doesn't affect me at all. So it sounds like I say that's selfish, but you know, uh,
Well, I think I'm in the same boat. I've gone through the most of the Rolex catalog, and I'm down to one, the 124060 sub, and that's my one and only.
is it a two line
Uh,
or a four line?
no, this is the 2025. This is the
Oh,
Yeah. I got this in
oh,
October. I
I
got
thought
this
you
in
said
October for my AD,
okay.
but yeah, I'm still in the market for a vintage date date, maybe like a birth year date date. At some point, we'll see.
Yes, a
But
solid gold dancer. That
yeah,
would be
this
good
doesn't.
for
I
special
don't really have.
occasions.
Yeah, this doesn't. I'm glad it doesn't impact me. I feel for anybody that's in the market right now that's looking and maybe on the wait list for something at their AD and they're hoping they get it sooner rather than later, or they're
Mm.
debating pulling the trigger on the gray market purchase. But I would say now's probably the time to do it.
Mm.
Tim, are you familiar with Nashville watches?
No, never heard of him.
Great dealer,
Dude,
great
that is
dealer,
one of the best. Uh,
great dealer.
one of the best, and they're highly reputable. One of the
Yeah,
guys there, his
Nashville's
name's
great.
Chase. I've dealt with him. Nashville Watchman. They probably have the lowest prices, and one of the pleasant surprises. I purchased a Sea Dweller from them, and they're actually one of the ones that they're so transparent with the state of the watch that I got this watch and it was in mint condition, but they were fully transparent that obviously it was pre-owned and there were some minor scratches. And I mean, I couldn't find a scratch on this thing. So the prices are probably the lowest I've seen, and then they have one of the best reputations as far as gray dealers.
Mm. By the way, shout out to James the advisor, who is going to benefit from these tariffs greatly. He's
There you go.
actually one of the Americans who is starting his own watch company.
Has he picked the brand name yet?
He bought the rights to the Studebaker
Oh,
watch company, which used to be a
Oh,
car
I didn't know that.
company. very
course.
famous historical car company. Yeah, and he's gonna relaunch it very soon as as a watch company, and hopefully there's going to be a small discount for the friends of Tim Wright and Tim Wright and Friends show.
There's a GRNR,
Some of
the
these,
up one
Wow.
more for 20 grand. The Bruce Wayne,
Mm.
2025 unworn. That was like 27. It seemed a couple months ago.
yeah.
The hype's
So
dying down on those, I guess.
their prices are fantastic. And like I said, there's no, you know, I don't know if they have a brick and mortar store, which I think is what keeps their prices fairly low.
Hmm.
Because I think it's just two guys that, but they've been in business forever, and they're very well known on like all the Reddit and Rolex forums. So highly reputable, um, really quick shipping,
I like their
and
website.
very
It's
easy
very
to
clean.
deal with, very good, and communicating. Yeah, it's very straightforward, and especially for selling too. Same thing. They're very transparent. They're not going to gouge you price wise. So I think they've got the right idea. They've kind of cultivated a good reputation, and they're not massively. They don't have massive inventory like David SW or some of these bigger Joma Shop or things like that.
Hmm.
So
Well, so
which
they
is
might
good.
not have the same bloat some of these
They
bigger
don't,
companies.
yeah, and I think their selection, like I said, you see their catalog, or as far as their selection, it's not super. There's obviously Rolex, and they have some APs, but you're not going to see, a ton of inventory. So that
That's
keeps
pretty
them
cool.
keeps them pretty light, keeps them nimble.
Yeah, they work with stuff that they're familiar with that they could verify that it's
But
Yeah,
authentic.
a whole nother topic is, even if you just looked at the watches you scrolled through with them, and then you go to David SW and you go to
Mm.
all the other guys, like there's enough watches out there. I think with Rolex, it's a whole nother show. They need to like create their own boutiques, and that's the way I think they're going. And stop
Yep.
watches from going out the back door, because I don't believe that. Like I remember when what was hot, like maybe the left hand drive or the new Cermet or whatever when it came out, and I remember like back then we were always on David SW's website, and
Yeah.
like the next day he had like six of them or four of them or something. You're like, come on, like what do you like? What's happening?
yeah. You
There's
guys,
enough watches out there, but the wrong people are getting them.
was this the topic of discussion yesterday, Tim? The AD shenanigans?
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
and
cool.
I gotta jump off here in a minute, but I'll tell you my two AD shenanigans stories real quick, and I don't know if this will dishearten people that there really is no such thing as a list.
Yeah.
There is a list, but there's no. It's not the list like people think. You just walk in and you tell them what you want, and you're just waiting in line to get your watch. So my very first watch was in 2020, and I was referred by a friend who I worked with, and he was friends with the AD, and he had purchased a bunch of watches from them, and he was trying to get me into Rolex, and he introduced me. We talked on the phone, and the AD was actually in a different state. So I never set foot in the store. I never met the associate in real life. We just talked on the phone, and because this guy vouched for me, that was kind of enough for them to say, okay, we'll sell you a watch, and they pretty much said, pick what you want. So I picked the no date sub, and she said, okay, we take a 25% deposit. When your watch shows up, you pay the rest, and I'll FedEx it to you. Which apparently FedExing Rolex was a big no-no. She did it anyway, but that's apparently against Rolex rules. You're not allowed to ship them from the AD. You have to come pick them up in person. But about 2 months later, I got the call, and they said, "Hey, your Submariner's in. Your balance is 6 grand or whatever," and it was FedEx to me overnight. And then the second AD story, which again really demonstrates that there's no list. This was a brand new AD where I live, about an hour from me, and I drove out there. I wanted to meet them in person. Wanted to actually introduce myself and not be just another asshole that calls and says, can you put my name down for a Pepsi or whatever. So met the sales associate. We talked for a little bit, and before I left, I gave him my business card, and we kind of started talking about my job, and then when I came back a couple, maybe maybe a month or two later, I checked back in. He kind of started getting, like, hey, look, what kind of watch do you want? Like, what are you interested in? I met the manager and I met the owner. And when I walked in, the sales associate was talking to the manager, and he's like, hey, this is the guy I was telling you about. So I kind of knew that I had an in. And so we talked, hey, I want a GMT. I want the GMT function because I travel a lot for work. And so after that kind of meet and greet, the sales manager took me off to the side and said, listen, we're going to get you what you want. It's going to take a while because we don't know what we're getting, but what's your dream watch? Like, what's the watch you want if we could pick anything? And I said, well, I definitely want the GMT over the Explorer, but I don't really care. Pepsi, Batman, whatever. And he said, okay, we'll be in touch. And so the AD, the sales rep, was actually checking in with me every couple of weeks, saying, hey, we didn't forget about you. And I think you mentioned that the sales reps have to kind of advocate for, who gets the watch with their
Yes.
sales manager and the owner.
Yes.
And so 8 months later, I got the text, hey, I got a Pepsi with an oyster bracelet for you. And I never spent a dime in that store. I never bought any jewelry. There was no idea of like, you got to buy a Breitling and then you got to buy a Tudor and then you get a date just, and then maybe we'll consider the Pepsi. And so this was 8 months.
Boom.
So if you think about the typical lineage, yeah, 8 months with no spend,
No
right?
spend.
And there's
But
people
but
saying,
but what did you have? You had certain things that some people don't necessarily have. You
so
had
this is
good
what I'm saying.
connection.
Yeah,
Somebody
there's
vouched for you,
somebody
right?
vouched for me. I have an interesting job. They thought that was interesting. That was cool.
Yes.
They didn't think that I was, just some random guy off the street who's going to flip the watch. So all that takes, I think they take that more into account. Now, yes, if you've been dealing with them since the 90s and you have, $500,000 of purchases from them over the decades, yeah, you're probably ahead of a guy like me. But I think there's still some room for maneuvering there, and this is what I think people don't understand. They think it's like, if I buy this watch, if I buy this much jewelry, if I do this over the course of a year or two, maybe I'll get my Daytona. And that's really not how it works. I think there's some cases where it
It,
does work like
yeah,
that, where over time people are rewarded. But, and he kind of flat out told me, he was like, man, you're the first guy I've ever met that does this job. Like, it was just cool, and we didn't talk about watches because you have other cool, interesting things to talk about. So
right.
there is room for that personal connection and a good story and something that they latch onto that's more kind of esoteric that they don't see all the time.
Right.
It's
So
like
I will
pilots,
say
if
though
you walk in and you're a
that
pilot, you're going to get a GMT.
yeah, wear your uniform. I'm gonna go buy one at Goodwill and watch.
There you go.
But I'll tell you what though, there's two things though that does work though, because that's how you become the whale or you become the big fish. If you do go in there and you buy your wife a Cartier and then you buy some overpriced diamonds and you spend a bunch of money, if they want you to keep spending, so they're going to get you that Daytona. I know a good
Yeah.
friend in the Raleigh area. I think it was Raleigh, and he was told, if you buy this solid gold blue dial Daytona at full whack, I'll get you the stainless steel Panda quickly. And he bought that, and within about 3 or 4 months, they said, "Hey, your Panda's in." So like, there are deals like that, and they were
Yeah.
upfront about it. And this guy has more money than I could ever hope to
Yeah.
have. So he's like, "Yeah, I'll
And
buy that watch."
I kind of equated the analogy I use is the airlines. Like, you can either buy the first class ticket for cash and then you're getting the first class seat, or you can have status with the airline and then you're kind of competing for that upgrade with other people that have status.
Right.
But somebody has diamond and you have silver, you're probably not going to get that seat. And then there's just the charm factor of you walking up to the gate agent and sweet talking them, and kind of, for whatever reason, they're like, you know what, we have an upgrade, well, we're just going to give it to you. So those are one-offs. I obviously don't advocate my approach as a strategy. I don't think it's a strategy. I think I got extremely lucky with the way I bought it, and I probably wouldn't be able to replicate the experience with a brand new AD. But it's just to say that there is no one size fits all. So I think when a lot of people look at this thing and they think the list, they just assume that every AD operates the same way, and as long as I go in and I kind of work my way up and spend, that I'm going to eventually get that watch that I want. That's probably not the case.
So I've told this story
And
before.
you see it online. Some people get.
Uh, John, sorry, continue. I think also it's like some people, they're not good advocates of themselves. They don't know, because I think what this teaches us is like it proves certain things that we heard from the sales associate that or did the Ask Me Anything, and it
Yeah.
was that Rolex wants to sell for big celebrations, because if somebody's getting some kind of a big celebration, or important moment, or if it's somehow it's important for them, where if this watch is on this person's wrist, it's gonna be like, it's gonna make the brand look
Yeah.
good. They'll sell it to those people, will take priority versus people who are just kind of collecting and
Yeah.
sticking them in the safe. Nothing wrong with like collectors. There's people who just collect everything, and just that's what they do. Like those pop, the pop, Funko, whatever they called, miniatures, and they just have them on the wall. Like I have those My Little Ponies up over there.
Mickey, you're muted. I don't know if you were trying to talk.
No,
You were
no,
muted.
and I apologize. You were cutting out periodically. I don't know if it was just for me, but I kept thinking you
No,
were stopping.
that's probably my connection.
Okay. Yeah, but what I was going to say was that your point was, or I think your point was, is that it's a person. We're dealing with a person, right? So in every
Yeah.
sales essay is different, and so like the whole anniversary, birthday thing, there is this sense of power that they get saying, I will bestow this on you, you know what I mean, because of this reason. And it's just another way. There's spend to get a watch, there's another way for them to rack and stack who's going to get a watch, and that's part of it. My story is, and I'll tell a quick version of it, is I used to go to an AD. I would go in because we went over that side of town for lunch, and I would go in a lot, and they knew me. And I actually shipped one of my watches to Rolex through them to get serviced, which I don't ever recommend going through an AD. It was just a hassle going through an AD to have them ship your watch. But I called up one time, and a girl said, actually, we did get a bunch of watches in. I'm like, all right, cool, I'll come by. And I said, is it some sports models? Because I don't want a 29-inch Datejust or a two-tone diamond Datejust 41. She's like, no, we got some watches. I get there, and they go, who told you that? And she shouldn't have said it, right? And I said, well, on the phone, and they figured out who it was. And she's like, well, hold on, let me check. And this AD had these glass walls where you could see them walk down the hall, and I could see them talking. And they didn't go to no magical safe. They just talked. And this girl looked at this guy. He looked over his shoulder and talked for about 2 or 3 minutes, which doesn't sound long, but that's a long time when you're standing there like an idiot. And she comes back and says, no, I'm sorry, we don't have any watches to show you. I said, and this is before exhibition. I said, okay, well, I was told you did, and I just drove here, but okay. So I'm leaving, and this lady goes to me, I hope you found what you needed. And I said, I didn't. Can I tell you a story? And she said, sure. I said, well, I want to tell it to somebody so that it'll get to the top, because I had kind of a weird experience. Is there someone I could talk to? And she said, well, I'm the owner. She was the owner of the AD. This is a smaller place. And I was like, wow. And I met her, and I told her the story. She's like, that happened here right now, and this is the owner. I'm like, yep. She's like, we're not a museum. We hold pieces because we promised them for big customers. I won't deny that. But if we had watches, we should have showed them to you just like anyone else. What are you looking for? And I told her my story. People on this stream that have been around are bored of it. My son got a scholarship to play college baseball, and I wanted to get him a Submariner. And she said, okay, let me work on it. Within weeks, I got a call, said your Submariner's in. After that, I got a blue dial Datejust 41 for him. I got like several watches. I never got a Panda, and I never got a Pepsi, but I got a bunch of watches from this AD because I built that relationship. It was the owner. But back to what Tim said, everyone doesn't like present themselves well, and I just told the story and said, look, I have this, and it wasn't an occasion, it wasn't a real occasion, and she honored it. So like my point of my ramble is, these are people, and if you treat them well, You know, I've never taken donuts and pastries and wine and a bottle of bourbon. Like, I've never done that. Like, I'm paying you
Yeah.
$9,100 for a stainless steel watch. I'm not bribing you to. I don't want it, you know. But I'm also a gray market guy. When I bought my Explorer 2 Polar, I paid like $1,700 over retail, and guess what? I had it on my wrist, and I wore it for years. And the couple of years I had it, it
Yep.
went up to where I was almost paid at gray 3 years earlier what it was costing anyway now, and I wore it on my wrist for 3 years. Like, so I consider some gray market purchases kind of like a convenience fee. Yeah, you're paying more,
Yeah.
but you got it. You could be dead tomorrow. So
Right.
I don't know if any of
Yeah.
that
And I
resonates
just
with
think as a
anyone, but
general principle, and I'm glad that worked out for you. That's a good story, and I'm glad that actually worked out because I think that's the other thing too is people forget that like you said, it's a human to human interaction, and there's nothing charming about like desperation. So I think the more kind of detached you are from the acquisition, and you're kind of like, listen, if it happens, it happens, and you're kind of just nonchalant about it, and you almost forget that there's a watch involved, and you just deal with the person. You're much more likely to make that human connection, and
that's
like you
that's
said at the end, that's what's important because that's what's
that's
going
such
to
a
get you what
cool
you want.
point because I have this saying, and my wife just walked by, so I'll say it quietly. It's easier to get a girlfriend when you have a girlfriend, meaning that like
Absolutely.
if
It's
you
even easier to get a girlfriend when you have a hot wife.
you know, there you go. Amen. But
All
so
right,
you're right
guys.
about that
Yeah.
desperation. Where, John? Where are you? Don't dox yourself. Where are you at? Have you been on the show before?
So I've
We've never
been
been on
on.
together.
I think I've been on Tim's thing. I've been on O'Sheen's thing. I'm the former Fed.
Oh, okay.
We talked about Anthony Ferrer and the whole gray market thing, and
Okay,
O'Sheen
cool.
O'Sheen has me on from time to time to bullshit about politics and stuff. So
Yeah. Well,
that's my
not kissing up. I don't know you, but you're very educated and you're well spoken, and that was a pleasure.
I've been
I
trying
just
to get
ramble. I
John
no
just
man. I
ramble
for,
a
appreciate it.
lot. So
John's
No
also
man,
a
it's a
writer. Let me put the link to your Substack.
well. I'm an amateur. I'm an amateur writer, but it's a free Substack if anybody wants to subscribe and listen to my ramblings and read my amateurish writing. By all means, it's a free Substack.
Just get a link
But
here.
Timmy, I appreciate it, man. I got to get going because my wife is
Thank you.
chiming at me to come eat dinner. But good talking to you, Mickey.
yeah, you too,
Good
brother.
meeting you, and you guys enjoy the rest of your night and have a good show. And sorry about the somewhat choppy audio here.
That's
Yeah,
okay. It was good
I'm
enough.
not
Next
sure, but
time
I
we'll do
think the
it perfectly.
CIA or the FBI is listening. I'm not sure what's going on with your phone, but
Somebody's listening. I'm on my personal computer, so hopefully no one's listening.
oh, okay,
All
cool.
right, guys, have a good night.
Take care, John, and we'll have you on soon for full interview. Uh, Good stuff there, and it's
Yeah, that
always
was we
always good
covered. I
times.
mean, there's no right answer to this, but that was a lot of different perspectives, and and
Yeah,
that was great.
especially from John, who's so involved in this business. Government, in the government business. It's good to have his opinion. I wanna. I'm trying to schedule like a one-on-one live stream with him, where we can have like an extended conversation, uh, and uh, and talk about uh, other stuff as well, stuff that he wrote about in his Substack. I'm gonna put the link to his Substack. There we go. It's in the chat. Please, guys, go subscribe, and I hope to have John back on the stream very soon. It's a wealth of knowledge. Um, Going back here to the article, I have the Business Insider article pulled up. It's about the effects on the pre-owned market. I mentioned that Swiss Watch Expo and the European Watch Company mentioned that they're anticipating over 35% price increase over the next 6 months on wristwatches. And one of the experts in the industry emphasized that this isn't just a tax; it's a seismic event. He called it seismic event, uh, which is expected to significantly uh, differentiate the trajectory of the new watches versus the secondary market, because I think new watches are going to be in particularly affected, because that's just out the gate. They have to come with this price increase, whereas secondary market, I think, is going to have a lot of opportunity in there, right? Gray
Yeah.
market dealers will try to increase the prices to make like extra cash on the watches that they already own, to match the new post tariff prices, and then some dealers might offer pre-tariff pricing just to move, just to circulate
Yeah,
sales. It'll be
there'll
interesting.
be some strategies there, and the people
Hmm.
that do that and say, "Look, we're not raising our prices," and that was the price before and after, they're going to win some customers, especially if they're a
Hmm.
legitimate dealer. And it'll be curious to see which ones are greedy and which ones know, "Hey, look, I'm already making $4,000 on this
Yeah.
flip. Why do I need to make $7,000?" But we'll see. I'll tell you though, this must be a good topic because you had 115 viewers a little while ago. I think it's 107 now. Those upvotes don't show it, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you for everybody who's tuning in to watch us talk about the top. I also spent some time, promoting the live stream. I made a YouTube short and a reel. I posted it on Instagram, just trying to advertise the show. So hopefully, new people are joining. There's new people. Look at this, like brand 700 to get the unobtainium watches. You have to spend big money, or the AD personnel has to like you. Period. See, that's a new chatter in the live stream. Shout
Well,
out to brand 700.
that's a pretty true statement because you just don't walk in and because they have two pandas in the safe, they go, "Oh yeah, I have one." That it just
Mhm.
doesn't happen, you know.
Yes, they're gonna
So
give the pandas either to the person that spends the most, or someone who has the best story. Okay, period. So they're gonna try to do their best not to sell to flippers, basically, because what is basically a flipper? Flipper is just somebody who comes in, they want to buy a watch, they're gonna make shit up, to try and manipulate the sales associate into selling it to them.
yeah, but with a
Right?
flipper though, that only happens like once or twice because if you keep coming in and now you just, I think the AD isn't always. It's I think it's at an SA or a manager level where they condone the flippers because guess what? They're still selling watches. They're still getting their bonus. They're still making their quotas with Rolex, and they do have to do that refurb of the Rolex area every couple of years for a couple $100,000. Like, yeah, I don't blame them for wanting to sell watches, um, but that's not uh, that's not the that's not how it's supposed to be. If they have a watch, you're supposed to be able to buy it. But if you could sell some guy 30 watches a month
Yeah.
and not really have to work hard doing it, I almost I see why they do it. It doesn't make me happy, but I mean, you think Cars and Chronos Porsche? You think anybody could have gotten that freaking GT3 Touring? No possible way. Like, so it's not just watches that are like this.
But the
There's,
thing is, he's a huge car enthusiast, right? Uh, he has a collection of other cars. See, they didn't just sell
oh, I
it. Like,
know.
he's not a Porsche exclusive. He didn't spend all his money at Porsche, right? He's got a Ferrari, he's got a McLaren, he's got like two Porsches, right? But
Yep.
not all of his money was spent at this one dealership. So they sold it to him for a combination of reasons, right? That caliber of a car, sure. And the same thing with the Daytona, right? With the Daytona, they'll sell it to someone who they think, you know spends enough money, just a decent investment, right? Just so that it offsets the loss, the money that that person may have lost buying other watches. But those other watches, they have to be also watches that were bought for genuine reasons, right? And only then they'll do it. I mean, but like if they have fucking I don't know, like Keanu Reeves or some celebrity walk in and they want to buy a Panda Daytona, chances are they'll sell it to the
No
celebrity.
question. No question.
Yeah, because it's good for the boutique to build relationship with the celebrity, because it's good for them to be seen with people of certain status in the store. If it comes out somewhere that, oh well, because they'll invite then that person to a party if they're gonna have it, right? It could just elevate the whole brand image for them.
Well, and
So
it goes beyond that. Even you think
mhm,
Daniel Craig went into the AD and said, "Hey, I'd like to look at that new land dweller." They probably
yeah,
shipped it to him or to his agent and said, "Give this to Mister Craig." I mean, so like that's a whole nother
yeah,
level. But here's a devil's advocate point to what you just said.
hmm
What business is it of anyone why I want my watch? If I want to buy it and give it my brother-in-law, if I want to keep it forever, if I want to flip it because I need the money, like there's a weird
I'll
thing
tell
there
you.
that we allow them to do to us. Like what business is it of theirs?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because
And that's the devil
because they
advocate.
have there's more demand on this product than they're able to meet the supply, right? And also, this is the type of product that nobody genuinely needs. Like if you don't get your Rolex, it's not like getting your insulin, right? It's not gonna You're not gonna die without a Rolex, right? So they want to sell to people who are not flippers, and they want to build a lifelong relationship, because Rolex, they're rather sell to people who will be their customer for life. That it just makes perfect business sense. Think about it. Think about it. Like in your business, right? That you do, you have clients who keep buying your product. That's how you make maximum profit. It's not because in Rolex it's kind of individual level, because but like everywhere else, right? Let's say you're working with Home Depot, you got partnership. Home Depot is your one of your biggest clients, right? But you built that relationship with Home Depot by talking to, I don't know, Home Depot like
Yeah, but you can build a
CEO.
relationship with a flipper if you're an AD just as easy as you can build a relationship with Jimmy Smith that is going to be a customer for life. So it really depends. I think it's really individual. Some
No, but the
AD,
thing is, the flippers, they're not, that relationship is not for life. Flippers are not in it for life. They're in it to pump you. They're in it to get the best models without buying the shitty models, right? They'll lie, they manipulate. They're gonna fuck with your sales associates. They're gonna abuse your sales associates, right? I think we forget that like these sales associates, they're also people, and their job is customer service. You see it. It's all customer service. Rolex, they try to hire good people who who could be like your professional friend that you stop by. Like for example, I find it very cool to being a Rolex customer, because whenever I go to city in New York, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is huge. That I could stop by at any Rolex AD, and there's like seven of them in Manhattan, right? And with my watch, I can stop by. I can get free espresso. I can get sparkling water to go. That's $11 value right there. And
because
plus, if
you're a
I'm with a
customer,
friend,
you're a customer, and you have all the
um,
watches you bought from them. They should treat you that way.
and that's what they do. And they're
You're a
regardless whether I'm
grifter.
gonna
You're a
buy.
grifter, but in this case, you are a customer.
But no, I'm customer. Yeah, I'm definitely a grifter. By the way, guys, please support the grift. I'm trying to hit a goal of $500. If we fundraise $500 today, I'm gonna read the entire Swiss uh, Swiss import law uh, as Shakespeare. Okay, the entire tariff law, like it's a Shakespearean.
I think you
Uh,
just hurt your super
Poem.
chats, not helped.
It's gonna be freaking hilarious. I think it'll take me time to prepare as well, so it'll be hilarious. If you guys enjoy
Just
the
tell
stream,
AI. Just tell
yeah,
AI. Dump it in the AI and said, "Please write this as a Shakespearean script."
I still
Uh,
have to read it. right at the
Oh
end
yeah,
of the day.
that
And
should be
it's
fun.
hard. I would have to practice it as well. I'm not gonna come on here and just embarrass
Are there
myself.
going to be any costumes? You gonna have a costume maybe?
Well, depends.
Tights,
Depends.
tights, and a hat with a feather in it.
That'd be hilarious. But I do have a Shakespeare book. I'll stick the pages in there. Make it fun. I'll try. I'm trying. I'm trying. It's hard, but look, if you guys enjoying the show, support the grift, and I'll do many more fantastic, fantastic shows like the one today. I put a lot of prep into this, behind the scenes. Um, so just getting back here to the stuff. I got two videos that I wanted to talk about. There's two sides of the coin, right? We got two very big YouTubers who reacted to the tariffs, and I wanted to watch their videos and do our reaction, and then a side by side comparison. How's that sound, Mickey? I don't know if you have time. If you have time,
Yeah, if
uh,
somebody jumps on, I'll jump off. I just thought it was an interesting topic, and
yeah. If you have to
I've rambled
go,
enough.
if
I
you
don't want to wear
yeah.
out my welcome.
And no, you're always welcome. I just, I don't want to burn you out. You had fun. Maybe you want to take a little break. I'm gonna
Yeah,
do
do
the
these
video, and
videos.
you can, join us in the chat, however you like. I
All
don't want
right.
to. No pressure. Okay. Uh, so I think we'll watch. Uh, we'll first watch the video by Brit Pierce, and then we're gonna react to the Brit Pierce video, and then we're gonna follow it up with a video that Oshino Mali made on the same topic, and we'll try to analyze and see how these two big influencers in the wristwatch space, uh, how they see the tariffs impacting the wristwatch space. So let's get into this.
Away from making videos on the
Whoops! Hold on a second. I got the audio going into the wrong. Uh, Hold on a second. Okay, the wrong output. There we
US
go.
trade tariffs on Switzerland and the possible effects they will have on the Swiss watch industry for two reasons. For one, I'm not an expert on imports and exports, and I don't feel qualified to speak on this. And two, I am a Canadian who lives in the UK, so I feel pretty out of the North American zeitgeist. I didn't want to speculate on what this meant from an uninformed place. But now that it is real, it's official, the tariffs were put into place on Thursday, August 7th. A 39% tariff on Swiss imports is now in effect. In this video, we're going to talk about what this means and what happens next. This isn't a political channel. I'll be keeping it just about the watches as much as I can and what this means on a practical level for the industry. I am going to break this off into sections because that's just how my brain works, but there will be timestamps down below if there's a specific topic you want to navigate to. So, first of all,
Okay, so for the first topic here, will watches cost 39% more? Ooh, spicy.
this does not mean you will see a 39% price increase the next time you visit the authorized dealer, but some of the cost will certainly be passed off to the consumer. With tariffs, it isn't the exporter who pays the 39%, but it is the importer. They are paid to the customs authority when entering the country and usually must be paid before receiving the goods. So, for clarity, it isn't Rolex paying the US Customs Authority. It will be the importing party. And those extra costs incurred usually result in higher prices, essentially passing along the tariff to the consumer. It is the end buyer who pays for a majority of the tariff. So, as of today, we don't know how high prices will be, but businesses importing Swiss watches today will have a 39% tariff to pay to get those goods in. And some of that cost will certainly be passed along to people purchasing watches in the US. Now, this is a bigger dialogue that has been happening within enthusiast circles. What makes a Swiss watch a Swiss watch? When is a watch Swiss? What if the movement is a Chinese movement that was then cased in a watch in Switzerland?
Ooh.
A lot of this will
Yeah, what's interesting is that for a watch to be considered Swiss, it only has to be 60% made in Switzerland.
Yeah, that's kind of shady if you think about it, but
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's a big actually argument for making watches in America because hey, you know these
and if
so-called Swiss
people
watches.
knew on some of the
Uh-huh.
big brands that their rotors or their cases are made in China, not
Yeah.
that they were in China, I'm sure it's a high quality factory in China, but if they knew that it was coming, that would burn a lot of people's butts, I bet you.
Exactly.
need to be carried out on a case-by-case basis. For most people watching this video, this won't be news to you, but in order for a watch to claim themselves to be Swiss-made, 60% by value needs to be produced in Switzerland. This is something they take very seriously. Under Swiss law, this means that the movement must be Swiss, so assembled in Switzerland, inspected by the manufacturer in Switzerland, and 60% of the manufacturing costs incur in Switzerland. The movement must be cased up in Switzerland, and at least 60% of the manufacturing costs are incurred in Switzerland. So manufacturers will need to decide if they want to continue to write Swiss made on the dial, adhere to this protocol, and face tariffs, or outsource more in Europe and come under EU tariffs.
Ooh, that's an interesting strategy. Imagine like Swiss watch manufacturers selling watches that are not labeled Swiss made, but by like same watch could be just as an example could be Omega Speedmaster, but it just doesn't say Swiss made on the dial because it's just cased up outside for the final processing. Like that's a possibility. Speaking of possibilities of here here is Daniel Katz. He was cased up in Canada.
I was cased up in Canada, but excuse me, my back's bothering me. But I came in and heard some of the stuff. Very interesting.
We're watching Brit Pierce video and reacting to it. She's going over all the little intricacies of how the tariff is going to affect wristwatch market in the United States.
So before you continue, can I just add something there?
Yes.
In my zero brain. Hi, by the way. Hi, Mickey.
Hello.
Okay. Hi. Yeah, Julie, you look like.
Little known fact: Daniel Katz might be Canadian, but his brain was manufactured in Israel.
Interesting.
Yeah. From different sources around the world. I was
Shalom,
pulled. Different parts of me was pulled from different parts of the world. Romania, Lithuania. I think. Alpha Centauri. You've heard of Alpha Centauri, Mickey, haven't you? Anyways, Mickey, looking good. You must have been out mowing the lawn or something.
No, I got a haircut.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Hey, I'll be in Toronto. I know we won't get together, but I'll be in Toronto next week. So
you never know.
I'm not.
And anyone else that doesn't hate me in Canada, because I know I'm not.
Oh, well, we won't get too much into politics. We'll meet. I think I'm pretty good.
We'll just talk about desserts and soup.
I'm trying to get off the desserts. It's a good thing. Okay, so what I before I forget, two things. I was reading through some of the streams. That's nothing to do with us, but we're all related to it. There is a possibility that Switzerland would join the euro. The euro.
Oh.
The EU. That's another backdoor way. Join the EU, and then through that chicanery can get into the 15%. The other possibility is what she suggested just now, our friend, is get more parts made in another country, saying just report it. See, there's so many extra parts, so it's not officially Swiss. That's the other way to do it, I suppose. But joining the EU might be easier and faster.
Yeah, I don't see the Swiss doing that. I know that's an option, but I don't. They're.
Yeah.
I don't see them doing that.
Okay, and the other thing.
Sorry, I keep talking, but it's because I think they're going to go. All right, F it. We'll just sell these watches to Japan and Canada. Like as much as I like America, we ain't the end all be all. Those watches are going to get sold. So I think it's going to be much ado about nothing. They're going to import what will sell in the U.S. But go ahead.
Okay, so I was talking to Daniel Craig, my friend. No, I wasn't.
Nice.
But but the other thing is I talked to an AD up here because a backdoor side of me was a little bit interested. It's funny, after I got rid of the my Explorer One, of the funky color OPs, and I was just, of course they don't have them, but they're staying still at the regular price, without getting to discussion in Canadian dollars. And I was asking about, well, what will happen with all this, because we're in Canada, if they're shipped to Canada. He says, well, here's the problem. Rolex policy usually is they keep the increase stationary, through the currencies, the equivalency, even with the equivalent around the world. So it doesn't matter if we get in Canada, we're going to be hit also, if that makes sense.
Oh,
That's
Now,
true.
I didn't
When
know
it
that.
goes up, but Daniel, that's very insightful, because it's not like it's going to be averaged out across all prices for all countries.
Yeah.
So in a weird way, it may hurt everybody.
Now, I'm talking to the manager of an AD that a guy who used to be a friend of mine I went to. Well, I won't get into that. That's how Tim might knows what I'm talking about. But I went with him there, and he wasn't too impressed. But I think with the manager, but I still like the manager. And I had a pleasant chat with him just yesterday, and he was saying that's the usual way. We're not guaranteed, but that's the usual policy. Is the prices, they keep it stationary. It's an increase. It's usually international, that increase, not just to the countries. Rolex wants to keep it stationary, I guess, because they don't want all this, like a prohibition back in the 30s, Mickey. Prohibition, and they snuck the Seagram's liquor across from Montreal over to New York or something.
Well, look, on that point though, Daniel, if it was that, like, whatever, the Bahamas had zero tax or whatever, we would just all go to the Bahamas and buy our watches for $3,000 less. Like, that business model would kind of implode, because we would all just go to the country with the cheapest watches. And I think that's what they're trying to avoid, because all these ADs got to stay in business,
Yeah. So they're looking at a number. It's like a chess game. They're looking at a number of areas down where things. Like when you take a drug, I guess, a kind of using an analogy, and I screw up analogies, but analogy that suppose that you try to fix one thing, and then you have what are the contraindications? That is, what are the negative effects of taking a 3-day fast? I'm just having a little fun with you, Tim. But what are the contraindications of taking it? That means what might go wrong.
You explode on your friends and you tell them that they need to change their life attitude and be more focused.
I didn't.
With
I
their
wasn't
purpose.
going down that road. Fuck. Anyways, so what are the contraindications of a 3-day fast or anything? I just threw that in.
Give me a second.
Yeah. So then that has to be observed, and so Rolex, based on what the AD said, is saying that you have to this might happen just to prevent that there might be certain crazy thing, like too many people flying to that other country to get $3,000 less, and the country can't handle it, or a mess up in the whole supply chain might be messed up. I don't know. I'm not good with math. But you deal with distribution, your business is in, Mickey. So
that's a good point. That they're not just saying, okay, U.S. gets a 39% increase, I think is your point. What they're saying is they're looking at it from the 60,000 square feet level, saying, how's this going to affect all of our business across all countries? And that makes sense, Daniel. I didn't think about it that way. Because what they'll do is, if they raise the Rolex prices just in the U.S. 40%, that just means that no one's going to buy a Rolex in the U.S. And I don't think they want to do that. But Tim said earlier that they don't make enough watches for supply. So in a weird way, they could. But then I wonder sometimes, when I look at the gray market dealers with all these thousands of brand new watches, it seems like there's plenty of watches in the market. It's just the wrong people have.
Now, that goes without saying, and all due respect, I'm not getting into politics. That goes without saying that there's plans afoot to present to 11 judge court, appeals court of some kind, to put a stop to tariffs unless there's certain kind of an emergency. So it's with, kind of all due respects, there might be kind of a stop to the actual tariff. But right now, the tariffs are going to continue. So we'll see where what happens if it goes to the Supreme Court. And even the Supreme Court, even though they're known to go one direction, in this case, they just might say no to the tariff because it's not based on an emergency war.
Well, but is China? I mean, everyone puts tariffs on Canadian cheese and American cars, and so I don't know what emergency.
I think they're just saying.
Business.
I think Daniel is saying it has to be done in a little bit more democratic way with the Congress and stuff, kind of approving it because Congress controls the purse.
Tim, yes, and
yeah.
I'm talking about something a little bit even separate from the Congress.
Uh-huh.
According to the Constitution, as far as I understand it, and I don't want to cause any
power of the purse.
Oh God, I got Tim G in this. I don't want to get into a political thing. I'm just going by what I heard.
Okay. Daniel's going by what he heard.
That there's a court that might put a stall down the road.
There's a possibility. The president can always go to Congress and make an argument and levy his party to write and make it like a law. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like they could always do it like in a more democratic way.
Okay. Yeah. Tim G, I'm not getting into politics. I'm just saying what I heard that might be a possibility in the stream of things.
Right. Well, we'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
I'm not God. I'm not making the decision here.
Yeah, you're just saying it's a possibility, just like it's a possibility that this is a bluff, and they're gonna, it's gonna come back down to 10% or 15%. I think it's a negotiating tactic, to be honest with you. But
okay,
we'll see it. Let's keep going here with the video, and we'll react to the video. Britt Pierce is dissecting this in very good details, explaining exactly how this is going to play out.
One thing though, I'll say to Daniel though, when it comes to the courts in the U.S., it's dangerous because what's going to happen is if a left-leaning district court does this and blah blah blah, and then next time a right-leaning court will reverse it. It really is a rabbit hole
in other words, it's politics. It's kind of like the same thing with the filibuster, right? There's a filibuster or no filibuster.
And then when the party's not in charge, the other party gets to change it back. It's just how it works.
Yeah. And that's how they do it all the time. That's part of the politics is to change the rules to advantage your side.
Okay,
and
Tim,
to make it easier for your side to pass the laws.
Okay, Tim, I'm going to leave right now.
Why?
Well, Tim G, I'm going to go.
What Tim G? Daniel, okay.
Okay.
What? He's not even on the stream. What are you? Just don't read the chat. Just ignore it. What are you talking about? What are you getting all? Come on, Daniel. You brought up the subject and whatever. He's just trolling you. Whatever, man. It's all cool. He's just talking. He's whatever. It's freedom of speech, Daniel. Let's just watch the video, okay? That's why I'm telling you, stay away from the politics. Just talk facts, and that's it. Gatsby,
I think
$5 super chat. Trump bypassed Congress and the entire democratic process and imposed tariffs by saying Rolex pricing is a national emergency. What politics?
Sorry, guys. I got a call. Hold on. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, let's keep going here with the
could
video.
circumvent tariffs by rerouting goods through third-party countries and participating in something called origin washing. I can't see Switzerland doing this. It is illegal, and it would be fairly easy to spot. Swiss watch manufacturers are very proudly Swiss. They've invested a lot of infrastructure in being Swiss, and they aren't going to change that. Number 3, I live in Europe. I don't care. Can I finally get the Pepsi? This is one of the
Yes, I just want the Pepsi. Oh wait, I have one that I didn't even expect that
don't
they're gonna
deserve.
ever sell me one. Exactly. I don't. It's you know what? They sucked me
teasing.
back
It
in.
was a
This is how
different
they got
time.
me.
How long have you had that one?
I got it right after Daytona. That's how
What
they
year,
got
though?
me.
What year?
It's 2020.
Yeah, before COVID and the crazy market and all that. They were right.
I think it was actually they put me on the list before the craziness, yes. And then the craziness exploded and they said because they already had
2020
me.
was COVID 5 years ago already. You can't.
Yeah. It's almost over. Yeah. COVID-19, right? So it started in 2019 kind of officially, but it didn't pick up until like 2000s, like mid 2000s. Then that's when I got it, like in the end of 2000. And yeah, and totally unexpected. That's how they sucked me in because I told goodbye to Rolex. I got my 3 watches. I got the Submariner, Explorer 2, and the Daytona. I said that's it. I don't need any more watches. They're like, what if we have a Pepsi for you? I'm like,
Well, that was a good mind game. You
"Fuck."
played the mind game on them, and then they reversed it on you.
They reversed it. I know I wasn't playing a mind game. I was genuinely done. I have no money to buy this stuff. I was still paying off.
You're not going to lose money on any of those watches getting them at the AD. So consider
Yeah.
yourself lucky.
Yeah, I'm very,
Right.
very lucky.
Cheers.
Very lucky. I genuinely, I do feel very lucky. I wish I had like the balls to sell them and then put the money into Bitcoin and then have that Bitcoin go to 500,000 and then being able to use that money to buy myself a fancy apartment. But alas, I'm just a soy. Let's keep going here with this though.
funniest attitudes for me to see. And for me in my personal circumstances, one of the more relatable ones. Like, I completely get the impulse to not really care about what happens in the US. It kind of feels not my prob, not my job. You guys sort it out over there. I'm in Belgium. I'm eating waffles. This is a you problem.
Hey,
But
shout
the
out to
world just
Magic
doesn't
City.
work like that. We have this interconnected, codependent trade system that is awesome. The world and humanity is always at its best when we are working together, when we're leaning on each other's expertise in mutually beneficial partnerships. Our most recent data for Swiss watch imports is from 2024, with North and South America being the strongest market. The USA alone accounted for about 17% of Swiss watch imports, and the continents of North and South America was the strongest market last year, up 5.4% from 2023, and represented over 1/5 of Swiss watch exports. Now, if you place China and Hong Kong together, another political thing I don't want to get into, but just for the numbers and looking at Swiss watch sales, if we put them together, they cumulatively are not that far behind the USA in imports.
Fuck. That's I know what she means, like, because I think Hong Kong they want to
Yeah,
stay
that's a
independent,
yeah,
and
that's a
China just putting them together because I think actually Hong Kong was almost like almost officially taken over by China, right? Where it's, I don't know, maybe officially, unofficially, but whatever. It is a big drama. But yeah, look at this between China and Hong Kong. Yeah, but the thing is, China and Hong Kong they have like 10 times the U.S. population, right? U.S. population is 350 million, and then China and Hong Kong, it's let's just see here, just a quick Google search, population of China plus Hong Kong. Let's see here.
China's 1.4 billion. I know that. Hong Kong.
Hong Kong is 7.5 million alone.
And China is 1.4 billion.
Fuck. Yeah. That's so together it's like actually, whoa, that's a lot. Yeah, billion is such a drastically bigger number than a million.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're like 343 or 350 or whatever.
Holy shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it really comparing apples to oranges. I mean, I guess Americans are still in general are kind of better off, but yeah, it's if we just count countries, yeah, it's getting close.
They
Daniel cuts it back.
cumulatively are not that far behind the USA in imports, but they are also declining markets.
Mm,
China experienced a 25% decrease in sales, and Hong Kong an 18.7% decrease. So the USA was a bright spot, increasing their sales, but I can't see that trend continuing. I can't see that upward cycle continuing with importers now having a 39% tax slapped on there. But the question remains, I live in Europe. Can I get that Pepsi now? Can I get those harder to get watches now? It probably will increase the availability of watches depending on where you live, but that is just me speculating. The US will likely import less, and although that doesn't mean your country will import more, in theory, there is a higher chance of harder to get models being more available because they won't be in the US if they are importing less. But on a
Yeah.
serious note, to me,
yeah.
this isn't cause for celebration. With less interest, less sales, we are going to see less innovation and brands will be less willing to take risks. Jobs will certainly be lost on all sides, on the European side and the manufacturer side, and also on the retail and sales teams in the USA as demand decreases. Overall, this is a net negative for watch enthusiasts and the watch industry as a whole. I hope I'm wrong. I would love it if sales stayed the same, but I think that's unrealistic.
I mean, it kind of wasn't realistic during COVID. Nobody thought prices are going to go up and watches are going to go become more desirable during COVID, but somehow in reverse psychology way they did.
Well, you couldn't do nothing. Look, you couldn't. You saved up
Yeah.
12 grand to go to Paris for the summer, and you couldn't. And so you bought a watch. You saved up 12 grand, and you couldn't go anywhere. So you put an in-ground pool, and you built your back deck. You did like home improvement went through the roof. Like a lot of things happened because people couldn't do other things. I don't really think it was because people got $600 COVID checks. Like that's silly when people say it's that, in my opinion. Some people got a lot of money from the government and a lot of it was fraud, but that's a small percentage, I think, that went to Rolex watches. But I wish we're going to watch the rest of it and I'll stop talking, but I hope she does talk about, Daniel had an amazing point about the retails. They're not going to, remember we used to watch like the UK news to see what the Rolex increases were in the US, and it was in a different dollar, it was in a different currency, but it was the same percentage pretty much. When the UK guys got their new Rolex price list before us, it still translated to the US, and so this will be a really big change if all of a sudden they say no, US gets 39%, everyone else just gets their yearly 3.9%. I don't see that happening. But I'm going to Italy in August, so maybe I'll buy one.
Oh yeah, that's the other way around it.
When are you gonna be in Italy? Sorry, Daniel.
Me?
I'm
you're going to Italy, right?
No, Boy Wonder is.
Oh, I'm gonna be at the end of September actually.
Oh, I'm at the end of
August, end of September. Yeah.
Okay, Daniel, what were you saying?
No, no. Good luck with that. I don't think anything is going to be enforced if you do try to get something abroad, like you're going on a trip, you pick something up.
Yeah, I'm probably going to pick up a Panerai just because
right. Okay.
It's cheap there. I told you that story. Sorry for a sidebar. The Panerai that I want $6,100 in the US or 6,400 euro in Europe, but when they take off the 20% VAT and give it right back to you, I could buy it for 5,100 in Italy, and I don't pay U.S. tax on it. Well, I do, of course, when I bring it back, but it's way cheaper in certain instances to buy watches over there, just as it is now.
Yeah.
And this may be the same scenario then, even though you got to pay the import tax to be not get arrested or get fined. You still get a deal. Why not buy it in Europe? I don't know.
It's a good thing to bring home with you as a memento of an amazing trip. That's the way I see it. And you don't even have to buy like super expensive watches. You can just get something high quality, um, but you know, high
Yeah, if I'm going to buy
quality,
a Panerai, what a
affordable.
better place to buy it than Florence? I mean, come on.
Yes.
I mean, for a watch guy, that's where you buy a watch.
Does it also include if you buy like a used watch in Florence, let's say, and then bring it with you to the United States? You
I
have to
didn't
pay
look
too,
at any used stores, and I should have. I didn't even think about that, Timmy.
right?
But my wife would kill me because we were already in the Breitling boutique, the Rolex boutique. We were in the Panerai. Like I was in a lot of boutiques. She was shopping too,
Nice.
but I think if I started going to the used watch stores, that I don't want to make my trip about watch shopping.
You gotta bring Rolex with you and go to all the Rolex boutiques. Get yourself some espressos. Get yourself some sparkling water on the way. On the way, you know.
I'll be wearing a Rolex in Rome and Florence for sure.
Nice.
All right, sorry, go.
Let's keep going here with the video.
Number 4, can't rich people just afford it?
Good point.
So an attitude I've seen a lot
Yeah,
is
Daniel.
rich people can just afford this. They won't bat
Rich people can afford anything. Let's be honest.
an
Doing your
eyelash,
Daniel Katz
whatever.
level.
What is the definition of rich? But let's move on.
Right. Right. Exactly. But like, we mean truly, truly rich. I'm talking about people who. My definition of rich is somebody who's got like 50 million in the bank. Because I think at that point you can pretty much do whatever you want. You don't really have to worry about
Sadly,
money.
$1 million doesn't mean anything anymore.
Right. $1 million, even $5 million. It's not worth it. An apartment, 1 bedroom in New York City is 1.2 million. So I go by that. Like,
Yeah.
so even 5 million, that's you're still gonna have to pay for. It's not a lifetime supply of money.
because you have to maintain those proper
Yes, you gotta
that
pay the
money goes out the
maintenance.
window, taxes, and Timmy, do you ever mention on the stream how much your trust fund is? Is it like 5-10 million? How much is your trust fund?
Oh, it's 150 million. From
Wow.
Ukraine. Yes, from my grandmother who owned a farm by herself and inherited all that wealth,
All that potato money.
all that potato money.
They don't care. There are so many replies to this. I almost don't know where to start. For one, something I've noticed is that rich people are kind of just the same as normal people. Some of them are frugal and cheap and almost live beneath their means because they want to be prudent with their money.
That's Daniel. He lives beneath his means, which is a smart way to do things.
God, you don't know what.
Daniel's
And
gonna
some
live
rich
forever.
All right.
people are very flashy. They love to spend their money. They like to splash out, and they won't
You only
bat an
live
eyelash, as this statement says, because they can afford it. Of the very wealthy people that I personally know, I would say half are almost cheap. They're frugal and very value conscious. It sounds silly, but if a very wealthy person was looking into buying a $100,000 watch for easy numbers, and that watch then became $139,000, that's a big leap. That's a meaningful leap and could make the difference between them buying that watch or not buying that watch.
She's doing basic math, but things aren't going up 39%. I mean, so that's more fear there.
If it stays for the next 6 months, it might, but we'll see how it's gonna work. But and if it's gonna go up in price, I think it's gonna be in steps, right? Is like if I walk in tomorrow into a Rolex boutique, am I those watches that they have inside? There's because they still have a stock that's not affected by the tariff, right? They'll still be selling the non-affected stuff, but anything that's new that's coming in is going to be affected, right? So it'll be.
Or maybe Rolex will do like Apple did when the tariffs were going to be 134%. I heard that there were like 70 or 100 containers of Apple products on the water back then. They brought in a bunch of stuff, and I think that's not like myth. That was a real thing that happened. They they brought in a bunch of stuff underneath the wire for the tariff. So maybe Rolex will bring a bunch in.
Yeah.
Maybe they scrambled to import stuff before it hit the tariff, and now they might just hit pause button and just wait and see how this plays out. If the tariff doesn't get taken off in the next month or 2 months, then I think we'll know that it's here to stay for a long time. But there will be a lot of pressure, I think, on Trump administration to like a public pressure to remove these tariffs. So we'll see how they cope with it.
That's assuming the entirety of the tariff is passed off on them. Say it's 20% is say 20% is passed off on the end consumer. My frugal, very, very wealthy friends probably wouldn't buy it. So, number one, rich people are all different than each other. Some people are really into value, and this will be a big problem for them. And
I think smart rich people, they're into value because they know the value of money. They know how difficult it is to get money, and they're not going to pay for something above retail, above what it's actually worth, just to get it. They don't like, they know that it's not going to be meaningful. See, when you have that much money, you have to create meaning behind your purchases. Otherwise, you're just fucking blowing money.
Your existence overall. When at a certain level, like, look, this is another show as well. There is a psychological ego thing for all of us that we're not wearing Timexes, right? If anyone says that they're wearing a solid gold dancer or a two-tone Guinness because they just love it, yeah, you love it. But you know what? How many people do you see that have their sleeves rolled up, and you know why they do? Because they got that watch on. So a rich person has a different need for validation or attention. When you're vacationing in St. Bart's and
Yes.
you have a house in Santa Barbara and a house in Miami and a house in New York, you can give two fucks that someone sees a Submariner on your wrist. Like, it's a different psychological button that gets pushed for people like that, and they don't have that ego need that they have to say, look, I'm Tim Wright, I got an Air King, I got a Cermet, I got a Submariner, I got this Daytona. Like, they're like, who cares?
I know that those watches are bullshit. I've seen incredible collections. I've seen watches that are worth, one watch that's worth like 50 times the value of my entire existence.
Collection. Right.
But not just my collection alone. Well, besides my collection, I've got nothing.
So think about that. My collection,
and the LED lights in the background.
My collection, according to Chrono 24, is worth about $130,000. That's gotten over years, but that's what it says based on today's value. Doesn't mean I could really get that. One RM, I can't buy half an RM for that.
Right.
You know what? There's something that Tim has that's way more value than all that. Than all of what he has mentioned, even the LED lights.
Friends like Daniel Katz.
No, roommate.
She was threatening to leave me earlier today.
Shit. Put that on stream. Put that on stream. That is stream gold if we could see a divorce proceeding between you two.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Just wait until if I ever make it, it's gonna bounce because it's so frustrated with everything.
You're gonna go back on the market, Tim. You gotta
hates me. Yeah, actually, I think this is gonna help me a lot. Not that whatever. The one eye is really gonna hurt my chances. But you know what? Look, I don't think I'm gonna be looking for another roommate. I'm just I've had enough. I get it. I got the experience. It's very frustrating living with someone because it's just there's nothing I could do. It's just the women, they're just wired differently, and because we don't have those same kind of laws as in the past, it's completely out of control.
They have. Again, back to what pushes people's buttons. Women, pushes their buttons.
It's just existing. If they see men that are happy, it's just nothing drives a woman more crazy than the man that's just sitting there and he's happy. You know, they
Hey, I
just see
just
that
asked
they're like, "What the fuck is this?"
Tim. There's hope for you. I just asked ChatGPT what percentage of the U.S. is legally blind, and there's
Oh,
1.1 million people in U.S. legally blind. So there's a mate out there
wow.
for you.
I might be considered legally blind. I don't know what's the
Oh.
definition of legally blind.
Some people think I'm blind to what's really going on in the world
You're
today.
blind to sarcasm from Tim G.
Whatever.
Okay, let's keep going with the video. We're almost there.
Number 2, everyone's definition on who is rich and what is wealth, who is wealthy, is different. For example, when I was in university, spending $200 on a watch, that wasn't even unthinkable. It just was impossible. I didn't have that much money extra to spend on the stuff I needed, let alone something I didn't need, like a watch. Now, as a person in my 30s, I can comfortably afford to buy a Rolex with a bit of saving, quite a bit of saving, or a Tudor with a lot less saving, but still saving. These luxury brands rely heavily on people in the middle lane that I consider myself in. For people in this lane, these are purchases that are very special, they're aspirational, and they need to be at a price where it is still doable. If Rolex in the UK even did a 20% increase, a date just 36 would become £9,720, and I wouldn't find this aspirational or doable or worth it anymore. Number 5.
Boom, there you go. It's for people who are trying to achieve something. You see, that's the most important thing in life. This is what I think the best thing about watches. It's like it's like a medal that you can get for yourself to keep going, to make like a little thank you to yourself for working hard, because these are expensive fucking things. And they're beautiful. It's art. Don't misunderstand it. It is art that could be worn on the wrist, and it's valuable and it's desirable. It's got great history. It builds important values. Like these watches, they can explain your values, what you like in the world. Like Mickey said, some solid gold dancer wearers, they're wearing it to show off, right? They're probably trying to show off to women how wealthy they are. Hey, look at this, I'm a rich guy. I've got a gold Submariner on the wrist. Come with me tonight for some fun bedroom time, and we'll go there in my whatever, in my Mercedes, or maybe Chevrolet, or whatever, whatever the cool car that he's got.
This is
And
real a little sidebar.
could
True
be
story. The more
yeah.
money I make, the more I dress down. I'm telling you. When I made whatever $48,000 a year, I had the nicest khakis on and a button-down shirt and a blue blazer.
Yeah.
Nowadays, if you see me, you think I was homeless, and I don't make a lot of money, but I've accumulated some things. I look like a homeless guy walking through the Publix shopping center.
It's kind of true, it's kind of like Cars and Chrono, right? He just wears jeans and a black t-shirt. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, and the
Simple.
and the robbers, they have conference meetings of robbers in LA, and they say, look for the ones that are dressed up in a black pants and a black t-shirt and looks unassuming. Those are the guys to go after.
Yes. I heard that there was an article that robbers are now targeting people with Pateks. They're actually evolving because they know that if they can spot like a Patek or a dressy Vacheron, those are, with a tourbillon, those are extremely valuable watches, and they can.
Well, then I can't wear the Furlan Mari because it looks too much like one.
Right, you got to be careful.
I mean, I could be killed over something that's not really worth it. There won't be time for me to say take it.
Exactly.
Is this good news for German, British, and Japanese watchmakers? I think yes and no. I think if I was a German watchmaker, say, I would certainly be seeing opportunity in this moment, and I would be thinking on how I could capitalize on this. But keep in mind, they are facing 15% US tariffs, which is a heck of a lot smaller than 39%, but still meaningful. Do I think Nomos will be taking over from Rolex or Alonga Unzona taking over from Patek? No, but there might be a meaningful newfound interest and bump in sales. Number 6, which brands will be hurt the worst?
I think it also could like maybe stifle their innovation if it's long term, right? Then they won't have to work as hard to make better watches. I don't know. It could have kind of implications other than
I
just.
just want a little bit of a compliment
Uh-huh.
to our host here that you're to her. I forgot her
Brit
name.
Pierce.
Brent, I'm sorry. I hope it's not dementia. Yeah, Brett. That even though it's stuff we know, she's organized it really well. It's
Mhm.
kind of a reminder where we're at. So this is just kind of reminding us to a lot of us what we already know, but is organized so well that we're grounded in what's going on. Okay, continue.
Exactly. That's why it's
Yeah, I
a
like
really
how
good
she did
video.
it. It's a pretty
By
good
the way,
video.
I'll put the
Although she has to get a haircut though. Just tell her to get a haircut, will you?
By the way, I'm going to put the
Sorry.
link to this video in the chat so you guys can save it for later and watch it at your own pace.
It will be smaller and mid-sized brands that take the biggest hit. So small independents and entry-level and mid-level priced brands. A lot of these watchmakers, brands, manufacturers just don't have the tools or the capital to weather this time, nor do they have the profit margins to be able to take this kind of hit. I am not saying they're going to disappear by next month, but they will be hit the hardest. Let's finish off with some of my thoughts. If you regularly watch...
Right, there's a lot of brands that sprung up recently that have razor thin profit margins because of like how high quality they are at the price point where they're at. Those brands might be screwed.
This channel, it is my natural instinct to be cautious, if we put it nicely. I wish I wasn't wired this way, but when something bad happens or something that will cause uncertainty, it's my natural instinct to think the worst. But there is one thing I think the luxury watch industry has working for it is luxury perception and the way luxury works. I've been saying it too much lately. I know it's annoying. I'm going to stop saying it. But this last time, luxury watches are Veblen goods, meaning their desirability increases as their price and perceived exclusivity increases. I think they might be uniquely situated to ride this one out, lean further into the luxury and craftsmanship angle, and hope for the best. That is the most optimistic reading I can give this. I do not think this is an overall positive.
If anyone could pull off Rolex saying, guess what? A sub is now 13.5, and then people want it more, Rolex could do it. Like, people are going to buy it no matter what, I think. I don't, that's the other side that we haven't said. Do people think we're going to stop buying Rolex because it went up? No way.
In fact, we might start buying more. They were already way up, and right? They went up.
A stainless steel sub's $9,100 unless it's gone up again.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of money for a stainless steel watch. 10 grand. I mean, wow.
Oh yeah. And you know what? It makes those watches that were bought a couple of years ago before the pre-tariff, in the pre-tariff world, so much more valuable. People are going to feel like,
that's the first thing I just said
that's
the first thing I said was my watch value just went up 39%.
Exactly.
And that's true. Yeah, that's true, because if the gray market's going up, then the value of my watches on a used market are also going up, because it's relative to what, okay, well, do you don't want to buy my used Guinness? Then go buy a new one for $9 grand more, like, at the AD. So it is all connected, for sure.
Okay.
Daniel, your date just went up big time, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She mentioned Veblen, the whole concept of Veblen economics.
Uh-huh.
Does anyone know about Veblen economics? Remember, she mentioned that.
Tell us about it.
Well, it's okay. So I'm not placing a stand on this. I'm just saying he's said stuff that John Kenneth Galbraith, who's a famous economist from Canada, I might add, and other economists, they're left center, but I'm not here to start arguing one side or another. Okay. So Veblen's insights reflect on the critique on consumerism, not because the consumerism is bad, but the social structure that encourages individuals to seek validation.
Yes.
Validation through material possessions. And we do a bit, but it gets carried away a little bit.
Yes.
And that's what she's talking about. I'm not getting into politics. I'm just talking about.
There's nothing to do with
It's
politics.
true.
I said that earlier, that a billionaire isn't worried about people seeing him with a $40,000 watch. It's like at a different level. You and I, there's an ego, there's a pride. You're proud to say I attained something and I could wear this watch. So go ahead, Daniel.
That's the basis of it. Now he can get into a sort of a left leaning that even I might disagree with, but that part of
impossible.
What? Yeah, but that connects to what I was talking about yesterday, Tim. A little off topic, but it still kind of connects. Mm-hmm. Is people seeing all the things that Tim Wright said about why people see. Formula One with Brad Pitt. He's a great actor.
Yeah.
I want to see Formula. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, fantastic.
But and I'm not knocking that. I'm talking about a crowd of people that don't just. I'm not talking about people that see Brad Pitt because he's good and he's damn good, or the story's really good, but it happens to be backed by a lot of money. I'm not knocking that. I'm talking about in a society. It bothers me a bit when people are so insecure that they're almost idolizing an actor. They're idolizing a preacher or a certain priest or a rabbi or whoever. They over idolize, make it all godly. The product, the buying, I've got in Lord of the Rings, there was a lot of deep stuff in that movie, Lord of the Rings, where was it the Gommel or whatever this character was? Oh, me precious, with that green stone that he wanted.
Yeah, Gollum. And we loved you in that movie.
What?
No,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Anyway, so that's where I'm getting at with that. It's that whole nonsense of seeking validation and also idolization of things and people. And we all could be valid. And I'm not talking right or left here. That's all. What happened, Tim? I can't hear you. Tim, I can't hear you.
Fuck. Okay. Hey, sorry.
There we go.
Sorry.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's bad on many levels. Idolizing watches could cause to a lot of trouble, like overspending just to keep up, right?
Yeah.
Keeping up with the Joneses,
yeah,
right?
That's where that came from. Yeah.
Yeah. There's people who are like, it's unfortunate, but it is a kind of a human trait that some people have where they have to always kind of one up each other.
Well, why don't we all drive Toyota Priuses or a Ford Focuses, and we have to have BMWs and Mercedes and Corvette CO6 and Lamborghinis, like it because that's human nature, right?
No, I have nothing wrong with that, Mickey.
Yeah.
It's good to have.
I didn't say you did.
Yeah. I think I'm talking about people that Mickey, you've met, that they're just so caught up in it.
They get caught up.
And Carson Kroner was not that at all.
No.
He's the most
he's in a good place, but he's not that at all.
Yep.
Because he built himself from nothing, so he's grounded in reality.
Yeah.
It is
what it is, right? So
exactly. You should never link your self-worth to possessions, right? I think that's what you were trying to say.
Yeah.
We're not our personal value is not measured by the brand that we're wearing on the wrist.
Let me turn my camera on. Your self-worth should only be determined by your hat collection. You have a hat collection that has colorful and different styles and glasses. If you have a glasses collection,
Yeah.
Mm.
hey Daniel, watch this.
Ooh, smoke and mirrors.
Whoa. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, let's finish up this video. I've got one more to play.
Okay.
Thing for watchmaking. I don't think it's an overall positive thing for the US, and it's certainly not for watch enthusiasts. I believe because of this, we will be seeing less innovation, experimentation. There will be less watches being produced, which means less jobs in the sector. I think we'll be seeing a greater reliance on existing IP because there won't be the market or resources for creating new and fresh things. I said it somewhere else in the video, but I really mean it. Humanity is at its best when we are working together. Watchmaking was at its best when brands were working together and leaning into their unique specialities before everything had to be in-house and vertically integrated. This is all very new. This is an uncertain time, and we'll see what happens.
Can I say something on that?
Yes.
Okay, to this day, and we saw that in that interview with Philippe.
Yeah, by the way, Daniel, just very quickly, we have a guest who's trying to join the live stream. So he's got his camera on. If he wants to join with the camera on, just give me a thumbs up, and I'll bring you up onto the show. If he wants to, okay, very cool. Hello, welcome to the show, Sid 203.
Long time. Have you been, Tim?
Hey, I've been fantastic. Just trying to grind away as much as possible to do the show. How are you, sir? How did you find the show? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Doing okay. You probably don't remember me. I was on a long time ago, a couple of years ago, Tim, Steve, if you remember, or a quarter's eye, if you remember me from years ago.
Oh, okay. Yes, you're the one who put me on
Chrono Swiss.
The Chrono Swiss, exactly. And then PG went on and he got multiple Chrono Swiss since then.
I saw your video that you put on with the new Chrono Swiss. I forgot what it's called. It's a brand new watch, the titanium bracelet. I know that you were interested in that watch. So
yes.
It's an interesting watch. I don't mean to change the subject. It's an interesting watch.
No problem.
A bit expensive for me anyway, but it's a nice watch though. It's very, very interesting. So I watched your video, which was really cool. And I forgot who you had on your show, but I know you were discussing it with a friend of yours on the show. And it looks like Chrono Swiss are doing a lot of very interesting things, which is good for 2025. So it's good to hello to everybody on the stream, though. By the way, hello to everybody.
Shout out to old time viewer.
Thank you. I caught the tail end of what was being said. I know everyone's concerned about the tariffs.
Yes.
I don't suspect that's going to last for long. I think Switzerland will make a deal with the United States. I think I don't think that first. I don't think it's 39%. I think it's I don't know what it is, if it's wholesale price, but trust me, I think Switzerland will sit down with Trump and they'll make a deal. I believe. I'm hopeful that they will. So it's
right.
I don't think it's going to be that bad. I know I watched Brittany's video about the tariffs and everything, and there was a comment.
Video, the way she dissected everything. Yeah.
Well, there was a comment on her video. Somebody left a comment. That the tariffs technically are not 39%. It has something to do with wholesale prices, and so I don't know anything about any of that.
So okay, so maybe what's going to happen. So for example, maybe Rolex. Let's say Rolex sends the watches to the Rolex USA, right? They sell them at wholesale, which is like maybe it's 30% of the value of the final MSRP. Right. So that gets hit with the tariff, the 39%, and then that gets factored into the final cost.
That's my son, guys. Well, that's Junior. Say hello.
Hello, Junior.
Hi.
Hello, Junior. Well, are you also a watch collector?
I'm not really.
I've tried, Tim. He had some nice watches though, but he just
doesn't want to.
Yeah, he's just not. Maybe when he gets older,
you'll grow into it. Especially there's so many opportunities. He should study some stuff in wristwatches.
Let me ask you guys real quick, because I'm thinking about this, but it's not definite. I've tossed around now for about a year the Glashütte original, the Panoramic Lunaron bracelet. What do you think of that watch? Because it's I think it's a good watch, but depending on what channel you watch for a review, some people like it, but the reviewer, they won't buy the watch themselves. You know what I mean? They praise the watch, they say it's a good watch, but they don't actually buy the watch. So I'm trying to, is there something wrong? Like
that's where you gotta look into some other reactions on people that actually bought the watch. These people have nothing against the watch that you might like. Like you were saying Glashütte. Which one were you talking about?
This is the one on the screen.
Oh, that's absolutely gorgeous. It's like a Lange Son for less MSRP, but it's darn good. It's like the Lange one, that one.
Yeah, great bracelet, by the way. I think it's an Italian company that makes the bracelet, and it's a really good bracelet.
Yeah,
really
just look at enough reviews, 203, and you'll see there's enough people that like it. But when they have their collection in place, let's say you went to Hodinkee or you went to whoever, that's a blog to watch might be a good, reliable.
Yeah, I like them. Group. I like them. Ariel Adams.
Yeah, Ariel Adams. Even if Ariel Adams himself or his staff he's been here from before the Common Era, basically, right, Tim? Ariel Adams. So if he or his team gives a pretty good review, that would be good enough. But they have their collection in place. It's nothing to do with not liking the piece. So,
that's a good point. I never thought of that. That's actually a really good. That's a good point.
Very many variables in place. Like some people say, I really like this watch or that watch. I fall into that trap. I like my Hebrain, but I might say, hey, I want another OP, one of those colored OPs, because I like the idea of wearing a watch in all kinds of weather. That's not knocking the dress watch. It's just that you got to change the strap every once in a while.
Yeah.
The sweat will make it stink, and then it's no good. Then you just got the case. So this looks like a gorgeous piece. I'm not so-called expert, although Tim might think I'm somewhat, but that's a beautiful green. I think it's a few thousand less than for sure than a Lange Son. But darn it, they've been known to be great watches. But be wary when you look at the article by Hodinkee or Ariel Adams magazine, a blog to watch. Pretty well ignore the commentary underneath. These are just trolls, half of them.
Right.
You understand?
Right. That's a good
half of them
point.
are just trolls.
Yeah.
They'll knock and criticize anything.
They
would say they'd rather have me dead than alive. I mean, that's trolls. And that's in a magazine, Tim. That's not just here we see it on YouTube. We're used to it. But I wasn't used to it today. But I that's my bad. But those magazines, you kind of ignore the trolls underneath, and you look at the article by, let's say, Ariel Adams. His people will say this is sponsored. So it's sponsored. They're sort of selling the piece. They're not just making a review. But if they're making a review, there might be a bit of a bias, but it's usually pretty good. Another person that might give feedback would be our friend, Oisin O'Malley.
Right.
Look up under YouTube if he ever did do a thing on Glashütte. I'm almost sure he'll say,
did.
Oh, he hasn't?
No.
Okay.
There's a good example. I know Tim is familiar. You might be familiar with him too. And I respect him because he's very knowledgeable. But Bill Sanders from Watch Arts Eye.
Yes, I know him.
I respect him. I respect his decisions. But he's under the impression that the watch has a silicone hairspring, which, as far as I'm aware, this particular watch, this particular model, I don't believe does. There is a model of this that does, but he doesn't like silicone. He doesn't like so he dismisses entire brands sometimes because some watches have silicone hairsprings, which I respect them, but I don't think that's fair. You know what I mean?
Some years ago, about the gentleman you just mentioned, with him, it's all about the movement.
Right.
Even if you get a really good just off topic, if you get a really good, beautiful piece, that they worked out the dial like for Lamari, my guess is that it's not, he's sort of just not interested, because it's got to be the movement that moves a person that's into horology. He's a bit of a purist. I don't agree with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with his approach. I just don't agree with it. I don't.
He's a wealth of knowledge. I do respect him. And he's a wealth of knowledge.
He's very knowledgeable. But the thing is about the hairspring that's made of that material. When and if something goes wrong with that hairspring, and it may be years from now, a reputable company or the person that's serving your watch will simply replace that hairspring. You can't really fix it. And that's the problem with the hairspring. Is my understanding is you can't knock it and fix it if something's not quite right with it. But my understanding, no one's had a problem. The Omega watches that have that, and a bunch of
Rolex too. Rolex too.
They have somewhat slightly different, I think. Some of them might have it, but they have
the new watch. Was it the Land Dweller? I think that's a lot of silicone technology in the watch. I believe
the Land Dweller basically got the entire escapement in silicone.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a lot of science behind the technology, but nevertheless, as you know, he.
You don't have to say.
I see his point.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't see it. It's just that I've been. First off, putting aside the fact that everyone has different tastes, and somebody may like something else, and that's perfectly fine.
Right.
I've taken a good hard look at this brand and the watch, and it has, at least in my opinion, the brand itself has a solid history. Although, there's obviously some issues around what happened with communism and things like that concerning the brand, and in Eastern Germany and things like that. But as far as I'm concerned, Glashütte Original have they have a good reputation, regardless of how far back you go. Some people look at them in the modern era, after the Berlin Wall fell, which is fine.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good company. They make decent watches for a good price. They actually, again, in my opinion anyway, I'm gravitating toward this brand and this watch because there's so few brands that offer a good watch for actually a really good value, and you can see it when you look at the movement. You can actually see where the money went, where they spent their money on the movement. It's not one of these, fly-by-night type of companies trying to scam people to make a quick buck. That they genuinely seem to care about the watches that they make. They put really good quality and hand engraving, and they make their own dials and things like that. So I find it perplexing when people trash the brand. I don't understand it. I mean, I don't.
Well, John, who was, I think, on earlier, Tim, he's just giving it a thumbs up right now.
$5 super chat. Glashütte is one of the best and most underrated brands out there. A true watch connoisseur's watch. Great show tonight, Tim. Thank you for having me on. Thank you so much, John.
I'm a fan of Chrono Swiss. Tim knows that. I still have my balance on here. My Chrono Swiss balance. But
yeah, let's take a look at it just really quickly.
I'm going to be the first to admit to everybody, I love this watch. It's very rare. They don't really have many of these. These are very hard to find. They don't make them anymore. This was the last watch that was under Gerd Lang when he owned the brand before he sold it. So it's kind of hard to see. I know that this isn't your style, Tim. I know that's not your style.
What is my style? Just the Rolexes that I was able to afford at the right time and the right place. But that's an amazing looking watch. Very traditional. I love the bracelet on it. The beads of rice kind of a thing.
It was different, so I bought it because it's different. It was something. The movement is it's a value 7750 with a module on it for the retrograde. It's got a retrograde date and a retrograde 30 seconds. So it's It's not anything spectacular.
It's a
but
solid movement. It's
yeah, it keeps
yeah.
good time, and it's. However,
Yeah.
if you compare, I'm not trying to criticize Chrono Swiss, but I just want to give an example. I
Yeah.
like the new Chrono Swiss watch with the bracelet, with the
Mhm.
titanium bracelet. It's a really cool watch, but that watch sells new, I think around $14,000 or $15,000 on US. I think if you go on the website, something like that.
I'll pull it up right now. Uh-huh.
You can get the Glashütte original, the Panoramic Lunar on bracelet from an AD for around $12,000-13,000
Yes.
new. And that watch has a lot of handcraft going into it. That Glashütte, there's a lot going on with that watch that I don't see with the Chrono Swiss.
Mhm.
So for me, as much as I love Chrono Swiss, I can't see spending $14,000 and justifying it. You know what I mean? I mean, I like Chrono Swiss. Don't get me wrong. I love the
Yeah.
brand, but I can't see justifying the price when you compare it to the Glashütte because there's so much going on with that Glashütte that I don't know. Am I wrong? I mean, listen, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, you guys can convince me otherwise.
This
Maybe
is kind of the
um,
problem where some of these brands, they go in-house and they increase the prices to the point where it now they're competing against other brands who've been around for much longer, and they're offering like seemingly better value.
right,
And
exactly.
I agree with you. If I was looking between these two, definitely look, Glashütte, it's an older brand. They've been around, they survived the World War II. They've been manufacturing watches continuously. They do hand engraving, right? And the
Yeah,
bracelet on this thing is incredible. It's got that micro adjustment system.
yeah, yeah.
I think they share this. I think the same manufacturer does the bracelet for IWC and Odysseus. They use
I'm
parts of
Steve,
the
by the way.
technology.
You can call me Steve. I'm Steve. But I think
See,
I think
there's
I
nothing
don't know.
wrong with this
But
watch. Okay, look,
yeah,
the whole thing with the hairspring, right? It all comes down to philosophy, right? It's nothing. There's nothing wrong. Look, silicon hairspring has its advantages, right? It's
yep,
anti-magnetic. It's temperature stable. It
yep.
doesn't require lubrication,
Doesn't
right?
require adjustment.
It doesn't require adjustment. It's manufactured to precision how it's going to be installed. It's corrosion resistant, right? It's got its downsides as well, right? It might be brittle because of the way the material
Really.
works, right? It might be difficult to repair. But that's why usually silicone hairsprings, they're just replaced. They're not like but the same thing is kind of true with traditional hairsprings. They don't last forever either.
Yeah.
Eventually, they might last. Let's say, let's just hypothetically just say that, oh, it might last twice as long. Well, regardless, right? It's a watchmaker might get the watch for service, and they're going to be taking off the balance wheel, and they might accidentally fuck up the hairspring, so they're going to have to
Mhm.
replace it. So it's just but at the end of the day, the whole thing, it's all about philosophy, right? And that's what it's going to come down to. It's going to be a big battle in the wristwatch world, right? It's going to be do we want to make watches to the utmost traditional way, or are we willing to add certain elements of modern technology that don't necessarily, like they don't fundamentally change the watch, but they make certain improvements, make certain things better. And there's going to be, Bill Sanders. He's one of these people who's very traditional. He thinks that watches should be made completely according to the traditional techniques. And that's there he's gonna have his following. It's kind of
Right,
like
right.
religion, there's Protestants and there's Catholics, and they
Yeah,
see things
that's a
in
good
slightly
point. Yeah,
different way,
yeah,
and
very good.
you have to decide what's best for you, right? What is do you want to subscribe to this philosophy that Bill Sanders subscribes of of traditionalism, or do you want to, bend the rules a little bit?
Well, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Bill Sanders says, "Well, hold on a minute. That's my leaning, but I got nothing against these other pieces." So that might be what he will actually say. He says, "Don't put me in a pigeonhole."
Right.
I made a mistake of doing that. I got frustrated about something and emailed him, and he says, "I never said that. What are you talking about, dude?" And he may have had a point, because he is not knocking other people's interests, but he has a leaning a certain way.
He's sharing his opinion, his philosophy.
I've looked back on his videos. I've gone back 4 or 5 years, and some of the brands, including Glashütte original and other brands, he absolutely praised years ago. All of a sudden, because of what's going on with the silicone hairspring, you're lucky if he brings up the brand at all now because of it, which is a shame, because he used to praise Glashütte original.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, is silicone really the end of the world? You know what I mean? I mean, here's you gentlemen, I want to pose a question to you gentlemen. If silicone was available when Piguet was alive, do you think Piguet would have shunned it, or do you think he would have embraced the technology and he would have used it? You see, this is the thing.
I don't think my answer to that is you cannot answer it, because it's about like an orange and an apple, comparing orange to apples. What happened was, if we have to know from Piguet, if we talk to him, are you okay with replacing that ear spring, because you can't really fix it once it's broken? You have to replace it. Is that okay with you? That's more of a business question as opposed to a horology question. He won't be able to answer you that. Now,
that's a good point. That's
Rolex,
actually really,
by the way, had a Paragon hairspring, which may be manipulated. It's not that same spring, but they're both really good. And those earrings are meant to last. But then again, it's not the end of the world. It's not the whole movement you're changing. You're changing an effing little spring, if it ever was in trouble that way. Now, I just want to add to you, sir, that I just sent to Tim on his on the chat, on the WhatsApp or whatever, Monochrome's review of the Lang song in general, and that just gives that another reassurance that it's a great piece, a great company. I sent an article to Tim. If he wants to show it, fine, or just pass it on to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah,
there's other brands too. I mean, I know the gentleman, H. Moser. I can't afford anything new, but maybe on the secondary market, that's
where did you send it to me, Daniel?
I thought I sent it to your.
Here on the monochrome. Okay.
Yeah.
Parmigiani Fleurier. I don't know if you gentlemen have any opinions on Parmigiani Fleurier or not. I think their watches are a little expensive.
They're top notch too.
They're great watches.
A little more dressy kind. No, they're just a different kind of dressy.
By the way, Sid, just so you know, we do have members in the watch community who have the watch you're talking about. See, this is Mike Lewis's from his personal collection. He has a blue Luna moon phase, panorama date tomb, panoramic lunar. There we go. So yeah, panoramic lunar date in beautiful blue. Also, that's a shout out to Mike Lewis. He's in the chat. He's joining us.
Beautiful watch.
Oh, Mike Lewis, I forgot you had taste.
That's right. He's got beautiful taste. But he's kind of sick and tired of Rolex and exploring so many different other brands. He also recently got the Snoopy, the Mission to the Moon. It's beautiful watch. So he's got this one right here. Also, Double D, another member of the watch community. He's got Pano Luna date. This is Mike Lewis's one. But Double D also has this watch on the bracelet with the silver dial. And he took the bracelet off. He wears it on a leather strap, but he wanted to buy it on the bracelet because of how amazing the bracelet is. And he just, he loves it. And
who's that? Is that still
Double D?
Double D.
There's a lot of fans of the watch. So
yeah,
it makes me feel
it's a very
lot better,
popular
more
watch.
comfortable. Definitely. The question, I guess, is
Now, when it comes to Breguet, would he embrace silicon or not? But the guy was obsessed with innovation, right? He's in kind of inventor of tourbillon, overcoil hairspring, right? The
True.
parachute shock protector, right? The Breguet hands. It's the subscription watch that basically invented like a pre-order system for wristwatches, right? He was always pursuing isochronism, right? Temperature stability, all these inventions, everything he invented was to solve different problems.
way ahead of his time too. Way ahead of his time.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
wait a minute, hold on.
He also experimented with different materials, right? He worked with he developed alloys and like temperature resistant steel. I think he worked with like a gold escapement, right? So I don't know, but I
good
think
point,
if
Tim.
silicon was available to him, I think
good
he would
point.
use it, right?
That's how I feel.
I
I feel
stand
he would
corrected,
use it.
Tim.
Yeah.
All right, good point.
I'm just saying. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
All right,
You know.
all right, good
I
point.
appreciate that, guys. Looking in the future, in the near future. See, I'm also thinking about a watch that I would be proud to pass on to my son, and other watches too. I want to be able to have good quality watches that I would be able to pass on to my son
If he gets interested.
Right.
Right
He
now.
was interested. I don't know what happened. He was
Yeah.
interested, and I had some nice pieces for him, but then he just, I don't know, he just lost interest, and that was it.
Well,
So it's,
What is
I don't.
how old is
Maybe
he?
when he gets older, he's going to be 12, so he's a bit
Oh,
young.
there you go. There
He's
you
a bit
go.
young.
That's fine. It's fine. You know.
Hoping
You
when he gets older.
you gotta here's the thing. See, the watches, they're best to celebrate events. So maybe next time it's his birthday, you can get him a fun swatch, but it has to be kind of so it matches his interest. You see, like if he's
Yeah.
into Batman, get him the swatch with a Batman on it. You see, that's how you get you build the interest. Or special occasions, you go with him to I don't know, for a trip, get the watch on the trip. That way, when he wears
That's a
the
good
watch in the
idea.
future, he remembers the trip. Oh, this is
I
I
appreciate
got
that.
this watch was when I was with my dad on this
I know
amazing
one
trip.
thing he doesn't like. He doesn't like bracelets. I don't know why, but that's all right. Nothing wrong
Get
with
it
that.
on the
Good
rubber
quality.
strap.
Right. That's a good idea, Tim. So when we do
I
something,
look at it. I look at it a different way. Honestly, I look at it a different way. I remember when I was a kid or a preteen, and it was always my place in the world, my purpose, and I was getting into track and field, and working with fellow guys my age, or something to do with the arts, or playing the piano or guitar, finding some place in music, or if it's math, whatever that is, but something to do with creative, whether it's science or something else, and that is what to be encouraged with that, and not the valuable watch yet. The watch that would build that assistance to all those things he's doing, Tim, you'll laugh at me. I would say is a Casio, a one that is multi-use Casio. So he's a smart kid, figures out, well, I can figure out my pace. I can figure out this with like that
something
kind of thing.
to grab his
attention. What?
Something to grab his attention.
To grab his attention. We're not talking about owning some expensive piece yet, because the brain, to me, my guess, and I don't have kids, but I have two little nieces. They're sweethearts. Is the doing? They're so involved with doing
the phone. They're all on the phone all the time.
The labor of love of whatever they're into.
And that's the thing. The phones, they will change, but the watch, it's the thing that can stay for many years. And if you help him, like if you get a nice Seiko on the rubber strap can be replaced, and then the watch could be serviced, but it could still be the same watch that you got on the trip. Username.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna step out just to use the bathroom, and I'll be right back in a minute or two. And I'm actually gonna talk to my son, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Apologies. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'll put you in the back room. That way it doesn't dox you. Okay.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
Username Mickey. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Obvious to say, but it comes down to buy what you like and fight the haters. Although some watches are best bought used, as some brands drop in value the second you walk out of the AD. IG Breitling. Yeah, Breitling, you got to buy on Joma Shop. Second hand.
EI or EG, yeah. Breitling, yeah.
Exactly. And by the way, shout out to a member of the watch community who just recently bought a watch secondhand and loving it. Shout out to our Australian friend Dingo Dave. He's making pancakes and wearing his gold Omega.
Oh, this is in Australia. He's in Australia, right?
Yes.
And he's using some nice butter in the background.
He's using a silicone butter beater.
Okay, a silicone butter beater. All right. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, that's interesting. I was gonna say something.
Black Dial says, Tim Wright, we completely lost the plot now. What are you talking about? No, the plot. We're still on the plot. We're firmly on the plot, guys. Come on. How did we lose the plot? We're still chugging along here, guys. The plot is smash that upvote button. It might actually make the 39% tariffs go away.
That's what it was, and then we got into Sid's piece.
Oh, I think this is a good conversation with Sid.
Yeah,
this is valuable stuff right here. A wristwatch dilemma, right?
A wristwatch dilemma due to the tariffs. He's looking at Glashütte. It's a German brand, so maybe it's not off the topic. I'm just saying one of the guys. I'm not saying it.
I think it's all related, kind of in a sense, in a kind of a
in a sense, because here's a guy that's looking at alternative to Swiss watches.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Glashütte Original is a German brand.
That's right.
It's gonna be only 15% tariff on it, and if he goes shopping from European watch company, he can get it at a mega discount. European watch company.
Regardless, if you get it at a discount, then it's almost a mute point about a tariff.
Yeah.
But if it's a gray market dealer that happens to be in Switzerland, forget it.
Forget it then.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Chrono 24. Hold on, let me just. I had it open. I don't know what happened to it. I screwed up. I had this Glashüttes. I was looking at them.
Did he? Maybe he just dropped his line made it dropped off.
Hey, Tim G, welcome to the show.
Hi, I'm just on for 2 minutes. I don't want to piss off anybody. You didn't read Gatsby's super chat.
Shit. Sorry. Thank you.
That's it. I'm done. See you later.
Okay. See you later.
I'm on a hot date, so I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Gatsby. I accidentally missed it. It's not intended. I really appreciate the super chats. It's what fuels the live stream. Without the super chats, there is no live stream. So thank you, and my sincerest apologies. For fuck's sake, Tim, Harry Springs are made of silicon, a metal, not silicone. That's for boobs. Oh.
Okay, yeah, inadvertently made
shit.
No, I make those mistakes too. So.
Oh man. We need both. So let's be honest. Sometimes we need the silicon, silicon enhancement.
It's silicone.
It's really important. The silicon. Guys, I have a poll running, by the way. So if you're watching the live stream and you're just passively listening, go into the chat and vote in this. Are we embracing the future or this heresy against traditional watchmaking? Go vote. We've got Sid back here. Thank you, Gatsby.
Forgive me for my appearance, by the way. I don't know if I seem disheveled or drawn. I just had shoulder surgery 2 weeks ago, and it was a bit more involved than they thought it was going to be. And then I ended up sick after that. Now I have to go for spine surgery.
Oh
So
shit!
yeah,
Sorry to hear that.
I'm trying to.
Is it like arthroscopic, or they have to open completely, or what?
Well, initially I went to another surgeon and I went for an MRI. And when I went to visit the surgeon, it was kind of strange. He only showed me 3 images on the MRI, and I know the MRI has a whole slew of images. So he only showed me 3, and he said, "Oh, you're fine. Just go to physical therapy." And I said, "Well, I can't, excuse me, I can't lift my arm."
Yeah.
And I'm like, the report from the radiologist said there's some issues going on. He kind of dismissed that. He didn't agree with the radiologist's report.
Oh yeah.
So when I left his office and I was in the car, I said, "Wait a minute. If there's nothing wrong with my arm, why can't I move it?"
Yeah.
So I went for a second opinion. It took a little bit for the new surgeon to get the MRI because they didn't want to share the MRI. I had to,
here also.
and then the disc wouldn't work for him. I had to go back and get another one. But anyway, he was able to access it and make it work. He went through every image with me, and it was supposed to be in and out. It was supposed to be 2 bone spurs, and there was like a cyst or something under the shoulder blade or something like that. So it was like maybe a 20-minute surgery.
Right.
Wow.
Well, when he went in, I guess they have some kind of a probe or something, and the probe went right through my arm, right through my shoulder, right through the muscle.
Oh golly.
Right to the other side.
Yeah.
So I had a full thickness rotator cuff tear, which he didn't expect at all.
Yeah.
So he ended up had to do what's called a mini open. So at that point, it went from laparoscopic to
Oh golly.
to a mini open. So he did the 2 bone spurs. He then had to do the rotator cuff repair.
Temporary, because he wasn't expecting to do it. This is temporary.
Yeah, it was. On top of that, he found something under the shoulder blade.
Yeah.
So he had to go in there as well and fix whatever was going on with the shoulder blade. And so from 20 minutes, it turned out to be quite extensive. I was sick after the surgery, ended up in the ER for 16 hours, and then another ER for 9 hours.
Sorry about that, Sid.
Thank you. And now I consulted with a spine surgeon. There was something on the exam that the orthopedic surgeon didn't like during the physical exam, and he said, "I want you to see a spine surgeon."
Okay.
So
what's not the labor on this, but what's the but since you shared with us, what's this other one that's coming up? What do they have to correct?
The spine surgeon is, and this is really sad, guys, because this is where, I say to everybody, you have to be your own best advocate. But even with that, I've seen multiple surgeons for years before trying to get somebody to take a look at this and address it, and I've been dismissed. Fireworks. So I don't know if you heard that. They said no fireworks. I have a marble-sized indentation on my spinal cord in my thoracic spine. Pressing on the spinal cord. I have in my neck. I already had spine surgery in my neck, but in my neck I have a bone spur on my spinal cord in my neck, and I have in my lower back I have a bulge disc on my spinal cord in my lower back. So, but the thoracic spine, the thoracic spine is it's pretty serious stuff. And it's actually affecting me now physically. So I looked back through my notes, and I saw a surgeon years ago, and he just dismissed it. And I just had MRIs done last year, and the surgeon, again,
Weird. Okay.
Did they say what could be the cause?
Yeah, the disc, he's not sure if it's a bulge disc or if it's a bone spur. So he sent me for more MRIs. I went yesterday, and I have to go next week for a CAT scan because he wants to take a look. Because he said it depends on what it is, and how he's going to approach the surgery. So if it's a bulge disc, he'll approach it one way, and if it's just a bone spur, then he can approach it, a different way. So he's trying to determine what's exactly going on before he goes in. So I went for, so we're going to see. But when he was there with me, he said, why didn't they address this back in 2021 when you had the MRIs done? Why wasn't this operated on?
Yeah.
I said, well, I went, I have the notes from the doctor word for word. The doctor from 2021 had the same access, the same information that this surgeon had the other day, and he dismissed me. Same thing with the surgeon I saw last year. He had the same information. I had all new MRIs done, and the guy dismissed me. And so now this surgeon, he said, you're having surgery.
What's
surgery.
what's the prognosis of the the time we're out of commission, you're in bed, like how long? Any guess, conjecture there? After the
I know the thoracic spine is I guess it might depend on what he has to do. If he has to
oh yeah, I got it.
remove the disc, but it's what
do you
I'm
have-
worried about is the damage to the spinal cord is not going to, because I have damage to my spinal cord and my neck, and that's not going to get better. The nerves might get better. See, I'm hoping that the nerves, taking the pressure off of the spinal cord will help the nerves. So the nerves will do. But that's what I'm hoping for. That pressure from removing the disc or the bone spur will relieve that pressure off of the nerves. But it's not going to stop the damage.
Well,
to the spinal cord, unfortunately. That's just
I hope for you that I mean we're all new at getting this. I'm just meeting you for the first time, but as a fellow crewman, I hope the best for you. That and in my saying it, because I'm older, and for me to stay going, I'm in movement all the time. So from my place, it's from my world. I hope you latch on to the proper what's it called, rehab, and you really stay like glue it. First of all, you have to recover inflammation from any procedure. It's just inflammation. You're just going to do practically nothing. If you're lucky to just walk, then go for a walk, but lots of them. And just be patient and drink lots of water. I don't know what the total thing is, but then when you get a chance, the rehab, it might start right away, depends, because it is your back. Whatever rehab you can do, you just got to be patient and keep doing it.
And it's complicated because now I haven't even started rehab for the shoulder. I just had the shoulder. I still have staples in my arm, and I have to see.
Got it. Yeah.
On top of that, there's going to be at least probably another 2 or 3 spine surgeries, and I have to see a gastroenterologist possibly for a surgery also.
Yeah.
And I'll share this with you because it's actually kind of frightening, and it took me by surprise. But usually a surgeon will send you to what's called a neurologist. So if you have a spine problem, they'll send you to a neurologist, and they do all kinds of testing because they want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because they can determine nerve damage opposed to, say, spinal cord injury and things like that. They can kind of pinpoint that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a neurologist that showed me the MRI, and he showed me this marble-sized indentation on my spinal cord. And he said to me, you have to stay on top of this issue with your spine, because if you wait, into your 70s before you have any kind of surgery, say, to address this, they may be successful doing the surgeries, but you're not going to walk. You're going to be in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
And when he said that, I almost fell on the floor.
Yeah.
So believe me, I'm doing my best to stay on top of all this. But my issue is some of these doctors, guys, there are good doctors, and there are doctors that came in last in their class.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I moved to Maryland from New Jersey and moved to Maryland because my wife works in corporate, and she had to take a transfer. I'm retired, but she's not. And these doctors, there's so many hospital care systems here, it makes your head spin. And most of these doctors, not all of them, my surgeon that I found is good, and he's sought after. In fact, this surgeon is so sought after. I waited in his waiting room for 2 hours, and the only way I could get in to see him was my shoulder surgeon had to talk to his staff to get me in to see him, and I still waited 2 hours to see him.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how in demand he is. But Maryland is it's a mess. It's a mess. I came from New Jersey, which isn't the greatest state either, to be honest with you. But
Yeah.
but in New Jersey, where I lived, everything was within 20 minutes of your house. So if you needed a surgeon, you didn't have to travel 10 hours and 15 million.
Yeah.
You know, and here in Maryland, you make a phone call, you don't even know if you're talking to the same person in the same state or not. It could be a secretary, God knows where. And this is part of the problem. I've had appointments that I've made that have been canceled by different offices. I've tried to go to buildings where, and they don't exist because the practice has moved. I mean, it's Maryland is good income here though in Maryland. If you want to earn a high income, Maryland has a high income, but I'm not very impressed with the healthcare. So it's been frustrating. Can you imagine going to a doctor? This doctor last year, he did 2 thoracic MRIs, 2, including a lumbar MRI and a cervical MRI. And he still dismissed me. And he did 2 of them because I insisted that he do it, and he still dismissed me.
Yeah.
And this surgeon, just the other day, he looks at everything and he looked at me and he says, "You're going for surgery."
That's why they have that medical insurance. You might be eligible for, some. This sounds like some negligence there. So
I don't know, guys. All I can
it's
say is
ridiculous.
it's a beautiful state. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if you guys have been through Maryland or even know anybody that lives here. It's a beautiful state when you drive around. It's really when you see the country. It's a beautiful state when I drive around.
Yeah, someday when you recover from all that, you might visit the state of Canada.
The state of Daniel.
My brother, when he was alive, loved Canada. My brother went to Canada when he was alive, and he loved Canada. He spoke to me about it. He says it's a beautiful country.
Yeah.
I'd love to go. I'd love to go for the Formula One race there too. I'd love to go. I would love to go. My wife won't move. She just, I don't know how to explain it. She just.
Well, I thought you meant visiting. You don't have to.
Oh no, yeah, no, I'd love to go, but I'd like to move to a tropical island.
Oh, yeah.
Just one way ticket to Fiji.
Yeah.
And live on a nice tropical island. But my wife just, I don't know. She just loves it here. The seafood's pretty good. Maryland is known for seafood, blue crab. If you find the right place to go, because some of it's trucked in frozen, so you have to be careful where you go with the food. But Maryland is known for their blue crab. If you know where to go to get food, so I mean, they are known for. And Johns Hopkins University. If you guys are familiar with Johns Hopkins, I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's a famous hospital and they have a lot of research and stuff there. So they're known for that too. It's just
that's like the most famous hospital, right?
Yeah,
and the whole state is like in this. It doesn't have the river, but what's it called? It's like a big.
Yeah, they're surrounded by one side of it, anyways. Surrounded by bays and water.
It's all bays.
It's a pretty state. It's just
yeah.
I'm used to being near the New York.
And it's right there next to DC. That's why it's also so popular. Actually, Humble Pine technically lives in Maryland, but he works in DC because all the people in DC they kind of live.
That's a madhouse down there, guy. By the way, guys, have you ever been down? Oh my God, have you ever driven down in the Beltway down in DC? When I was younger, going for a job down there with the government. Driving down there was terrible. The traffic is insane down in DC. It doesn't matter what time it is. It could be 4 in the morning or 5 o'clock at night. The traffic. And my first time in DC, my first 10 minutes in DC, some guy tried to mug me for my hamburger at McDonald's.
Your hamburger? What kind of hamburger was it?
And it was we stopped. There's a McDonald's right off of 295. As soon as you get off the exit, getting into Washington D.C. And the only thing that saved me was a friend of mine was a police officer. And I wasn't a police officer at the time. I retired. I was a police officer, but I retired. But I wasn't at the time. And so we just pulled over just before we got to the hotel. I just wanted to get something to eat. So we, instead of just going to like a drive-through, we got out, went inside, and a guy came right up, tried to mug me, and I was in shock. I looked up and I'm like, and I had the hamburger like half in my mouth, and I'm like,
he thought he wanted your watch, but it was
crazy.
The hamburger.
And I didn't know how to respond. I was like, what's going to go on? So before this guy had a chance to hit me, my friend John, pretty stocky. My friend was pretty stocky, pretty big guy. He stood up and he tinned him. He took his badge out and told the guy, get
Get the fuck out of
be,
here.
and the guy,
Was he dressed like Hamburglar?
yeah, he was. It was so weird, guys, going in. And DC, another thing, DC, if you ever go, two things. The water is terrible. Don't drink the water. But I was walking around, and a cop from the U.S. Supreme Court was at. They have like stations where they're at.
Mm.
And I was walking around, and a cop from the U.S. Supreme Court was out there. And he goes, "Hey, come here." And I'm like, "Oh, this place is great. Looking around." He goes, "What are you doing? Walking around out here? You can't be walking around out here." He says, "Go order Chinese food at the hotel. You can't be walking. You're going to get in trouble out here. You know what I mean? It's a dangerous place to be out here walking around." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? It's beautiful. You know, I've never seen streets like this before." Let me tell you, he was right. Because if you're in DC, the second the sun goes down, cops are gone. You can look around, the cops are gone. But during the day, there's police everywhere. There was a cop from the Library of Congress. He had the wrong uniform. I guess he was new. His shirt, his pockets on his uniform shirt were tucked into his pants. I never seen anything. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Nice guy, though, but it was just weird. And during the day, they have police everywhere. But at night, there's none around. And I was down in Georgetown, was nice too, by the way. Georgetown is a nice area. We went down to Georgetown. And, but that was funny. The guy, U.S. Supreme Court, "Hey, come over here. Come here a minute. I want to talk to you." And I'm like, "I love it here. This is great. Look at the streets. There's marble everywhere. It's wonderful." He goes, "Go order Chinese food at the hotel and stay there." And I'm like, "Why? This is beautiful." So it's DC is a beautiful place during the day, depends on where you go. If you go 8 blocks outside of the Capitol, people are getting shot. So I would say if you go to DC to look around, stay in the Capitol area.
Gotta stay in the car.
Yeah, because
take Uber between
there was
where you go.
Kid during a bus trip for school years ago I heard about, and they somebody was at a bus stop and a homeless guy cracked him over the head with a cinder block at the bus station and nearly killed the guy.
Wow.
And the teacher was like, "Everybody on the bus, we didn't see anything, time to go." And I'm like, so stuff like that I guess happens. But anyhow, the traffic down there in DC. Another thing, I got lost in Richmond. And when you're on the Beltway, when you get lost, you're going for a ride. And I got lost. It's
no
hard.
exits.
Yeah, you can't turn around. Richmond is quite an experience. I didn't like any of it. Getting lost down there, I was like, I gotta get out of here. Wow. So, but other than that,
isn't that's what the song was written about, right? The Richmond.
Richmond, north of Richmond.
Richmond, north of that was like a big viral song that just recently.
Beautiful towns down there I've been through. I went down there for a government job years ago. They hired me too. They offered me a job. I turned it down because they don't pay any. I don't say who it is. They don't pay. It's a 3-letter agency, but they don't pay any money. So I turned it down. But I've seen McLean, which is beautiful in Virginia. I saw Reston, which is beautiful. Falls Church, Vienna. So if you go to Virginia, I haven't been to Colonial Williamsburg, though. I'd like to go to Colonial Williamsburg because I hear that that's really beautiful. I haven't been there. But no, the Beltway is quite an experience. It's you cannot escape the traffic, no matter. I don't care when you go. You
like an artery, main artery.
Taxi drivers everywhere, like 4 lanes deep, and I'm like looking around. It's like it's 4 a.m, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be in traffic in the morning. I'm gonna go right in. There's no problem. No, 4 lanes deep of traffic, and I'm like, how many fucking taxi drivers around? I'm looking around, and I'm like, this is crazy. You can't go anywhere. Normally, a ride there from Falls Church or something to Reston is not that bad of a drive, but not in that traffic. It'll drive you. So when people do that for a career, so here's the thing: the recruiter opened up his desk and he slid the patch out to me for the uniformed police for the midnight division, and he was on nights for 15 years. And the only way he could get a rotational daytime position is a rotational position for 3 years. Then he had to go back to midnights again. So I said, wait a minute. I'm going to be working in DC midnights for my whole career, basically, making no money. I couldn't afford. I called an apartment complex in Loudoun County. Somebody was being carjacked out in front of the place. And I was like, fuck that, I'm not doing this. This is nuts. I had the guy on the phone, and I'm like, yeah, somebody was carjacked right out front. Well, I'm on the phone with the guy.
What?
And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, no, this is crazy. So I didn't take the, it's all right, I didn't take the job, but it's just, I encourage people to go down to DC. It's just,
So you worked as a policeman.
I
You're
retired from
in New
the
Jersey.
sheriff's office. I retired from the sheriff's office in New Jersey. And I'll just on a side note,
Yeah.
I didn't make any money doing that either. Good job, but I young kids when they ask, once in a while you run into somebody and I tell them do something else with your life. I screwed around in college, to be honest. I
Well,
shouldn't.
you know, there's
but-
there's a lot of kids who go to college, they graduate in the wrong field, and they instead of not making, at least, you contribute to society. You had a decent paying job. You're not a millionaire, right? But you can buy yourself a few decent pieces. You have a family, you got kids, you got a house, right? You could build that. But
Yeah.
some of these kids, they're taking these weird degrees, $70,000, $90,000 worth
Yeah.
of
Art.
student loans, and they're
Art
fucked.
degree.
Yeah, it's a
It's-
big thing on like TikTok right now. There's all these people who kind of share these personal stories how they're basically
Yep.
fucked. They're never going to be able to get that money back.
One of the
Guys,
most
I'm my body's falling apart. I'm gonna have to go. I'll do
Daniel,
very nice to meet you, Daniel, by the way.
your
Very nice
service.
to meet you.
Yeah, okay. And good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hopefully the procedure's soon, so
Thank
we can get on to the next stage, right?
Yeah.
And,
I hope. Yeah.
rehab
Thank
the
you.
hell out of it, and always
I
move.
appreciate it. Thank you.
I
you.
have one recommendation regarding the stuff that you're going through is look into fasting. I know it sounds like a
Well, funny you should mention that, Tim. I'll tell you why.
yeah.
Because I have been fasting,
Oh,
but not on purpose.
oh, yeah.
I've lost 12 pounds in a week and a half.
Wow.
But I don't look at it as a negative. Well,
Yeah.
I've been sick, but I've been trying to lose weight, and now I lost 12 pounds, and I can finally fit in some of my clothes again. So
Nice.
I'm not knocking it. I think fasting is, I'm for it.
Fasting has
yeah.
a lot of actually positive effects
Yeah.
on. I was doing a lot of research, and not just about weight loss. It's about breaking down.
Rejuvenating your body.
Exactly. It's like, you're breaking down internally the parts that might not be working well.
Nice to meet you, Daniel. Thank
Replace them with new, better parts.
you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you,
Well,
Daniel,
that's
for
good.
joining us.
Okay, if you find any better parts,
Yeah.
Tim, let me know. Okay, all right, thanks.
You got it.
Sorry to change the subject off of watches to maybe get back to watches. I
So cool.
apologize.
So cool. Yeah. No, this is, life is more important than watches. And that's why it's important to wear watches that you actually like and enjoy wearing, because life is hard as it is already, and if you're going through a tough situation, nothing puts a smile on your face like a wristwatch, a companion that could last you a lifetime. And
First time I had the watch on since I got sick. I put it on.
Yeah.
I said, my wife's like, why are you putting it on now? I said, because I want to put it on. I want to wear the watch. I wanted to, if I could have wore it through my surgery, I would have.
yes, yes,
I would have wore it, but they won't let you because of sanitary reasons. They won't let you do it, but I would have if I could have. So
You
I
gotta
put the watch on.
that's a next complication. We gotta design a watch that could be worn through all situations.
What do you think of H. Moser and Parmigiani Fleurier, Tim? What do you think of the two? You can get good deals on H. Moser. I've seen that on Chrono 24.
Mhm.
I like H. Moser and Parmigiani Fleurier. Very impressed with the brand. I think it's the Tonda. I like the Parmigiani Floriani. It's a little bit. You know what they did? They made the bezel on some of their watches platinum,
Mm-hmm.
and that really drives the price up of the watch. It's a beautiful watch with a great movement. They use Vache. Some people pronounce it Vacher, but it's Vache movements, which are reputable movements. It's a great company, but look at the price of some of their watches.
And now they're going more in-house
Yeah,
as
and they're
well. For example, here I think this
that's a
is
beautiful.
this is actually I think it's a great deal for what it is. It's not cheap. It's
No,
definitely not cheap for 22,000, but I think you're getting something extra special
Yeah.
here because it is type of a Gerald Genta thing. It has a platinum bezel,
Yeah.
whereas you look at the competition, for example, right? Let's see who sells a watch like this at this price.
And watches, I
Patek
think also their rotor also
rotor
is
is
gold.
gold.
Yep.
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 Solid gold rotor. It's a
Yep.
micro rotor
Yep.
as well. Ultra thin movement, and
Yep.
this one's got a very fancy, funky complication.
Yeah,
Where
it's that Retropont, I think. Is that the Retropont on that?
no, this is the GMT.
Oh, that's right. That's right. How does that work? I'm looking at it. How are you gonna? You know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah,
just me. I suppose. I guess you have to figure. But I'm looking at it, and I'm like, how am I
yeah,
gonna read that
it's
thing?
a very different GMT from the traditional one. You see, it's got two hands: the gold hand and the silver
Oh
hand.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
The
Oh
button
yeah, yeah,
at
yeah.
if you look here, the button at 8 o'clock that jumps the home time. So you see, you got the home time,
Oh, that's cool.
your regular hand, and it'll jump it forward 1 hour. If
That's
you're
cool.
traveling somewhere, you can go boom, 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 jumped it a couple hours forward, and now
I
both
love that.
hands go simultaneously. Then when you arrive home, guess what? You press the gold button at on the crown. You see the crown's got a pusher, and that combines the two hands, and now you got a single time zone.
Well, that makes me wonder then, and I'll ask your opinion.
Hmm.
Maybe I should hold off and down the road, not now, obviously not now, but down the
Hmm.
road, instead of the Glashütte, pick up the Tonda, pick up the Parmigiani Florier, because I mean look, all right. I love the Glashütte original. It has a lot going on. It has a great movement. That's true, and I love it. And I would love to have the watch, and I'm going to. But if I'm going to get the Glashütte, I cannot pass up the Parmigiani. I at some point in my life, I'd like to get that Parmigiani at some point. At some point, I don't know when, but I just maybe. I don't know when. Maybe when my wife retires down the road. I think this is a watch, that
Yeah.
Parmigiani. That's a watch that,
Oof.
if you can. The problem is I don't have that kind of money. You know what I mean, to do it. But I think maybe
Yeah.
down the road, that this just seems to me to be a watch that I've listened to some of the interviews from the CEO from Parmigiani Florier, and it's the guy is just pure class to him. When you listen to the interviews and he talks about the watches, it's a watch you really want to have, and it calls it understated luxury, and it's true. That's the
Yes.
type of watch you could wear that watch and you're not going to attract any attention. But the true watch collectors like me and you'll see it. You appreciate the watch. You know what it is. But the average person at a party won't look twice at that watch. They won't have any idea what that watch is or how special that watch is. And that's good sometimes because you don't want to get robbed. You know what I mean? You don't want somebody to like rob you for the watch. You know what happened in London where people are getting killed, and New York City, people are getting mugged for watches. You know, in New York too. It's just a cool watch to have. It. You're in a room with 20 people, and who's going to know about that watch? Maybe
Exactly.
it's
It's
really
really understated.
it's really
It's if
something.
you know, you know, the watch is special because you like it, not because of a lot of like external factors that that a lot because there's so much games
Right.
in the mainstream, right? And the Parmigiani very much they come from the outside, and there became I think very serious contender in the modern wristwatch space. And I
Yeah.
think it's a good opportunity right now to buy a Parmigiani
Yeah.
because a lot of collectors still haven't accepted the brand.
Right.
And that's why you can see like that's a 30% off retail for this watch with the complication.
Yeah, that's really
AP, right? For comparison, this got a real guilloche dial, platinum bezel, gold rotor, right? It's 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 finished like an AP Royal Oak. Okay. Now, if we go to Audemars Piguet, just for comparison, this is opposite part of the spectrum. This is very hyped brand, right? The rappers made it super
right.
popular. Now let's just go here. Now AP took advantage of that popularity and they jacked up their prices.
Yeah.
So if we go here now, if you like AP and you can afford it, that's fantastic. Um, uh, because but the thing is just the games at AP right now, they're brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal, absolutely vicious. To get anything, you have to buy 3 other watches that you don't want to get one. Okay, like just for comparison, here's like an AP equivalent AP, and this one doesn't have a serious complication, just a date. Right, so that could be just considered. There's like I'm actually not a fan of date. I can't wait until AP starts taking dates off their watches because
Yeah.
nowadays nobody really wants the date anymore. It's
Yeah.
no longer nobody uses these watches to tell what date it is. We just we use it to tell the time and kind of it's a beautiful piece of jewelry, right? So at retail, no, you can't get this watch, but if you could, that's 30,000 for no complications. Now you
That's
can get
crazy.
something like this for 22 with the complication, right? You're getting now AP to get a complication in the AP, and it's a big step up. Like a chronograph, a black dial chronograph, that could be considered a complication, 40,500,
That's
right? So
crazy. Same with Vacheron. I love the overseas. I love it, but I can't see spending the price on an overseas. I mean, it's a great watch. I think it's a great company and it's spectacular, but I can't see spending that kind of money on it.
there's actually some Vacheron fell in on the gray market significantly. I think there's some good deals for non-blue dial. See, like blue dial, that's still
Yeah.
32,000. But if we go to non-blue, something less hypey,
Yeah,
uh,
maybe the last generation watch they sell pretty cheap, you
or
know.
previous generations,
Yeah.
like this one, like you have to be brave. I know a guy in LA who is like a super collector. He's got so many watches. He goes for the quantity and he gets all these funky crazy watches. He's got this one right here, but he has it with a white dial. Very cool watch, it's almost like an avant-garde piece of
Yeah.
art on the wrist,
That's
and
nice.
yeah, right. Look how funky that is,
Yeah, that's
And the
nice.
thing is, the people who follow the watch trends very closely, like we do, we're kind of biased because we follow like, oh, these are the latest, and this is the older generation. We're too brainwashed by that. Regular people out there, they don't see things in that way. Like for example, like I don't know the exact order in which all the Porsches were released, so I can't
Right,
see it
right.
hierarchically. Right? Unlike somebody who's a crazy Porsche
Yeah.
enthusiast, they know the order. This was released. This is this one. So they see things in different way.
Right off
Uh,
the bat, it has to be a 911 because anything else that if it's not a
exactly.
911, they won't even talk to you. So all a pure Porsche, how they are.
Yeah,
The
like
Porsche
you
purists.
can go, you can become super purist, but the thing is, like any Porsche is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Man, just anyone who has any kind of Porsche,
Yeah.
they're already 0.001% in the world. So it's kind of like it's actually
I agree.
amazing that we're able to buy these Vacherons at
Yeah.
a discount, like this one right here. See,
That's beautiful too.
black dial, 25,000, and you're getting now with this one, you get also the rotor,
Yeah.
but this one has also Geneva stamp,
Yeah.
right?
Geneva
And
seal, yeah.
it's got
Yeah.
quick change strap system.
Nice.
So you can put a bracelet on it, or you can put a rubber strap or a leather strap. It's like 3 watches in one with this thing. And then if you go for the silver dial, those are really unwanted. I think I've seen the silver dial Vacherons for like
Yeah, they look
22.
kind of plain, but they're good prices though. They're good. They may not be fancy, but the prices are good. The prices are good.
Oh,
That's
this watch, it's just in the picture. In this picture, it might not look fancy, but in real life, oh my God, it is
yeah, that's
fancy.
spectacular. That's
Yeah, like,
I have by me. I have the 1916 company with Tim Masso and all that.
hmm
They've got actually quite a few of them. They have one. There's one 30 minutes from my house here, the 1916 company, and they've got the watches are spectacular in there, Tim, when you walk in. They're really spectacular. And they practically threw me out with the Chrono Swiss. They didn't want nothing to do with my Chrono Swiss.
wait. The watch box,
Yeah,
1916 company.
they
You
took
went to the
over.
offices where they
Yeah.
shoot all the videos.
No, they have the
Oh,
1916 company took over Radcliffe Jewelers, and so
oh
and
yeah.
in
Uh-huh.
Maryland.
Okay.
So they moved in there and they got their staff over there now. And I went in
Wow.
wearing the Chrono Swiss, and the salesman behind the counter had a it was
Mm.
he had a what was it? It was a Rolex. It was a Skymaster, I think it was. I think
Sky
it's
Dweller.
Sky Dweller. He had a Sky Dweller on, and I
Ah.
just wanted to shrink and go hide in the corner with
Uh,
my Chronos, because I tell you what, that was a beautiful watch. That Sky Dweller, that was beautiful. It's
yeah.
they sell some beautiful watches down there. They really do. I can't
hmm
afford most of them. I can't afford to walk in the door. Maybe one day I'll go there. But they have Breguet, they've got Jaeger LeCoultre, they've got a really lot of great brands that they sell down there. It's really a spectacular place. So it's I don't know. I walked in there, do 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 do. You know what I mean? With the Chrono Swiss, and the guy's like, "What the hell's that? Get out of
Oh
here with that
man.
thing." You know what I mean? He was like,
Uh.
"We don't want nothing to do with that." You know what I mean?
Oh
But
no.
that's
That's
all right.
like a wristwatch discrimination.
That's
Uh,
all right.
uh,
In hindsight, I spent this watch new, by the way, way back when they made it, and way back when
mhm,
2011. This watch was, I don't want to say what the price was, but you'd have to have
mhm,
your head checked to pay with the price for this watch back then. And I
yeah.
paid, I feel, used the watch. No, well, not used, but it was in Chrono Swiss's stock. They actually had
mhm.
it, and so I got it from Lucerne. But I still paid a couple $1,000s for it. But I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't do it again. If I could go back, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have. I would have gone for that Panamanic Luna, the Glashütte. I would have done that instead, because I spent a considerable amount of money on this, Tim. And
Yeah.
it's not worth it. It's not. I love Chrono Swiss, the brand. I do. I'm not trying to bash them, but
Yeah.
if I could go back again, I would have put the money towards that Glashütte, because I think you do get your money's worth with that Panamanic Lunar. You actually
Mm.
get your money's worth with that one.
The Panamatic Lunar is a fantastic watch. Chrono Swiss, that's it's great. It's great as well. They don't have the same kind of powerful branding as these other guys.
Right.
Rolex big appeal of it is that it's a well-oiled machine. The way
Oh
they
yeah.
operate the business,
Yeah.
it's just so they're it's a big part of these watches is that like what retains value is the fact that everybody knows about it.
Yeah.
And
A
Rolex,
doctor
man,
from the hospital asked me about Rolexes. Believe it crazy or not, he asked me. I said, "Get Steel Sport Rolex if you want to do good. Go
yeah,
out and get yourself a Submariner." I should stick with either Patek Philippe or Rolex, because
yes,
it's like money in the bank.
money in
Yeah.
the bank, exactly.
Yeah.
Those two brands, uh, they're
There are
just
people, you may have heard stories, people with Rolex, they've been on vacation, they've lost their passports. Some people they've gotten robbed, and they've literally they could sell the Rolex right off their wrist
yeah,
to get themselves out of a jam. Now, I
yeah,
can't do that with this
straight up
Chrono
cash.
Swiss. No one's going to buy this Chrono Swiss, but if I had a Submariner, and
Yes,
if I had to sell it, I could find somebody in the middle of a desert somewhere and will buy it. You know, they'll definitely buy the Rolex. Absolutely, they
Hell
would
yeah.
buy it. And that's what Rolex is, money in the bank. Like you said, that's even if you don't like the brand, you get a Rolex. Even if you don't like it, you get a
and
Rolex.
a lot of people they're really turned off by it because they were kind of wrong at some point somewhere. But fuck, it's a good product. And it's like you said, it's money on the wrist. It could just be like a stack of. It's like here.
Yeah.
Let me, I have some.
Grab some water. Where's my water?
This is funny stuff. This is not real money, but this is it's for motion picture purposes. It's like fake money, but it looks like real money, right? So this is 20,000 if this was real money. This each pack is like 10,000, right? So a wearing a sky dweller,
Yep.
it's literally like wearing $20,000 on the wrist like that. Boom. You might as well be wearing 20K like this.
Yeah.
You just strap it to your wrist. It's very liquid.
Yeah.
Anytime shit goes down, it's an extra life. A friend of the show was asking us, I think like yesterday, whether he should wear a Rolex to go to Mexico. And I told him, it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you might be targeted for robbery. On the other hand, if you're targeted for an abduction, you can give the robbers your Rolex and say, "Hey guys, don't abduct me. Here's the Rolex. Let me go." And you know what? That might work. They might as well let you go. So it
That's
works
why I
both
tell
ways.
people, Tim, with this big, you see the commercials, buy gold, buy precious metal. No, wrong. No, never do that. Never. Two reasons. You don't buy precious metal. You don't invest in gold. Two reasons. During the Great Depression, if you were a private citizen during the Great Depression, you couldn't do anything with that gold. If you tried to go to a bank and tried to cash it in, they'd seize that gold. You couldn't do anything. You couldn't get on a plane with it. So if you had stacks of gold, what are you going to do with it? But if you got a Rolex on your wrist, you can hop on a plane and you can sell that if you need to. You could sell that watch.
It's
But
good to diversify. You know what I mean? It's good to diversify. That's the thing. Like a lot of people talk about the Bitcoin. They hype it up. Just say like, oh,
Right.
it's like this next currency thing. But all that the government has to do is just write a little law and say, hey, this is illegal now. Boom, and all that it will just evaporate in value, and it's going to be worth nothing. So as long as these administrations don't do anything about it,
Right.
it's all good. Same thing with gold. If they just say, hey, now we implement a gold tariff, anyone who buys or sells gold has to pay 20% tax. Boom, it's done. So although like the cool thing about gold, they're not doing this kind of stuff yet, right? So in the meantime, gold is good as like a hedge against inflation. It's been going up, and it doesn't have a service like a Rolex might need a service. All the watches. In this, that's why it's very important to buy watches that have very cheap cost of service and that they appreciate over time. It's a very delicate formula, and that's where Rolex is good. Sometimes people think, oh, well, why don't you buy this Patek Philippe annual calendar for 20,000? Because it has between $3,000 to $8,000 service cost.
Yeah.
So it might go up in value by a little bit if market rebounds, but then you're gonna lose all that money in the service. So it's but the thing is, it is a cool watch for a doctor. And if you're making money and you're a doctor, you can afford to pay that service. Oh man.
My gastroenterologist has a bluesy, a gold bluesy. Rolex. We talk all the time.
Yeah,
Other
yeah,
people in his office are upset. They're like jealous. He doesn't wear it all the time. Usually when he does procedures, he doesn't wear it. He takes it off before he does a procedure.
yeah. It's a
But
heavy watch to wear during a
yeah,
procedure.
he had it on the other day, and I was talking to
Yeah.
him about it. Fat,
Uh,
great guy, beautiful, great.
Is
You
it
can't.
what model is it? Is it the pre-ceramics ceramic 40 or the
Um,
latest one?
I'm not sure how old it is. He didn't take it off the wrist to show me, but it's a nice one. I'll have to ask him. I'll have to
Yeah,
ask him.
ask him
So
what the reference is.
I'll have to ask. Beautiful, beautiful watch. So I can't afford it. I can't. You know what I want? The Maserati dial Daytona.
You know,
If I could
those
afford the Maserati dial Daytona, I don't know.
actually those bluesies, they're cheaper than you might think.
Are they?
If we go here, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You might be able to get one. They've dropped in value a lot. So let's just check here. Collectors, these guys, they're close to my house, so they're very reputable. They might not be in the greatest condition possible, but you know what? Here, let's do price
Somebody's out here
lowest.
setting off fireworks over here.
No,
Sounds like they're on
nice.
my property. It's really
Celebrating.
close.
There you go. Look at that. That's 14,000 exactly US.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I like
And
that. I
and
really do.
that's the previous model.
What's going on out here?
A
At
beautiful
least
watch. Dude, you might want to go for this one. This is fantastic. This might actually go up in value quite significantly over the next many years. Because like
that's
if you were saying because Panorama, that's like half the price of this. Yeah, it's 14,000. The thing is, you don't have to go for the latest model. This one, look, box papers, everything. It's quite nice. Great watch to pass down to your son in years time, and it's blue color like the
yeah.
police uniform. It's like color that's relevant to you.
Did I ever mention to you what happened years ago? My wife had she had it wasn't new though. She bought it used from a friend of hers that was a watchmaker in New Jersey, but it was a diamond dial Datejust, and it was a nice watch. But there was something happened. She brought it in for service or something, but she didn't bring it to Rolex. She brought it to just a third party watchmaker.
Hmm.
And the guy tried to talk her into letting them remove the hands and the dial. And that was his original diamond Rolex dial. And they wanted to take the hands and the dial. And I went down there and I'm like, what do you think you're doing? Well, the hand is hitting the diamond indices, so we're going to take the dial. I said, you're not taking the dial. You're not removing the hands, because you know what they do? They sell them. They'll
Yeah.
take the hands and the dial. They'll give you some shit, and then they'll sell it. So I told the guy, hell no. You know what I mean? And what do you think, I was hatched yesterday or something? You're not taking the dial and taking the hands off the watch to sell it. And then there was two brothers that worked there. The guy said, well, we have a gold JLC Reverso. We want you to take a look at to buy. So he said, it'll be here in a couple days. I'm going to talk to my father and a brother. And so he calls me up to him and he goes, we got that gold Reverso, come on down, take a look at it. You think he had the gold Reverso? No. Trying to sell me some trash on the counter, and I'm like,
Fuck.
bunch of fly by night crooks, absolute crooks. They actually they got into hot water with Chrono Swiss because they were Chrono Swiss dealers. And
Really?
they were Chrono Swiss dealers, and I bought a watch. I bought a lot of watches from Chrono Swiss in Switzerland over the years, and the guy was upset because he was trying to screw me on a watch down in his shop, and I ended up buying a watch from Chrono Swiss. He actually called Chrono Swiss, complaining, yelling at the guy there that they stole me. I was his customer, yelling. You believe that? He actually called Chrono Swiss,
What?
yelling at, yeah. And he was yelling at this guy at Chrono Swiss. I think he's like second or third in command there. Bayet Wyman is his name. This guy actually called Bayet Wyman at Chrono
He
Swiss.
stole the leads.
You know what Chrono Swiss did? Yanked their contract took their watches back so that they can't sell any of their watches anymore. That's what
Wow.
happened. Because
That's
I talked to
psychotic.
Bayet. Bayet told
Yeah.
them, I'm a Chrono Swiss customer. I bought many watches from Switzerland from Chrono Swiss. So I couldn't believe the guy actually called Chrono Swiss and was yelling at the guy at Chrono Swiss about, and Chrono Swiss said, oh yeah, you're not going to sell any of our watches anymore.
You know, it's just bad for the brand to have
Um,
this kind of representation. It's
so
just
they yanked their watches. Yep, the guy, I couldn't believe it. First, he tried to
wow.
beat my wife, tried to steal her diamond dial and the hands off the Rolex. Then he tries to rook me on a JLC that he never had. And then he has the nerve to call Chrono Swiss and yell at the guy at Chrono Swiss. And so they lost the contract. They lost all the watches. He probably had 100 watches or more in the down there.
What the hell is
And
wrong with this guy?
the guys just, they're shysters. And it doesn't end there. He sold my wife a piece of costume jewelry. No, it's not really costume jewelry, but it's like one step above costume jewelry. My wife bought a diamond necklace, a white gold diamond necklace off this shyster,
Uh-huh.
and it was like $7,500 for this necklace. And but originally it was priced considerably more than that, but it was worth nothing to him because eventually we caught on to the guy and I had it appraised. It was like worth nothing.
Was
They
it like not melt? What about like melt value?
it
Was it
was
was not real?
the diamonds were really poor quality, really really small. It was you're lucky if the entire necklace was worth, with the diamonds and the gold.
Yeah.
If you're lucky if it was worth $800, but he sold it to my wife for $7,500 and really took advantage of her. You know.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the why the jewelry is one of the biggest kind of scams out there. The jewelry, especially chains and diamonds, those are sold at like melt value of the gold. It's
Yeah.
calculated really precisely. Like the professionals, they say, okay, so this is how much, you know, gold is in there, right? They'll say, okay, if it's a 18
Yep.
karat gold, mathematical calculation tells you what the value of the gold in the chain, plus small markup for making the chain, plus the diamonds, and very small markup for setting the diamonds. It's so precise, and like the only time that brands get away with marking up jewelry even higher is when they're like Cartier or Bulgari or Graf, right? They can charge, or like Tiffany, right? They can charge, but anything that's custom set, you go by basically the melt value of the thing, plus
Yep.
minor markup.
Speaking of
7,000.
Cartier,
Yeah.
you brought up Cartier and a little bit of I'm going to leave this in the realm of conjecture because I
Yeah.
don't want people to get upset. And I'm not saying that it's true. I'm not saying I can prove anything, but
Mm.
something has come to light fairly recently on a video that I watched. The guy had a watch, and the watch looked like the Cartier Santos, with the, really cool bracelet. Everyone knows the Cartier Santos.
Mm.
But he went into detail about, he showed the bracelet, he showed the quick disconnect on the Cartier Santos. They've got that new really cool disconnect on it. He showed how the quality of the crystal and the case. And it makes you wonder, does Cartier really make their own cases and bracelets, or are they buying them out? You know what I mean? They're contracting them out and buying them, because I've never seen quality like this. I looked at it, I was like, wow, wait a minute. Maybe, and you know who else? IWC. They sued a Chinese company for making a watch. The Chinese company is IXAD, something like that, IXDAO. They were sued because when the new engineer came out, this company also had a watch come out at the same time. And guess what? other than the movement, obviously not the same movement, but the quality of the case and the bracelet, it looked exactly like the IWC engineer. And so IWC sued them. So I think that,
Wow.
I don't think, I don't think these companies are making their own cases and bracelets, Tim. I don't think they are. I think they're,
Because the Swiss law requires that only 60% of the watch has to be made in Switzerland to be called Swiss made. So I think I agree. I think maybe not
no,
all the bracelets, but maybe
no.
the more generic ones, the more affordable versions of their watches, uh, they probably make those in China somewhere and then bring them in and maybe just do some finishing touches like some apply the brushing maybe on the bracelets and
When you get
then
a chance, watch the video from a blog to watch. I think it was on a month or two ago.
Mhm.
Ariel Adams interviewed a man named, and I've talked to this man before. I know who he is. I've talked to him personally. I've
Yeah,
talked to him. His name is Stephen Romer, and
Stephen Room.
he was a Stephen Romer was a an executive. He was with he was the head of, I think he was the head of quality control for Swatch, and I think he worked with an IWC and other brands. I'm pretty sure. And during the interview with Ariel Adams, he said Tudor watches are not made in Switzerland.
Wow,
During the interview.
wow.
But this is something that I've known for a long time. I've researched a lot of these brands, Tim,
Yeah.
and the movement may come from Switzerland, maybe, and you don't know the parts. Who knows if all the
Yeah.
parts are coming from Switzerland? Um, Even Glashütte Original. Do you know that Glashütte Original? They don't make their own hairsprings or their own escapements. They don't. They don't make them, and that's by design. Swatch won't let them. Swatch
Uh-huh.
won't let them. They have to go to Swatch to get their hairsprings and their escapements. And I think something else, there's some other parts that they have to get. But the question is, well, where does Swatch get their hairsprings and their escapements and all these other small parts? And here's why. They have two factories in China, Swatch. So are
Mhm.
they bringing in parts over from China over in the, well, they are, for a fact they are.
Yeah.
And are those parts making it into some of these higher end watches? I mean, I don't know that they are. I hope that they're not, but who
And a
knows?
lot of these brands who are very corporate, they're trying to increase their profits by trying to squeeze every last dollar. It's kind of like that thing with going back to the Apple Watch chargers, right? They took those chargers out, charging blocks, because hey, you take them off from a billion watches that are sold, as you just made a whole $1 billion. Fuck, that's a lot of money.
It's
Uh,
too, it's too tempting to if I was the CEO of a watch company,
mm,
and if I could get somebody in Asia to make 90% of the watch for a couple $100, I mean the dial, the hands, the bracelet. If I could get somebody in Asia, Malaysia or China or wherever, and then I sell the watch for 20 grand, that's an unbelievable profit. I don't know anybody that wouldn't do it. They keep it hush hush, you know what I mean? So nobody would, but who wouldn't do that? Of course you're going to do it. That's unbelievable profit. That's crazy. People talk about Rolex and people insist that
mm,
everything is made in house. They insist that nothing comes outside of it. It's all from Rolex and everything is in house in Rolex. Well, there was a guy named Ben who ran a YouTube channel called Decant.
mhm,
And he used to be a recruiter. And he actually met a corporate guy from Rolex many years ago. They came to him looking for a job. So he asked the guy about Rolex. You know what the guy told him? At least he didn't tell him everything, but he mentioned this because he mentioned this in the video. The cases are delivered to Rolex already polished. Their cases are delivered to them already polished. So my question is, who's manufacturing them and who's polishing them? Is it being done in Switzerland? It could be. I mean, it could be, another company in Switzerland that's doing them. It's entirely possible. It's just another company in Switzerland that's doing it, but maybe it's not. Because for a fact, Tudor's not 100% Swiss, as you know. It's my suspicion with Rolex is when you look at the corporate structure of Rolex, it's the corporate structure of Rolex is like the CIA. Everything is compartmentalized. In other words, one guy in one office in one division, he has no idea what somebody else in another office in another division is doing. And if he asks questions, they'll fire him. They'll fire him or they'll sue him.
Yeah, and also it's not a public company. They're run by
Trust.
a charitable trust.
Yeah.
So they
So
have
who
you never
can you
know.
prove it? I mean,
I
no one.
think if I had a theory, I think Rolex, they wouldn't do it on their end just because I think they want their brand name to be untarnished and kind of to be perfect. Because if somebody does leak or go public, like you get a disgruntled employee, they probably do a lot of vetting to make sure that nobody ever kind of
Right.
exposes them.
Right.
But you never want to take that risk. And I think for their own brand, for the Rolex brand, they will try to do as much as possible in
Yeah.
Switzerland
Switzerland
because
use Swiss suppliers and stuff like that.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I think that's because I knew some people in Switzerland, and they basically told me that, and the profits that Rolex makes out of wristwatches, it's insignificant compared to their the money they make from their ownership of land in Switzerland. So
That's interesting.
they
That's
make
interesting.
billions from Rolex, but they make trillions through rent and the property ownership in United States. In sorry, not in United States, but in Switzerland and probably around the world as well.
Yeah.
They're
Powerful
building
company.
an entire skyscraper in Manhattan right now on the Fifth Avenue.
Yeah.
Okay,
They built.
that's how wealthy they are.
I know they
So
built a new watch school. I think in Florida. I think they did, and they had one in Pennsylvania. Did you know that they have a watch
I didn't
school?
know that. That's
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah.
they have a watch technicum.
Wow.
It's called. It's in a town called Lidditz,
Oh,
Pennsylvania.
yeah. I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right. Yeah,
That's
because they need watchmakers to service their watches. So they're gonna train their own staff. It makes perfect sense.
No,
Yeah.
but I'm a bit skeptical still, only because they're not forthright and you can't get in. No one's going to get into
I
Rolex
think
with a camera and
no.
film their production. But I can say that I'm willing to accept that 100% of what they have is going on in Switzerland, even if they use other Swiss
Yeah.
partners. I mean, not trying to go back to Chrono Swiss, but the older Chrono Swiss models, I do know for a fact that every part of that watch, this watch that I have on, I do know for a fact that every single part of this watch is from Switzerland because I know
Mm,
exactly where each part came from. I did the research, so I know where the
mhm.
hands come from, the dial, the case. So it is Swiss, albeit it's all these different companies like Chapek. I mean, everyone knows Chapek. They do the
Yeah.
same type of thing. Chapek
Yeah.
do very little in-house. Chapek uses some of the same companies, believe it or not, that Chronoswiss uses as well. I'll have to step back for a minute. There's something called the Swiss watch. It's like um, through I'm trying to remember the name of the company. There's like a Swiss watch federation, so to speak,
Mhm.
and a lot of these companies will if they want to build a watch, they will go through, let's say, a company called Alfred Rocha, for example. But Alfred Rocha goes through this watch, whatever you want to call it, like federation.
Mhm.
So if they need a case made, then they go to this specific Swiss case maker. If they need, which by the way,
Yeah.
could be owned by Richemont.
Right.
And then they
Right.
go to, let's say, the dial maker, and the dial maker might be owned by a swatch company. You see what it's very
Yeah.
interesting how it happens. But a lot of companies do this. And in fact, Maurice Lacroix, their Icon watch, if you know that, they don't
Yeah.
even make that watch. They don't. They don't make that watch. They have that watch is made by this Swiss confederation for them. They don't make it. None of it. None of it is made by them. That watch, that's Icon.
It's like Jacob and Co. You know Jacob and Co. Like all of those watches, that's a white label by
Yep,
some high end watch manufacturer. They just craft it and they'll put whatever name you want on it. And
exactly.
Jacob and Co. is just one of their clients, and he just does marketing. That's all it is.
That's and I don't have a problem with that. I mean, it's perfectly fine. I mean, it's interesting. I not saying that people should do this, but I want to
I think it's
put something
important
to rest.
knowledge. You know, Sid, I think it's important to know these different things. That's why we do these shows where we dive so deep into watches, where because a lot of people, all they know about watches is some watches that they saw in the ad placements, and that's it. They just and you start talking, where hairsprings come from, where the movements come from,
Well, I want you to pull
all
something
this
up,
stuff.
Tim, on
Uh
your
huh.
computer.
Uh huh.
Pull up. It's called the watch company is Peacock, and the watch is called the Plumage Gaze. PLUMAGE the Peacock Plumage Gaze. Now take a good look, and that's a hand guilloche dial, by the way. That's a hand guilloche
Really?
dial.
Oh
Now
shit. Uh huh.
take
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. I see
take
it.
a good
Uh huh.
look at that bracelet for a minute.
Yeah.
Take a good look at that bracelet, and I'll tell you, that is the nicest looking bracelet I think I've ever seen, and that's 904L steel, by the way. That's 904L steel.
It's
Now,
a serious piece.
what does
Yeah.
it look like? What does it look like to you when you look at it?
It looks like a Chopard plus a Tissot
And
plus
a
Diligenta.
Vacheron bracelet, right?
Overseas, yeah, yeah, yeah. With that Maltese eagle, yeah, kind of
Yeah.
like that. You're right.
But I'll tell you something, Tim. That case and that bracelet on that watch
Hmm.
puts any case or bracelet from Vacheron to shame. And I'm not kidding.
Wow.
That case and that bracelet on that watch, or it is superbly made and finished. It is absolutely unbelievably fantastic. If you compared that
Hmm.
bracelet in that case to the
Damn.
Vacheron doesn't come close to the quality of that bracelet in that case. Look at how well made it is and how well it's finished.
Oh, there's the gear share. Yeah. Oh,
It's unbelievable. It's spectacular.
wow.
Is in fact, Bill Sanders was given one of those by Peacock. Peacock gave him one of those watches
Really?
for a review. He did a review of that watch last year, and guess what?
So
He ain't. I tried to get it. I tried to buy it from him. He won't sell it.
Really?
Yep, he won't sell it. He won't sell it. And we're
Damn.
talking. This is Bill Sanders we're talking about. You figured he'd sell it, get rid of it because it's a Chinese
Yeah.
watch from Peacock. He'd sell it. Nope. Oh no. Take a
Mm.
look at that. Take a look at that, Tim.
Whoa, look at yeah.
The
The
quality of that.
polishing, the brushing, yeah. And it's that movement, the tourbillon movement in there.
Yep. And by the way,
66 pieces
so
limited edition.
now the movement in that watch is not a true tourbillon movement. It's what's called a carousel tourbillon, which is not quite the same. It's a
Okay.
carousel. But however,
Yeah.
there are only three. There's only three companies in the world, as far as I'm aware, that make a true what's called a double tourbillon, a true double tourbillon.
Uh-huh.
One is Blancpain, another is a Peacock, and the other one is a Roger Dubuis. There's only three companies in the world that make a true double tourbillon, and Peacock is one of them.
Fuck. Where's
So
this company come from?
China. There's a
China?
video.
Oh,
There's a
shit.
video. I found the video on from them on China from Atelier Wen. You know, you've heard of Atelier Wen with their
I have
watches.
something very similar actually. Let me show you this. You might like this.
Yeah.
This is a brand called Atelier Wen.
Yep.
Check this out. That's
Yep.
a real guilloche.
Yep.
Very similar,
Well,
but it doesn't have a
yep.
tourbillon or like a modified tourbillon.
Atelier Wen did a video. You can find the video, Tim, online. They did a video where they showed that watch is made by Peacock.
This,
Yep.
because I could see some
Yep.
resemblance here.
It's made by Peacock. That watch is made by Peacock.
Wow. So they make the dial and think Peacock makes the case for them then.
Well,
Because the movement is made by
Peacock.
some other brand. Oh, Peacock?
Yeah. That whole watch
Oh,
is made by
man.
Peacock. That watch you're holding in your hand, that Atelier Wen, that watch is made by Peacock.
No, they make the dial. They
They
definitely
make everything.
No,
That
no,
watch is made by
the
Peacock.
Atelier Wen makes the dial. Oh, you think this is their
Nope. Atelier
their
Wen make
own?
nothing.
Holy
That
shit.
watch is made by Peacock, 100%. All of it. Every last bit of it. All of it.
Uh-huh. So they kind of they're partnered with them, and then they sell watches on their Atelier Wen
Yep.
branding.
Yep. There's nothing wrong with that.
No,
There's
no,
nothing wrong with that. In fact, I like their new
that's
watch.
how
That
that's
new
how it
watch
works
they
a lot.
have now. They use the Picani movement. That new watch that just came out with the hand hammered dial. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I had it. I held it in my hand. That is insane.
Great
Insane
movement.
quality.
Yeah, that's a that's
Dude, the movement is like Grubel Forsey level. Grubel Forsey does that type of like lettering that
I
they
love the
did.
brand Atelier Wen. I love the brand, but I just want you to
Oh,
know that
it's a lot of work coordinating all the stuff.
Yep.
I mean, look, it's
it doesn't
obviously they're
bother
not
me.
doing it because I met the guy that does the dials for
Yep.
Atelier Wen.
He works for Peacock.
He works for Peacock. Oh.
Tim, everything that they're showing
Yeah.
is image.
Okay. They're partnered with
Peacock.
this brand,
And I can prove it to you.
they make dials for them.
I can prove it to you. They make the whole watches made by Peacock.
Well, no,
and I
it
can
makes
prove
sense. It makes perfect sense.
Now,
yeah.
let me step back for a minute.
Uh-huh.
It's possible that Peacock may contract for like the case and the bracelet. So they themselves may contract for stuff too. But however, Atelier Wen have a video online where
they visit the factory.
Right.
Yeah. Where it's all made. So they just look, they go to Peacock and they say, hey, these are the specs that we want to make a watch. This is our design. This is how we want it. And then the Peacock makes it to their spec in the number that Atelier Wen thinks.
Nothing wrong with that. I'll tell you something, Tim.
That's how most of the stuff works. Yeah.
That Peacock watch, that plumage gaze, that case and bracelet, and that dial, I got to tell you, that is top notch. I don't know who's making it. I don't know. Like, I guess Peacock, they must contract out with somebody that makes that. But that's one of the nicest bracelets and cases I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who's making it, but
that's what I'm saying. Like, this bracelet is freaking solid.
Yep. It's beautiful.
Solid bracelet.
Yep.
Look at those links, the polishing on it.
Push button clasp. You got the adjustment push button.
Push button, like we were talking about the what's that IWC has it, right? This is for fraction of the price. Look,
spectacular.
You can get it in. It's got Atelier Wen logo in, so they're able to customize it to the client's needs.
Yep.
So hey, you want the square, you want the round opening, boom, you've got it right there. Atelier Wen.
I like what they're doing, by the way.
Double deployant with an extension. Look at this.
Yeah, that's cool.
On the inside, it says Atelier Wen.
Yeah,
boom,
I like that.
Boom. Closed. You see it?
Now they have. Did they mention to you? Maybe I don't know if they mentioned to you, but they already have another watch coming out soon. Separate from the watch that's being sold now, I forget what it's called, with the hand hammer dial, with the Picani
Ancestra.
Yeah, they've got another watch coming out pretty soon. So this this watch that they're selling now, this limited edition watch, that's just, you know what I mean? That's just an exclusive watch. But they're, as far as I'm aware, they've got something ready to go pretty soon. But what I'm wondering is, are they going to go back to Peacock and then go back to the Peacock movements? Because I wouldn't do that. I would go to I would stick with the Pekingese movement,
Well,
you
that
know,
the
but
Piquet, that's a French movement, right?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah,
now they're blending, they're contracting French.
yep,
I think the case is going to be made in China, and definitely the enamel dial that's going to be
yeah,
made in China. They're probably contacting, maybe Peacock is doing it for them, or maybe they found another artisan that is capable of doing that type of work.
yeah. I'm very interested in the brand. I think Pekingese. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Pekingese, but I've been following Pekingese for many years. In fact, Pekingese.
Pekinese,
What
Pekinese. Uh-huh.
something happened years ago, and they were pissed off with the United States, and they would not sell. They would not, and it was on their website. They would not sell any of their watches to you. If you lived in the United States, you were shit out of luck because they wouldn't sell you a watch. I don't know, something happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were upset for. I think years ago. I'm not sure if it was Trump or somebody said something about the French and really pissed them off. So they were
Uh,
like, "Fuck you! We're not going to sell you nothing." So you go on the website to buy a watch, and you're like, "If you live in the United States, you're shit out of luck. We're not selling you nothing." So yes, you couldn't get it. But they have Pekingese. They went practically bankrupt. It
uh,
was a guy from, and I know who it is. A guy from I'm not sure if it was Vietnam or Malaysia or Taiwan developed their movement for their watch, and the guy's a genius. And the watch, the movement is spectacular. I forgot the name of the movement, but it's in a few of their watches, and it's quite a movement. And they practically went bankrupt developing the movement. And I watched an interview
mhm.
from the guy that made the movement, that developed the movement. I think he's from Vietnam or something.
Wow.
But the guy's like a genius. He's like a genius watchmaker. He's like the FP Journe of Malaysia, or you know what I mean, or Vietnam. And so I followed Pekingese for many years because they have very nice watches, mostly reasonably priced, very good movements, and they make movements for other companies. So I think Atelier Wen, if I were the guys from Atelier Wen,
Yeah.
their next project, I'd stick with the Pekingese movement. I wouldn't go back to the Peacock movement. I would stick with the Pekingese movement, and I would do something similar to the watch that they just put out just now. That
They
with the
could have two separate line, like if they're able to sell these watches, because at the end of the day, it's all about, are you able to sell the product? If they're able to
yep,
have two lines running simultaneously, where they have this one, the more affordable, because this is half the price
yeah,
of the Pekingese movement.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So if they're able to have these, and it doesn't cannibalize their other models, right? It's kind of like Rolex and the Tudor.
true, true.
Is this going to hurt the sales of our other watches? If not, then great. And
No.
those guys, they're very young. They still got a lot of kind of uh, big future in front of them, ahead of them. They're
Very clever. They're
very
very
clever
clever.
guys. Yep, very
I like that
clever,
watch.
good
I really,
education. It's a businessman. They're proper businessmen. They're not like these the fucking what's that stupid brand that came on the scene? The Flexer brand. Let's see. Started with an A. So like this big sapphire blocks of not bullshit. Here, I think I have a picture.
there's another brand called Awake that's from France that did the same thing with the San Maya dial. If you heard of that, they made the Jurassic Park watches, which really look great, by the way. But they used the Le Jeu Parade movement, and it's okay. It's an interesting watch, interesting looking dial, but in my opinion, not on the level of this new Atelier Wen watch with the you just said that, I keep forgetting what the name of it is, the new watch. Nowhere near the quality, the level of this Atelier Wen watch with the Pekingese movement. That's a spectacular. That's a home run. They hit a home run with that watch. My only criticism, I have two criticisms of the watch, but I know why they did what they did, because you got to keep the price. You know, you have to keep the price at a certain thing. They put lab grown diamonds for the indices. They should have used organic instead of lab grown, in my opinion, because it cheapens the watch to doing the lab. But I know why they did it, to keep, at a certain price point. And also the rotor is tungsten, but then they gold plated it, and I don't like that. Either keep it tungsten but don't plate it. You know what I mean? I don't like plating on watches, Tim. I think it cheapens a watch. I don't like plating. If you're gonna get a watch, just get steel. I don't like plate, or get gold, real gold. Don't get. It's like Frederic Constant years ago. Everything was gold plated. They had gold plated this and gold plated that. Gold plating is, when I hear gold,
Cheap and nasty.
exactly. You don't want to put that on a rotor. Say, oh well, it's tungsten, but we put gold plating on it. You really want to tell somebody that? No.
Yeah,
You know what
it's
I
just
mean?
keep it pure tungsten, right? If they
Right.
just kept it tungsten, maybe that would have been better. Although,
Yeah.
like,
Still a nice watch, though.
on the rotor, it might not come off like ever.
Right. It probably won't.
Right.
It
Yeah.
probably won't.
Yeah.
It's
So I'm thinking, but then again, you don't want to even have it in your marketing, because that's
Right.
what you think, like, that it has that negative association with it, where
Yeah.
with
In fact,
fully,
I
like,
don't even think it's
gold-plated watches.
gold. I think it's actually
No,
N88, whatever they call it.
5N. No, there's a
Right. So it's
5N.
not even real gold then. You know what I mean? It's like whatever it
I
is,
thought 5N
N53 or
was good.
N55. They shouldn't have done that, Tim. You know what I mean? They shouldn't have done that. Bless you. Bless you.
Yeah, thank you.
So those two things on the watch.
75% gold, 5N.
Yeah, see, but it's still plated. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
it's the
just
plating. It's the plating. Yeah.
right. It's so
Get it. If they did full gold rotor, that would be fucking
yeah,
amazing. You
right.
know.
They should have done, in my opinion, they should have done what Glashütte original did on the rotor, where they put the little strip of gold.
Oh yeah.
So it's not too expensive, but it's real gold. And they put it on a strip of the rotor. They could have put it on like a little design or something. They could have done like a little design, like an Atelier Wen like design. And it wouldn't have been too expensive, but everybody would have loved that. You can say, hey, this is 22 karat gold right here.
Yes.
And the other thing is the diamonds on the dial. They went with lab grown diamonds. You don't do that. You go with natural diamonds. You don't do lab grown diamonds. I mean, so what? The watch costs an extra $800 for natural diamonds. You want to have natural diamonds. You don't want to tell somebody, well, they're lab grown, and the rotors, it's plated, it's not really. You don't want to, you know what I mean? Because somebody's going to ask you, hey, is that gold? Is that real gold? You're going to go, on the Glashütte original, that's real gold.
Right.
And you can say, well, look, it's got the gold. It has the hallmark.
The thing was with the lab grown diamonds, that there is a argument to be made for it, because like a lot of these diamonds, it's not that they cost more expensive. It also depends where they're sourced, and even like this whole ethically sourced diamonds, it could be tricky. So you could make an argument for the diamonds, but for the gold rotor, it definitely, here's the thing, it definitely looks better having the contrasting rotor. I know, because the
it looks
AP,
great. It looks great.
That's what really pisses me off about the 50th anniversary APs that came out. They had white gold rotors on the back, and it looks so monochromatic against the steel movement. You go, what the fuck?
Right. No one's gonna look at it and go, ooh.
Yeah.
No one's.
When they had it in rose gold, it looked so nice. But then fucking what? And it's 50th anniversary. You would think that that's the special one. That's when they should have put in black gold or whatever, be creative. And they put in fucking white gold. Peruka says the only place you want good plating is at the restaurant. Exactly.
No. When I hear plating, whether it does, I don't care if it's platinum plating or, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. Even if it's, let's say it's 24 karat gold, as soon as they add it's plated, you're like, what the fuck? What do you, it's plated. It's,
Yeah. It's kind
it's,
of
there's things that you can do that,
Yeah.
like, if it was me, I said, okay, we got to keep the price down on the watch. What is it? $5,800, I think, for the Atelier one, right? It's about $5,800 for the watch.
Yeah.
I would have done in a circle, just like on your clasp. If you look on your clasp, whoops, sorry, Tim. If you look on your clasp on your Atelier when you push the button for the adjustment,
Uh-huh.
if you look on my damn thumb is in the way. Let me get this thing to stay. Now it won't stay. Oh, wait a minute. If I can get it. Trying to get this. There we go. If you look at your emblem on your clasp for the bracelet for the Atelier one, they could have done something like that in gold.
Oh, yeah, like a little medallion inside
on the
the
rotor.
rotor, and that would be the pure gold. That
And
would
tell me,
be contrast.
wouldn't that look good?
You should be an advisor for these guys.
Wouldn't you look at that and go, wow,
Actually,
this is
it's
cool.
still not too late. Maybe I'll write them an email and just say, hey, guys, I have an idea here. Maybe before, because the deliveries are going to be done in 2026. Maybe it's not too late if they're interested in
But no plating, Tim. Make sure
no plating.
it can't be plated. It has to be real gold, not plated, not rolled
Yeah.
gold. Not filled, not gold filled. It has to be real 18 karat gold or 21 karat or 22, whatever it is. So what if it's 18 karat? I don't care if it's 14 karat gold, as long as it's gold. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Not full. If they do that, and like the diamonds on the bezel, maybe let that go. Maybe people won't really care about that. But if they do that on the rotor, and maybe do like a little kind of design, maybe some kind of design on the rotor, just add some interest. As soon as
Boom.
you flip the watch over and you show somebody that emblem,
Boom.
and they'll see there's a hallmark, because by law there has to be a gold hallmark if it's gold. There's a hallmark on it. They're
Yeah.
going to see that it's gold, and they're not going to give a shit about the rest of the rotor, whether that's steel or tungsten or whatever. They're not going to care. They're
Yeah.
going to look and they're going to go, "Hey, Joe, come here and look at this. It's fucking gold right here. That's
Yeah.
gold." Because when you look at the Glashütte original, everybody comments on that rotor, on that gold strip on that rotor. Everybody
Yes.
comments on it.
Yes. It's a big selling point. It makes it look so fucking classy.
Yep. And just
Look at
so
that.
I mean, when those watches first came out, they didn't have
21K.
that in it. Yeah, they added that, Tim. That when those watches were first sold years ago, that gold strip wasn't on that rotor.
Oh, it's a big changer, big game changer to have that gold. It's just the contrast, and then they have all this laid in gold in the all the lettering.
Yep.
Fuck,
People
that looks
love that. People love that.
Yeah.
Love it.
This is a great watch. 9,500.
Yeah.
That's nothing for this watch. Double swan neck regulator, hand engraved,
Yep.
fucking finished with all the anglage,
Yeah.
with the fucking perlage, with the fucking beautiful Geneva stripes. This
Yeah.
green dial,
Yeah.
fuck, that's a sexy dial.
Yeah.
It's got that moon phase.
It's very
Shit,
hard to
so
find.
good.
I've been trying. Believe me, I've been trying. It's very hard to find another watch for that price, new. Because generally, if you look at for new price, I can't
Brand
find
new.
any other watch company that comes near that in quality for what you
Yeah.
get for the price.
Yeah,
I
look
just
at this.
haven't
This
found it.
blue one is
Yeah.
6,000 on the strap.
That's a
Hey,
steal.
fuck.
Yeah. They make a women's watch too. It's called the Panamanic Luna with an A. It's the same watch, except it's obviously a lot smaller. It has diamonds on it, but it has the same movement. It's smaller, but it's the same movement as that watch, but they make it for women. And they've
Crazy.
got diamonds. It's a nice watch. It's actually a really beautiful watch. I was trying to convince my wife to get one. and she doesn't. It's not her style, but it's still a nice, classy. To me, it's spectacular. It's hard to
Okay.
find for the
Look at,
money. It's hard to beat it. I mean, it's just
look at this shit. For 16,000, for 6,000 more, you can get it in gold. Fuck me. That's full gold case for $16,000.
that's only
With
$16,000 for that.
yeah. Yeah.
That's
It's cheap. It's
yeah.
cheap. The watch market is dead,
Yeah.
guys. Officially.
That other watch you pulled up earlier, the Glashütte Senator, you pulled up earlier with the white gold case. That's another fantastic watch with a great movement. You see the movement on that looks spectacular too. It's spectacular. It's a great looking watch, beautiful dial. It's I don't know. I've been comparing them with other companies for the price, trying to find who else
Yeah.
comes close to them for the price for what you get. And frankly, I haven't found. Also, they'll still send you a big. I got a big catalog from them. I mean, a big thick book like a catalog from them. They'll
From
send it. They don't
Glashütte?
care. I mean, it looks like something you'd find in a fancy library somewhere.
Wow.
And they actually called me. After that, they asked me, did I receive it? Do I have any questions? Is there anything I was looking at to get? Chronoswiss just fucking mailed me like a 3-page fucking cartoon booklet. They mailed me a fucking book like that thick. It's like something you could stick in your library. I mean, it's like a professional. It's no joke.
No.
I was very impressed. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what's this? I was like, wow. It looks like something belongs in the Library of Congress. So they take what they do very seriously. I think that they genuinely care about what they're doing. I
Mm.
really do. It's a good company. I know they get. I don't know. You run into people and immediately people talk about, well, it's not a Longa and Zona. You know, they're a Longa and Zona wannabe, and you don't have the money to buy an Elonga and Zona. You know, it's a poor man's Elonga and Zona. That's all bullshit. First off, do you know the history of Elonga and Zona?
Well,
The
technically,
real
a
history,
Lange &
the
is
true
a
history of Elonga
Phoenix
and Zona?
brand, right? It's like a
I can,
Phoenix brand.
well, I researched Elonga and Zona and Gunther Blumlein, who resurrected the brand. So let me tell you the truth about the brand. They went out, Gunther Blumlein, when he went to Glashütte, when he went to Saxony, all right, Glashütte original ran them out of there on rails, told them to fuck off and get out of here because he went down there with an attitude, and they were like, fuck off and get out of here. He found Walter Lang. He found him and used him as a front piece for the newly resurrected Elonga and Zona, which was owned by Glashütte Original. Glashütte Original only gave up the name out of respect for Walter Lang. And Walter Lang mentions this in his book. Gunther Blumlein basically used Walter Lang as like a front piece, a showpiece, and he had major backing from corporations to get Elonga and Zona going again. Elonga and Zona, Alfred Lange himself, who fled Germany during World War II. Okay, and all the other watchmakers were making that famous Lange 1. You think that he designed it on his own? Well, he didn't. That was in cooperation with the other watchmakers that were down there in Saxony, in Glashütte. And when the place was bombed, and they bombed it, partly Lang himself, he was using Jewish slave labor down in his factory for the Nazis. And when the Russians found out about it, okay, that was funny. They were going to kill him. They planned on putting him in the mines down there to work him to death because of what he did. He used the Nazi slave labor down there in his watch factory. Lang did. He did. And so he fled Germany. And he took the plans for that Lange one with him. And he left all the other watchmakers and all the other people working in the factories down there to their fate. And he beat feet and left. That's the truth of A. Lange. That people don't know that. So along comes Gunther Blumlein with the
Like a
backing of all
crazy
these big
collector.
companies. Right. And listen, he's a smart businessman.
Yeah.
So he wants to resurrect the brand. And he has backing. He has a lot of money from all these corporate people. And so what does he do? He goes out and he finds Walter Lang. Says, oh, we
It's like
found the, you know.
descendant or the
Right.
guy who fled?
No, the descendant.
Descendant.
You know?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
See? Walter Lang had nothing to,
Lineage. There's a connection. Like a
right.
bloodline.
Right. Then what he did, he used his money and influence from these companies to hype up the brand. And he used people like Oro Box, who's a famous watch collector, and he used people like him to push the brand onto people. So that everybody was singing the praises of A. Lange and Zona. Everybody was singing the praises of the brand. Right.
And they got a lot of the Swiss manufacturers to even donate equipment to restart the brand. A lot of other brands threw their support behind Lange to help them reestablish themselves.
Yeah. So I'll never buy a Lange watch because my family at the turn of the century left Germany. They were German Jews. They were in banking, and their name was Siefermann, and they actually left before the Nazis came to power. But to know that he actually imprisoned people, and by the way, people died there. People died there working for him. He worked them to death. I would never buy a watch from them. Now, I'm not saying that their watches aren't good quality. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that if somebody has an A. Lange and Sono, that it's not good quality. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that place was bombed partly because of what he did. And he fled. He fled Germany because the Russians were going to work him to death because of, at some point.
Hey, there's nothing like free Jewish slave labor, right? They built the pyramids, right? Look at the quality of that thing. Still stands.
Volkswagen. I mean, it's not just them. Volkswagen
yeah.
did it, and there's a lot of other companies that were involved in all that stuff. But you're not going to. I'm upset about all that, and I am particularly upset because Gunther Blumlein basically just dredged up Walter Lang, found him. Look, long lost descendant of A. Lange and Zona, Walter Lang.
Marketing genius. The guy had nothing to do with wristwatches. He probably didn't even know anything.
Far as I'm aware, he really didn't do anything with the company. I mean, Gunther Blumlein called the shots. He called the shots for that. Now, he did a lot of good, Gunther Blumlein. He did a lot of good for JLC, for example. I mean, there's a lot of good that he did. He's a smart guy. But you're not going to con me. I'm pretty good at doing research. You're not going to con me and tell me, oh, A. Lange and Zona, it's better than Patek Philippe, and it's got all this other. Give me a break. When you delve into the history of the brand and you realize how Gunther Blumlein got into the brand, how he resurrected the brand, and how he did it, come on. Glashütte Original only gave up the name because they respected Walter Lang. But when Gunther Blumlein went down there initially to talk to Glashütte Original, he was an asshole. He was insulting and he was demeaning. This is in Walter Lang's book, Tim. They kicked him out. Glashütte Original told him, get out of here. We're not listening to you. You're not doing it. Nah, they were like, fuck. So, and that's what happened now. Lange and Zona. Now, look, I'm not saying I would turn down any Langens, a watch made Langens. I'm not saying I would turn one down. Yes, they're great watches. Yes, they're superbly finished. I think they're overpriced because they're all precious metal. You can't get, they don't make a steel watch other than the Odysseus, I think is steel, but that's expensive.
Servicing on the Langes. That my biggest problem with the Lange is that the servicing is absurd. So some of this, I had a friend of the show who sent me a bill of what it cost to service a Lange, and there was a ding. Somebody dropped it. It was like a perpetual calendar. I think it was like a datograph, and the bill came to $11,000, or maybe it was euros.
They share the parking lot with Glashütte Original. Did you know that? They share the same parking lot. Did you know that?
Oh, really?
Yes. At least they did. That may have changed now, but a few years ago they actually shared the same parking lot with them. But I that's ridiculous. You're going to pay that kind of money for a service on a watch? Really?
You can buy a Glashütte Original for that kind of money. But look, I mean, any brand could be amazing if you just throw unlimited amount of money at it, hire the best watchmakers, in the world, and just get everybody to join your side.
Yep.
And that's kind of what they've kind of orchestrated there, because the guy, he was a collector of Lange. See here, it's all very genius. Because the Blumlein, Walter Blumlein, he was a big Lange collector. When
Gunther Blumlein,
Gunther Blumlein, he had an extensive collection, massive collection of Langes, probably the biggest collection in the world at that time. So it was actually also in his financial interest to reboot the company, because then his collection will become more valuable now that the company is operating. People will want the vintage original ones. They'll go for millions. They're going to be priceless. It's kind of like why Breitling right now bought Universal Genève, and they're rebooting Universal Genève. So the prices of the vintage Universal Genèves, they're skyrocketing. Because the brand is back, coming back online. We're seeing, it's all.
There's a rumor about that. By the way,
it's a
I don't
big
know
business.
that it's true.
This is great. I just want to just want to comment on how how intricate and interesting this watch hobby is, because there's all these moving parts. People who are just casual observers, they don't understand the business behind the hobby, and how there's the collector's market. There's vintage collectibles, and how to create a company, and how that company could benefit you. It's all super. The Walter probably bought those watches for pennies on the dollar. He was a billionaire or whatever, or a millionaire. Bought those Langes for nothing, maybe even
they're worth a lot of money now.
Yeah, exactly. And now they're
away,
priceless.
I think he passed away, but I bet that watch collection's worth a fortune. It's worth a lot of money.
Probably priceless if it ever went on auction, right?
There's a rumor. I don't know that it's true. It may not be true. The holding company that owns Breitling and owns Universal Genève, they're not going to make. There was a question. Would Universal Genève have their own in-house movement? And they're not. They're not going to have their own in-house movement. And the rumor why that is because the holding company that owns Breitling and owns Universal Genève, they're going to sell them in 5 to 7 years. Breitling and Universal Genève may be sold. Maybe. It's not definite, but they might be sold. Maybe. See, the point of buying Universal Genève was to create a slightly higher up-end brand to Breitling, earn some profit, and then put it on the market and sell them for a profit. That might happen. That might happen. And one question that was brought up is, The reason why that might happen is because you notice they're not investing in an in-house movement for Universal Genève. They're not putting in, because it's a lot of money, as you know, to invest in a new movement. And they're not doing that. They're not doing that. So the question is well, why are they why are they not investing the money? Why are they not doing that? The holding company. I'm talking, when I say who, I'm talking about the holding company.
Okay.
Because the holding company are interested in one thing: profit.
Right.
Breitling hasn't been profitable for years. They haven't been profitable. Only recently have they become profitable. But Breitling hasn't been profitable in quite a while. I think they're doing okay now, but I think they're gonna.
Oh, they look like they're circling the drain. To be honest,
It's
they're pumping stuff out, but it's not a
don't
lot
be
of sales.
surprised. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but
Yeah.
don't be surprised in 5 to 7 years. It could be a little longer. It's possible. Could be a little longer than that. But I wouldn't be surprised if the holding company that owns Breitling and now and also Gallet. So they own Breitling, Universal Genève, and Gallet. That they turn around and they dump Breitling in 5 to 7 years for a profit. If they can make a profit. Now, if they can't make a profit,
Yeah.
if they can't make a profit, then maybe they won't sell them. But if they can make a profit, they'll probably sell them. I mean, Breitling. I like Breitling. I have nothing against Breitling, but you're going to lose money buying a Breitling. You just are. You're going to lose money if you buy a Breitling. You're lucky if it's worth 30%.
Oh,
of what
they're
you paid for
going
it.
they're going for like 60% off on Joma
Yeah,
Shop. It's
it's
insane.
crazy.
Yeah,
So
Joma Shop is flooded. They've got more fucking Breitlings than bricks in the facility to hold all of them.
yeah, I mean, to their credit, Breitling's trying to turn it around. They've got a new movement that apparently is their own. It's not tied to Tudor in any way. So they're not going through Kinesi. They got their own movement. So I understand that they're trying to change their image, but it's too late. It's too late. Friends don't let friends buy Breitling.
Fuck, it's 50% off on Breitlings right now. It's
Yep.
crazy. Guys,
You
go
don't-
go buy Breitling for
Yeah.
50% off. Look at this one. The Navi timer.
Yeah.
Holy shit. What is this? This new brand new with the rose gold bezel. How is this
Amazing. You
fucking
know
brand new?
who picks Breitling over Glashütte original? That Bruce Williams guy from his channel, the Bruce Williams channel. He
Yeah.
actually picks Breitling over Glashütte original. And you have to have
Really?
you got to have your head checked.
No,
You know what I mean? You
that's
you you
not
have to
right.
have your head checked to buy a Breitling over a Glashütte original.
Breitling is like a tutor at this point. They've
Right.
been downgraded. There
It's
used to be kind of on par with Rolex, I think,
Yeah,
but
they fell so
definitely,
far.
yeah.
And Universal Genève, I don't know what your personal opinion is. I don't like what they're doing with the brand. First off, they've got these inaccessible watches on their website that you can't buy. So if you go on the Universal Genève website,
Mhm.
they're interesting watches, but you can't buy them. Those watches that they have on there, you can't get them. I mean, maybe some rich collector will maybe pick one up, but you and I aren't going to be able to get a watch like that. So that turns me off right away. If I can't get the watch,
Yeah.
it's a slap in the face to the enthusiasts that like the brand. And yes, they're going to come out with other watches in a year or two. They're going to have other Universal Genève watches coming out, but that's not the point. They're it puts a bad taste in your mouth when they resurrect the brand, and everyone's excited about the resurrection of the brand, and then their premier watches that they have, you can't get it. You can't get that watch for those
Yeah, I know,
watches.
right? That was like a super limited edition for
Right.
like a couple of pieces of each one. Like, what the hell?
Yeah,
What
that's
was this
bullshit.
for?
This
Yeah,
is it's
it's that they got two completely polar opposite things. They got Breitlings that they can't sell them for 50% off. That they're
yep,
pumping out like I don't know, like a horny teenager.
yep.
And then on the other side, they're like, oh, and now we're gonna go with this watch that nobody can get. Like, what the fuck, yo? How about, can we come to the center a little bit closer, guys?
I want to show you something. Check this out. You see this behind me? Whoop,
Uh,
lost the phone. Oh, see if I can get behind.
Oh, nice painting there. Whoa, wow, that's freaking beautiful. What is that?
It takes up the whole wall.
Yeah, it's so cool though. Proper piece of art. I like it. I like how you got the 2 floors, nice ceiling. You know, you got some air circulation going through the house.
That's really, this was done by an artist by the name of Jacqueline Penny. She passed away, but that's really, we didn't do it. This when we bought the house, it was here, but it's really, really cool.
Yeah.
And then you got the other side. We were thinking about, here's the other wall. And we were thinking about doing something on the other side, but we don't know what to do with it. But it's a pretty cool painting.
You can put like a Geneva, kind of similar painting in style, but of Geneva.
You know what?
like
I like that idea.
Geneva fountain.
Yeah. Actually, I
Yeah,
like that idea. It's a really cool idea. So it's a pretty cool house. It's a lot of work though, to be honest with you. It's a lot. So I destroyed my shoulder working on the house. That's how I destroyed my shoulder working on this house. I literally destroyed my shoulder trying to keep up with the house. So it's a lot of work. So I don't know. You know what I mean? It's a nice place, but it's just.
It looks beautiful, man. It looks incredible. I love the kitchen. I love the space. Look, like something like this. You see it?
Oh yeah.
That's what you can put. That'd be so sick.
That's actually really cool. I like that. That's my only criticism with the kitchen. It's hard to see. I'll turn it around, but if you can see it's got like a little rinky-dink little stove. I don't know if you can see the. I mean, the table.
I have
nice.
no stove, so any stove is freaking amazing.
Check out this. This is solid marble right there, or granite, or I think it's granite. And then you got this table over here. You can see this table that's over here. This table is like 300 pounds. The table, you can't even move the table. It's like 300 pounds.
It's
you literally can't move it. I don't know if it's marble or granite. I'm not sure. But the thing is so heavy that it takes 6 people just to lift it. You can't move the damn thing. But my problem with the house is, if it was me, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Can you see where the refrigerator is?
Yeah.
Where's the refrigerator? Where is it? I gotta see if I don't know if you can see the refrigerator.
I can see it right now. Yeah, it's to the left. And
you got the small little stove. Well, there's a section here behind me.
Oh, okay.
Another cabinet and stuff like that. I would.
It's like an extra space.
I would move the refrigerator, and I would get one of those thin, long, small, thin. I forget what they call them. There's a name for the refrigerator. I would stick the refrigerator over here.
Yes.
And I would expand this over here, and I would put in the house we lived in before.
Because when you're cooking, you want to have that nice area. You want to extend the countertop next to the stove there.
Yep.
And have the refrigerator over there. That way, it's very easy. You can grab the ingredients and you put them next to you as you're cooking. The way they set this up, you're right. It doesn't make much sense.
No. The last house we had, there was a 6-burner Viking stove. A 6-burner Viking stove. When we moved here, I was like, the fuck's that midget stove doing over here? What the fuck is that? And you got this huge double door cabinet over here.
Yeah, what's the cabinet?
The thing is huge. I get rid. It's a huge
like
pantry.
A pantry. Oh,
I get rid of it. I would put something else there, and I would use that space, and I would expand put a nice stove in there. Take the refrigerator. Put the refrigerator over.
Well, dude, start doing these fasting. Start fasting on purpose. I'm telling you, it's going to help you heal the body, heal yourself after the surgery. Maybe not immediately after the surgery, but like after you're nice and ready. Start doing the fasts. I'm going to be doing fast 4 days every month. I think just for the health benefits. It's going to help repair the muscles in your body. Okay, and then you'll be back and ready to work on this house, dude. It's an incredible house. Think about it. You're doing this for your son as well, because he's gonna inherit it. So if you fix it now, the earlier you fix it, the cheaper it is.
the outside. But it's too late now. But there's a it's an acre. It's a little over an acre of property with a huge and it's a huge Trex. What's called Trex. I guess it's like a artificial wood Trex deck. It's big, and with stone pillars with glass all the way around the back of the house that goes down to the first floor. And in the basement, I've got a full apartment in the basement with a full kitchen,
Nice.
full bathroom. In fact, I'll show
Wow.
it to you. Let me show it to you.
Wow. Yeah, let's take a look at it. It's something
How do
I might rent it from you if you're
How do I
if
I turn the camera around? Is there a way to turn the
yes,
camera
there is.
around?
There's a little arrow above next to the camera button. If you press the camera button, it'll like turn off the camera. But the little arrow that points up, will let you choose different cameras.
I don't have an arrow on my.
You see the little camera icon at the bottom?
Yeah.
No? Oh, okay. Then
Yeah.
click on the little setting. Is there a little arrow that points up next to the camera icon? It's to the right of the camera icon.
Now, how do I? Uh-oh. I hit that button, but how do I get you back? How do I? Oh, that didn't work. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. No, there's no.
Okay,
there's a
then click
camera.
settings. Click settings button. A little gear.
I don't have that either on here, Tim.
What?
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what. Let
This
me turn the
says-
phone this way. No, I don't.
No,
have
this is
it.
worse. No, this is way worse.
Yeah.
Right? No.
It's
There's a
okay.
button. There's a button. There's a settings button. Hold on. Look, I'll go on my phone. I'll try to. 1 second.
I could just turn the phone around. I can
No,
turn
no,
the
it's
phone
gonna
around.
be
I can't
very
figure out.
confusing for you. Hold on.
I got to show
Sorry.
you the front here too. I can show
Yeah,
you.
because it'll be much better.
It's hard to see, but I'll show you. Can you see the? I'll try to show you the. It's hard to see, but the front going to the front. with the
Okay. Oh yeah,
pillars.
no, there is a little arrow. You see there's a camera icon. There's a microphone icon, and then there's a camera icon,
And then there's 3 dots.
and then there's 2 little people, and then there's 3 dots.
No, I don't have that on mine. I don't have.
Okay,
I don't-
turn the phone then this way. You have to turn it vertically. Then it'll expand the whole thing. Okay. Do you see the 2 little people?
No, that's
Okay, but
no.
you see the little arrow next to the camera icon? There's a microphone icon. There's a
No,
camera.
there's no arrow either.
Okay, do you
No.
see the 3 dots?
Yeah.
Okay, click on the 3 dots and then click on settings.
All right. Let's see. It says edit name, edit avatar, or audio. That's all it says.
But below that, there's a little gear and it says
No.
settings.
Not
Does it
on
say
mine.
that? When you press
No.
on 3, what else do you have there?
That's all I got. That's it.
How's that
That's
possible?
okay. You know what? This
Okay.
will still work. Let me
All right, fair enough.
let me I'll go down and I'll turn it
down.
around. I'll
check
turn it
your-
around. Tell me that you're able to see this is going down the stairs. I don't know if you can. Are you
Mhm.
able to see me going down the
Yep.
stairs?
That's it. I like the little decoration there. You got a little flower, some lights,
I'm going down the.
2 flights there. Let's see here.
And turn some lights on here.
Huh?
Turn some lights on. Richard, just turning the light on real
That's
quick.
a
Don't get it,
big
Richard.
area here. All right.
got-
Wow. This is massive area.
I'll take you around the other side.
Wow. Wow. This is an entire mansion down here.
It's hard to see, but there's a bathroom here. I'm pointing. There's a full bathroom and shower there, and then the kitchen. I'll turn the light.
Wow. A second kitchen. Nice. Yeah. Oh, what? Dude, this is incredible. Second kitchen. And you got a little living room area here as well. Well, little or big. Big living room area. Nice dining area. And this is like a full family could live here. I could rent this out and do my streams from here. That's basically all I would need.
While then the second floor, I didn't show you the second floor. First,
Uh-huh.
there's a private library and two private dining rooms on the first floor, and then the second floor with the bedrooms is a huge master suite with pillars and a huge walk-in bathroom where you can walk down into the tub and everything. It's really cool. It's really wild to see it.
Wow.
It's nice. It's a nice. Thank you, Rich. It's a nice.
Wow.
The property outside, I wish you could see it, but there's huge stone pillars
Mhm.
that go off the back deck, and there's the whole house inside and outside is wired for speakers and sound.
Oh,
So you can play music outside of the house and on every level of the house, inside and outside. And
wow.
it's really
You can have like you can get like a proper audio system and
it's
hook it
really
in,
cool.
right? And you can play music throughout the house. You can throw like a party and have
It's
music everywhere.
I'll show you the back. I can turn the fireplace. You get the fireplace over here on the side. There's part of the library is
Wow.
there. I don't know if you can see the pillars in the front of the house.
Oh
It's kind
yeah.
of hard to see. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, wait, let me. Yeah, there we go.
Then it goes up to
Wow.
the second floor. I'll show you the.
Nice stairs. Proper wood. Oh, that's the balcony. That's kind of like overlooks there's the painting and the area there.
And then there's the front. It
Fireplace.
overlooks the front and the back.
Wow.
I'll show you the back because the back is really, really cool.
Wow.
It's a lot to take care of, though, Tim. It's
Yeah.
I literally destroyed one. I put down 133 bags of mulch. 133 bags.
133.
Yep. And
Eh,
I destroyed my arm in the process.
I was
Oh,
just talking to a friend of mine, Cam. The guy doesn't know how to use a screwdriver, and he's been telling me, I want to buy a house. I'm like, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about because you need to have some proper
yeah.
skills to be able to take care of this stuff. Because if you can't take care of it yourself, it costs thousands. If you had to hire somebody to do any of this work,
Yep.
it's only for emergencies that you hire somebody. Like,
Yep.
you
You gotta.
you're doing surgery, okay, no choice,
Yeah.
right? But like otherwise, you have to be able to maintain the house yourself
It's
because it's
expensive, dude. It's a lot of work. It's it's hard, dude. It's really hard, Tim.
yeah.
It's not. Now this is really cool. It's covered though right now, but it's a huge, really,
Mhm.
it's a stone grill with
Mhm.
its own water supply and everything too. It's really, you can't see it's because it's
Whoa,
covered, but it's massive. It's really, really huge. It's made of marble too. So that's
damn.
there, and then the backyard.
Oh yeah. Whoa, you got a nice patio here, and that overlooks. And then you've got that area there in the backyard as
Yeah.
well. That's as
It's
well.
hard to see the back, even the
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah.
dark, but even the shed in the back of the house, we got a custom shed. It's it's fully insulated from floor
What?
to ceiling. From floor to ceiling, it has its own water supply, and it has like custom fans and custom lights. It has electricity and everything.
Yes.
It's it's nuts, dude. It's just fucking.
I love it. That's where you go. That they did that on purpose. So, look, when your wife is driving you insane, you can go there and just have
Yep,
a
it's
space to get away with it from everyone. Get a
believe it
break.
or not, I have custom tile that down in the basement to put in down there if I want to make it like a man cave. I have it down in the basement to tile out there to turn it into a and you could put heat, air conditioning. You could turn it into like a little mini house if I wanted. I could if I wanted. My wife found out. You know what she did? I told her I wanted to do that. She took all her shit and she stuck it all in there, all her crap. She shoved it in there to stop me from making
Oh
a man
no,
cave out
I'm
of it. Yeah,
creating a man cave.
yep. She stopped me, so I won't be able to do it. I wanted to do it. She was like, "You're not doing that." She put the shit in there, but it's cool. I mean, it's a nice. The guy that owned the house before us,
Mm,
he spent $160,000, right, renovating the house, doing the
yeah.
basement with the kitchen and everything, and the shed out back and everything, and then he sold the house. He just put it up for sale. And
Ridiculous.
I'm like, you know, he did the deck, and I did all the deck work. And I'm like, why? Like, you know, like you're not even going to enjoy it. You spent all that money, and he just put it on the market and sold it. And he told me why. This used to be all farmland. This is a cul-de-sac where we're at. All the houses here, there's about 70 or 80 houses where we are.
Yeah.
It's a complete cul-de-sac. The
I
whole
love
thing.
cul-de-sac.
Yeah, it's a
best.
everywhere you drive in here, it's a
Yeah.
cul-de-sac. But it used to be all farmland, and we're next to a farm. There's a farm when you go to drive out of here, but the whole area was a farm.
Yes.
And he was upset when they started building all the restaurants and all the places. He didn't like it, so he decided to put the house up for sale. But listen, coming from New Jersey, I like having an Olive Garden and a you know, a Texas Roadhouse and all these restaurants. I like having all that stuff. You know, I think it's
Endless
cool.
breadsticks.
Hey, dude, I'll tell you what. I mean, I couldn't. Before we moved here, I said, "Is there a Texas Roadhouse?" And I found a Texas Roadhouse 10 minutes from the house, and I was like, "Fuck yeah!" You know what I mean? I was like, "This is fucking great."
Barbecue. Let's go.
Absolutely, dude. And we got great barbecue down here too. No lie. There's 2 barbecue places down here that are legit barbecue places, really good. So I'm not complaining. I like it. You know. So
hey, username Mickey, $2.79. When is the community meetup at Sid's? Let's fucking go.
what did he say, Tim? What was that?
He wants to do a watch community meetup at your house.
we can do that, but I'm in Maryland though. But you guys can come to Maryland.
Shout out to Humble Pine. He lives in Maryland too.
You do?
Yeah.
Humble Pie does? You guys are welcome. Where are you at, Tim? Where are you at?
Well,
are you far from me?
I'm in Brooklyn.
All right, it's not that far.
It's a bus drive. I went to DC before, but yeah, we could do something.
Oh yeah, we could do it. We could do a watch meetup here. There's a lot of. The house is big, and there's it's a beautiful. You got to do it while the weather's nice too. You know, and I got it. Oh, I didn't show you. You can't see it. I have a stone deck, dude. I got a stone deck, right? That goes from the side of the house, the stone patio. It goes all the way down to the back of the house, and I have a fire pit with a huge stone patio, circular stone patio down below for parties.
We need to do something. Hey, if you're down, we can all come together for one weekend, maybe a night or two. Stay over at your place.
Hell yeah, man.
Barbecue. We'll bring our own meat. The wine with spirits, whatever.
Oh yeah.
Just bring our collections.
Yep.
Spread them over there on that stone dining table.
Yeah, man.
And just have some fun. Get to meet everybody.
That's
if Mickey's down, we can try to organize something.
Yep.
It'll be hella fun, you know.
It would be fun.
Celebrate the house, you know. That's fucking beautiful.
We should do it. Seriously. It's a nice place. I'd enjoy it. Since I moved here, I don't know anybody. And I don't really talk to anybody here that's on the block. You know, I mean, I really don't know anybody. And I don't
these cul-de-sacs, they could be a little bit isolating. You have to kind of, know your neighbors. A lot of people, they're so private.
Yeah, they don't really it's not that they're not nice. They are nice, but they just, you know what I mean? They got their own things going on. And the neighbor across the street's actually from New Jersey, and they're really nice people. So we will say hello once in a while if we get a chance to see them. But other than that, the people, they don't, I'll put it to you this way. Nobody came over to welcome us to the neighborhood.
Wow. That's a little...
Yeah, I know. It's, you know what I mean? But
it's not like the good old days where the neighbors would bring in apple pie to say hello to their new neighbors.
Yeah.
We're gonna do that. That's when we come in to party. We're gonna go to all of your neighbors. We'll knock on the doors and we'll say, "Hey, you guys want to talk watches? We got watches. Look at this. We came to show you some wristwatches. Join us for drinks and some watch talk."
There's some cool stuff right down the street on this cul-de-sac down here. It looks like a driveway, but it's not. When you go down, there are fucking houses down there, but it looks like a driveway, but it's not. There's actual
Oh.
house. It's weird. I've never seen anything like it before. So you go down the end of my block, and you see that there's another cul-de-sac where you can turn around, and come back the other way. But when you look, what looks like a driveway, it keeps going. There's houses, and it's all private. And there's houses down there, and you look and you go, because it looks like, Tim, it just looks like somebody's driveway. Like you just pull in a drive, but it's not. And you look and I'm like, are those houses down there? I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? I'm like, I couldn't, it's a nice place. And it's fairly quiet. You don't usually have too many people. There's really no trouble up here. Once in a while, like fireworks, you heard before, like,
Yeah.
and on occasion, the neighbor across the street, because they got a pool, so the kids might come over. But other than that, nobody really bothers you. But it's a nice place. It's a nice piece of property. I like it a lot. But like I said, I don't really talk. And listen, there's no watch people over here. I don't talk to anybody. But there was one guy down at a store I saw. He was a pilot. He was a commercial pilot, and he pulled me aside and we talked a little bit about watches. And he was a cool guy. He was a really cool guy. But other than him,
Yeah.
nobody. You know what I mean? Nobody's. They're not. Other than the doctor, my doctor with the bluesy is cool. He's got the bluesy. So, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind having
We got to
a get
start a
together
watch.
here at the place.
We got to start a Maryland watch club, and start doing meetups. We got to open a chapter.
And I'm trying to think of see, here in the house, if you guys are going to crash in the house, I'm trying to think where to crash in the house, because well, you can crash in the house if you want to. It's up to you guys. But
I think it would be easier instead of driving home.
Right.
stay
Oh, no,
overnight.
you can't do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. You'd have
Gonna
to
get
stay.
wasted. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you'd have to stay. So it's up to you. You guys would have to pick a room or a couch or something. I'd have to have my son give up a bedroom or two, you know what I mean, to have people come and stay. But it would be nice to have everybody come get
It was
together,
fun. Yeah.
get the
Fun.
barbecue going out back, get the fire pit going, and check
Hell
the
yeah.
watches out. Take the
Do it.
watches and sprawl them right out on the table right there.
Right there. Boom. We could put
Sprawl 'em.
Humble Pines a star wheel right there. Mickey can put his he can put his Guinness
Yep.
on the table there.
Oh man, you got to have Guinness. Who's coming with the Guinness? Because you got to have Guinness. You gotta have
Mickey
Guinness.
might as well bring Guinness
Yep.
with his Guinness. Make perfect sense. MD
That's-
Chaz, he can bring his Grand Seikos, a full collection.
That's Hartford
like
County.
3
That's right. Who's that? That gentleman
Oh.
from Maryland? Yep, that's Hartford
MD
County.
Chaz is a cool guy.
Yep.
He can bring Blue Label. I met this guy in Grand Seiko event in Manhattan, and
He
then
must have
treated me.
Googled. He must have Googled the house already. He probably has. He has it pulled up online. Looking at it already.
He knew where you live based on the constellation that he saw outside the window.
No, it is a
Yeah.
nice area, Tim. I'm not going to lie. In fact,
Yeah.
10 minutes up the road up here, these people have. They have Scottish Highland cows, like real Scottish Highland cows.
Wow.
They have like 5 of them. So you drive by and there's this house on the hill, and you look, and I'm like, that's the strangest looking cow I've ever seen. What the fuck is that? It's a Scottish. I think that's what they call them, Scottish Highland cows.
Wow.
This couple, this family, they got 5 of them, and I'm like, it blows your mind. You drive by and you're like, what the fuck? What the hell was that?
Cow owners.
It's
Grass fed, their own cows.
in their own field.
You know the kind of steaks that's going to make later, or the milk that those cows produce.
I don't.
And that
I never see
organic
anybody.
stuff just puts it to shame.
It's a nice. It beats New Jersey hands down. I'm sorry. I mean, being from Jersey, it's just driving around here. The land is beautiful up here. It's really, really nice when you drive around, and you wouldn't know it, but I'm literally 5 minutes from serious country out here with horses and everything, and they have horse lessons and stuff like 5 minutes. and it's all country driving around, and it's beautiful. It's really, really nice. But this is nothing. There's a place called Hunt Valley. Dude, you can land a helicopter on top of some of these houses out there in Hunt Valley. They're beautiful estates.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it's like full on mansions, right? They got their own one of those things like, not a drive-in, but one of those, where you drive to the drive-in, right?
yep, yes,
Gates open up, and
yes,
then you drive for like a mile,
yep,
and then there's a driveway with a maze
yep,
garden.
yep. That's it's
Yeah.
spectacular to see. It's unbelievable to see, and that's in Hunt Valley, which isn't far from here. Actually, it's not that far. It's spectacular to see. It's just,
Mm.
it's
Well, we
really, really
definitely
nice.
have to do something
You're
very
welcome to
soon.
come down, you guys. If you
Yeah.
guys want to, if you're serious about having a watch get together,
Yeah.
talk to the guys, and then we'll see what we can do to
Let's.
have guys come next. I know you're coming a
Yeah.
long way. Coming from New York. That's
Yeah.
probably about let me think. It's probably 6 hours.
Yeah. It's about 6 hours.
Yeah.
I might come down. If we don't do the meetup, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you can come down.
I come down
Yeah.
to DC. I'll make sure to invite you. We can at least do. You can come down to do like a little dinner, in DC. But hey, I'm down for helping schedule some kind of event. It sounds fun.
Absolutely.
We might have people who would want to fly from around United States to come and kind of have fun with us.
That would be
So
really cool.
yeah,
Because there's nothing else like this going on around here, really, is there?
no,
Really? Not really.
that's what
Not
it's all
really.
about. Just having a good time, talking watches with collectors. No, nobody else is doing anything like this,
And
unfortunately. But
I don't
let
share this hobby with anybody out here,
yeah,
Tim. There's just nobody to, other than the doctor I mentioned to you and the one guy up in town, the pilot, who was a cool guy. You know what I mean?
yeah,
He was like looking at me, and I was like, "Why is this guy staring at me?" I was like,
mm,
"What is he doing?" He came over and so we just started bullshitting about watches. He showed the
mm,
watch, so we started talking. I was like, "This is a cool dude,"
mm,
and but you don't get too many people like that, or you know what I mean? There's not
yeah,
too many. So when you run into somebody like that, it's pretty cool. So
yeah,
every once in a while, I'm complimented on the watch. I am. Every once in a while,
yeah.
somebody will compliment me, which is, it makes you feel
Cool,
good. People
cool.
compliment you and stuff like that. So listen,
Yeah,
let me know.
yeah.
It's
I don't
I
know.
know
Do you
it's a
have
long drive for you.
information? I think I have your number. I think
I
we
don't think I
spoke
have your
before. You don't
information.
have it?
If you want to leave it,
Okay.
and then you're
Okay.
welcome. Obviously, you're welcome to come down. I
Thank you.
know it's a long drive. Let me
Yeah.
give me 1 second, Tim. I want to make sure I
Mhm.
turn off all this stuff real quick. Make sure.
Big shout out to Humble Pine for a $20 super chat upvote, and let's support Tim. I
Yep.
need bus tickets, guys. Send money now, if you want to support the show. And hey, it would be fucking amazing to do something like
3
this.
full-size refrigerators in the
Yeah,
house.
yeah, three refrigerators. Fuck.
Now's the time to do it, Tim, because the weather's still warm. The weather's still nice. You can get a chance to go outside to appreciate, to be outside
Yeah,
and to
and
relax.
it's close to Humble Pine. Humble Pine would probably come up.
Yep.
It's fucking
What part of
2 minutes.
Maryland is Humble Pie from? If he doesn't mind me asking, it's not my business, but what part of Maryland is he from? Is he willing to
Yeah,
share?
let us know. Humble Pine. Let us know in the. Don't have to be exact.
No, say what county. That's all.
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
just want to be.
Count. Yeah.
I'm from
Exactly.
Hartford. I am from Hartford County.
Whoa! And Mickey, $20 super chat upvote, and let's support Humble Pine for supporting Tim Wright. Yes. Thank you so much, Mickey. Hey, it's an extra long show tonight. It's good to reconnect with Quarter's Eye or Sid.
You guys
Quarter's Eye
come
is his
down,
idea.
take a ride. If you guys want, we can go down. Since it's not far, the 1916 company is not far from here.
Oh, we
take
can
a
go
ride down.
visit 1916 company. We can live stream from the 1916 company. I can call them in advance, say, hey, I'm going to be in town. I would love to do a show watches, show the place, introduce
Yeah.
people to the business. It wouldn't be just for the party. We can all go together, see stuff, make a fun watch event out of it.
Yeah.
Humble Pine says Montgomery County.
Yep. Great county.
How far
Great
is
county.
that? Like an hour drive, less?
I don't think so. I don't think it's that far, but that's a
Yeah.
spectacular county. That's a really nice
Yeah.
county. Very nice county.
He lives on the cul-de-sac as well.
Yep.
Like a little cul-de-sac.
Well, I
Also,
look
he's got a
forward to it,
beautiful
Tim.
house.
I,
And he's got the same problem as you. The house is massive, and
hard to take care of.
it's exactly it's really hard to take care of. And then it's also like maybe it's too big
Yeah.
because at least your kids are still very young, so they're gonna be in the house for a very long time. His kids are kind of gone. They're doing their stuff. So and it's like he's got the house, but
Yeah.
when the kids come back. It's a big thing, and he still doesn't know what exactly he wants to do with the house. Because like he's
Yeah,
working, he's like, why do I need to be spending? It's all a headache.
Me and my wife are in those discussions when she retires. What are we going to? My wife wants to leave the house to the kids, which is fine. There's discussion whether or not we would move or not, but she wants to leave the house to the kids, which I understand. That's perfect. That's fine with me. That's okay. But it is a lot of work. So it's just it's to be expected. Hopefully my son gets a little bit older and I'm not going to, I'll be honest with him, I'm not going to be able to go out there and do all this stuff anymore.
But
I can't.
you
I
have to
can't
do
it.
this stuff with your
No.
son so
Yeah.
that he knows how to fix the house. This is a great
Yeah.
project for him and you to do together. 'Cause
Yeah.
when you're gone, he's going to be able to take care of the house himself.
Yeah.
Because if you don't teach him this stuff now, he'll never learn. He's going to be like Cam. He's
Yeah.
totally useless. He doesn't know how to nail, how to put a painting
Yeah.
on the wall. Doesn't
Yeah.
know how to use a hammer. It's totally a
I
disaster.
do.
Disaster.
Yeah. I do have to.
So
I do have to make that a point to.
he
I
has
wish,
to watch. If he doesn't have to necessarily be participating, but actually watching,
Yeah.
just sitting there watching how it's done. That's how learning starts. That's the most important step in learning how to do something. Is just, hey, instead of doom scrolling on Twitter, you
Yeah.
sit your ass down here. Or what he could do, he could record you as you're doing it, make it into shorts, right? You could make it into a fucking business,
Yeah.
okay? How to repair the house, the YouTube channel. You're doing it, and he's making videos out of it. But and the thing is, as he's watching you and then making your repair strategies into videos, he's also learning because it's like learning through observation.
The
Seeing
house
how you're.
is. I agree with you, Tim. I'll try that. You know what I mean? But he's gonna have to. I mean, there's really no choice. You know what I mean? He's gonna
Yeah.
have to. It's gonna be that. It's gonna be a lot to. It's gonna be a lot to for him to take care of. But I guess that's the plan. I'm saving what
That's
I
how
can
you do
save
it.
to help him when he gets older. I mean, it's to be fair, on my own, I couldn't afford a big fancy place like this. This is because of my wife. I couldn't afford it. But putting that aside, which is true, it's not really my doing. It's what my
I'd be
wife's doing.
homeless living under the bridge
because
if it wasn't for my wife. Okay, with the only thing that I could afford is just a couple of watches that I'm wearing. I'm desperately trying to make this live stream into some kind of a profitable thing, some type of a legitimate business. I've been stepping up. I don't know. It's just past 2 days. I had this plan in the workings for like a month, how I'm going to do it. And now I'm starting to take steps implementing. Number one, I had to lose some weight because I was just so tired from like
I was
everything.
gonna say you look great. I can see that you lost a tremendous amount of weight too. I can see that. It's it's not easy. You just it's not easy. You're doing. It's not easy.
Fucking brutal. I was addicted. It's a mental. I had this. It's a mental block, but overcoming it. But now losing weight is also time intensive. It takes up a lot of my time, and but hopefully, I'm halfway to my target goal, and I'm doing all these things at the same time. and you
I
know,
do you have a cardiologist, Tim? Have you gone for a
can't
cardiology?
afford doctors. What is? It's
Well,
out of the question.
I'll tell you
Yeah,
why I mentioned. I'll tell you why.
yeah,
Both of my brothers died young
yeah.
from heart attacks. My brother Bobby was 47,
Mm.
and my brother Jimmy was 53. Both died. Massive
Uh,
heart attacks.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Thank you. It was very difficult. Um, by the way, neither one of them, there were signs, but they wouldn't go to the doctor.
Mm.
And the result was they died because they wouldn't go to the doctor when they they started they would. Most men, by the time you realize there's a problem, your artery is like probably 70% clogged. And the only reason why I'm still kicking is because when I was
Mm.
younger in my 20s, I gave up junk food and soda and pizza and candy and
Yeah.
dairy and all that shit. I gave all that up, bread and pasta and all that crap. I gave that all up back then. So I went for a full cardiology workup, stress test, nuclear stress test, what's called a calcium score. They do check your
Hmm.
arteries. I'm fine. Only because in my 20s, I gave all that shit up, sugar and
Yeah.
pasta and candy and all that stuff. Otherwise, I would have had a massive heart
Yeah.
attack. I wouldn't be around. So
I think that this is the same thing I felt. I was on the path too. That's kind of what, yeah. I was sitting over here on the couch, putting my socks on, and my stomach was in the way. I couldn't bend, far enough to put the socks
I've
on.
I've been there more than once.
Yeah,
So it's when I was younger, before I lost weight, I looked like a bowling ball with legs. I was so fat. I
yeah,
was fat. I was a
yeah.
40, Tim, I was a 42 waist,
Wow,
and I'm only
wow,
5'9",
wow.
and I was a 42 waist
Yeah,
fat.
I'm 5'9" as well.
It's
We're the same height.
I
Wow, I got to 220, 220.
wow, yeah,
That
that's
was,
heavy.
yeah, it's the heaviest I've ever been, and I think now that I broke through, because it was very much, it was an addiction, and now that I broke through that addiction and I understand that it was an addiction, because I can feel the difference now that I'm drinking my water,
Yep.
because I'm hydrated, and I cut out all, like, processed food. I might have, like, an occasional snack here and there, maybe once, every 2 weeks, but I try to stay to fresh, ingredients, organic as much as possible, and it's done a world of difference. I feel, 7 times better than before, and I'm able to kind of, in my head, like, much clearer. I figured out, how I could better plan out this path for the career that the destiny or this world handed me, and
Yep.
now I'm fine. I'm taking steps into making things better.
I'm glad that you're doing better and lose weight. A lot of people won't do that. You meet people. I know you have in your life, in personal life.
Mm.
They just and I've met people. You try to give them advice, but they won't put the pizza down, or they won't
Yeah,
put the Budweiser down, or they won't give
yeah,
up. They won't quit smoking, or they won't give. They won't do it, despite the fact that they're not doing well, but they
mm,
won't do it. And then you hear, "Hey, did you hear what happened to Joe? Hey, did you hear what happened to Mike?" You know what I mean? And
yeah,
they drop dead 6 months or a year later.
yeah,
It's some people you try to help. I try to talk to people and I try to
mm,
give them advice and stuff like that when I see people and I'm an example. And say, well, who the hell are you to say? Well, I'm a living example. I lost both of my brothers because of
yeah.
their lifestyles, and they didn't want to give up their lifestyles. They didn't.
And
They,
it's
they didn't
I
want to do it.
part of the thing is that they can't. They can't do it because, like, there's steps that needs to be taken. And if you don't take these steps, like
Yep,
getting rid of all the junk food in the house, like,
that's hard to
literally,
do.
you
Yep.
have to. Because
Hey,
if there is, it's all about the temptation
yep,
and
it's hard.
resisting. Yeah, it's
You know what I
brutal,
do?
brutal.
It's I have. They make there's a company called Pullman's, and they make unbelievable carrot cake, probably the best I've ever had. They're out in Lancaster in Pennsylvania. So I'll buy a whole Pullman's carrot cake. But this is what I do. I don't eat the carrot cake.
Uh-huh.
When I open it up, the first thing I do is I'll take a tiny little taste of the icing, and then I remove the icing from the cake entirely. Get rid of it.
Wow.
Then I don't even eat the cake. I go in, I break up the cake with a knife, like a surgeon. I break it up, and
Yeah.
I pull out like walnuts, and they got some pineapple, and they got other stuff. I pull that out, and I eat the walnut and the pineapple, and the rest of the cake, I throw it out. I literally, and the cake is like
Yeah.
$30,
Yeah.
but it's better
Yeah.
to do that.
It's healthier for you. Hey, you know what? You killed the craving. You had the healthiest part of the cake, and that cake, it's kind of like, if you didn't do that, Richard, it might sound like, oh, it is a waste of money. You just no, actually, but then you don't feel the craving for all these other things that you would have spend money on, and it would have ruined your health, and then it make you feel so much worse. So
Here's an interesting fact that is shocking but true.
hmm.
The U.S. government guarantees the price of sugar. So even if there's a depression, let's say the economy goes to shit, and there's another Great Depression,
Mhm.
the government guarantees the price of sugar.
Oh,
And
right.
the
Yeah.
reason, and in fact, during the Great Depression, Hershey's chocolate, they actually made money. They actually turned a profit. And the reason why they guarantee the price of sugar is because sugar is in everything. Just about everything you eat has sugar in it, and people are addicted to it. Could you imagine if tomorrow you couldn't get any sugar? People would go nuts. People would be fighting each other out on the highway because the sugar withdrawal, candy withdrawal,
Yeah.
because sugar
Oh,
is
it's
in everything.
bad. It's bad. The sugar withdrawal, it is bad.
This
I
is but it kills you, Tim. The sugar. Talk
Yes.
to any doctor that's honest,
Yeah.
and he'll tell you if they could get rid of anything, they would get rid of sugar,
It should be
processed sugar.
illegal. It should be, like how we had the prohibition. Yeah,
Yep.
the high fructose corn syrup. There's nothing worse
Oh
than
yeah, trash. High
yeah.
fructose corn syrup, trash. Aldi's. You ever shop at Aldi's? It's a. We've shopped there for years. Not anymore, but there's a company, a food store called Aldi's.
Yes. We
Yep.
we have we
Aldi's.
have
Shop.
Aldi somewhere here,
Don't
but I
ever
never
don't
go.
don't.
Well,
They
everything
put
they have is
they put
processed sugar.
artificial fillers and modified cornstarch. So if you read it a
Oh.
label, if you pick up a label from food that's sold at Aldi's, it'll say high fructose corn syrup or
Uh,
modified cornstarch.
fuck.
That shit will kill you.
Yeah.
In fact, if I eat it, I
Yeah.
become physically ill, physically sick.
Yeah, it's like when I eat Taco Bell, it it literally makes you
Fucks you up.
ill. Like,
Yep.
like you eat it, it tastes like the most delicious thing ever. They say, oh, these are the ingredients. The ingredients look fine, and you
You're
think, well,
sick.
those are the stuff. If this was stuff was bad for you, they wouldn't. It would be illegal. But that's what you would think. Then every time I had Taco Bell, I felt like I was dying.
Yep.
Like it's just
That's
it's just the whole body just giving up. It's
that's
ridiculous.
it's
It's
well, when
scary.
we were growing up, I don't know how old you are, but when I was growing up anyway, I'm going to be 56. And so when I was a kid on TV, it was
Mm,
always don't eat meat. It's bad for you. You're gonna have a heart attack, cholesterol. Don't eat
yeah.
meat. Don't eat meat. But they never said anything about don't eat the pizza.
Mm,
You know, don't eat the. It was always don't eat meat. Don't eat meat. Don't eat meat. And that's all bullshit.
yeah.
That cholesterol scam and all that shit. That's all bullshit. You can have all the meat you want.
Yeah.
But they never said anything about maybe you should put the pizza down or
Yeah.
the ice cream.
They're trying to put you on the the grains, which is
Yep. The
so much worse.
cereal.
The
Yep. It's just
cereal,
terrible.
oh yeah, the Cheerios. It's healthy for your heart.
Yep. Bullshit.
Get the fuck out of here, because
Yep.
then like, you eat that stuff, it makes you so hungry later down the road. You eat like 3 McDonald's.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. And
Oh
shit kills you. That's exactly what's killing everybody.
yeah.
And
All the ultra processed, all that grain has the pesticide, like the crazy pesticide that they put on it, and
it's
that's why you also have to, like with the meat, you have to be careful so you're not eating the whatever the cows that are fed with that grain
right.
stuff.
Yeah.
Gotta go with the meat. Go for the organic, grass
Yeah.
fed. It's and the thing is, you don't need to eat a lot of meat. Like if you eat good meat, you're gonna be fucking full.
Yeah. My
And
son and I exclusively, especially my son has celiac disease, so
mhm,
he can't eat the grains and stuff anyway. So he eats meat, but I eat. And my son eats meat. He'll get up in the morning and I cook him steak, good steak,
nice.
quality, not garbage. So he'll have ribeye. I
Yeah,
cook ribeye. It's good
yeah,
quality, and
nice,
sausage. He'll have ribeye. There's sausage cooked.
nice.
He may have like a boar's head hot dog, which is again good quality. It's a hot dog,
Mm,
but it's good quality boar's head.
mm,
No junk,
yeah,
no bread, no sugar, no nothing. And
vegetables.
this is the only way to
Yeah.
but you can't convince everybody of it. You know what I mean? You can't convince everybody of it, but
No,
I
it's sometimes it's impossible because it like you do have to get to the aha moment where you realize it's really like I was stuck in that loop where because what happens, all the carbs and all the sugar, it fucks up the brain chemistry, it fucks up your brain.
you get
And
withdrawals from it and stuff.
yeah. Yeah, like the feet, they're walking to McDonald's by themselves. Like, oh, I don't want to go. Wait, wait. It's just you're
Yeah.
just taking me there without
You
against my will.
you
And
know what
and
the corporate
and
people at McDonald's call the people that eat McDonald's food? Do you know what the corporate people that work there call
what do
people
they
that
call
they call them users?
the users?
Yep,
Yes.
they call them users. Yeah, keto diet. Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Haters.
true. The people in McDonald's corporate,
Mm.
they refer to me, you, the
True.
guy around the corner, the lady going out, getting chicken nuggets. They refer
Yeah.
to as the people that buy the product as users
Fuck.
because they know people are addicted to it.
Mm.
They
Yeah.
know that people are addicted to it.
And
So
they know that this is like the best addiction because these people, they don't even know that they're addicted. They think, well, it's just food. It's the thing is, like with other drugs, like if you smoke a joint, you could, or you drink alcohol, you feel mentally impaired. It affects your brain, and it's so obvious that you're on drugs, and then you come off drugs and you feel, oh no, I'm no longer on drugs. My social skills are now different. And but with the carbs and the sugar, it doesn't do that. It affects you in the most malicious way, where it's just, hey, it just makes you more hungry for their
it's like
bullshit.
picking up that Krispy Kreme donut and you eat one and then you eat two,
Oh,
and you
that's the
eat three,
worst.
you eat
Fried
four, you eat the whole pack.
carbs. Fuck, it's donuts are worse than French fries because it's like a fucking,
Yeah.
and it makes you so hungry later down the road as well.
I'll make a bet with anybody that
Mm,
if they think they could eat just one Krispy Kreme donut, a fresh Krispy Kreme donut right out of the chute there, no way. They're going to eat more than one. They're
mm,
going to eat one, and then they're going to come back and they're going to eat two. But by the time the night's over, they're going to eat that whole pack. The whole
yeah,
pack's going to be gone, and that's what kills you.
yeah.
That's what kills you. And it tastes good,
Oh,
but that's what kills you because you can't put it down. It's like
because
Doritos, right?
that's like that's the thing. Like that good taste. That's what bad for you, because that the
Yep.
good taste, it's like when you drink alcohol and you feel the fuzziness. That's the good taste. That's the drug, right? The good taste. It comes at a cost. Nothing. nothing is free. You know, something you always got to take from some other side. That's
And
why I don't
alcohol
like
is a lot
this.
of sugar in alcohol. You know
Yeah,
that. There's a lot of sugar in alcohol.
yeah,
And it's bad news. It's just bad news. It's bad for your liver. It's
yeah.
bad for so everybody once in a while when you have a party, there's nothing wrong with that. Like we have wine and
Mm.
really nice wines, and I got stuff like for wine. I don't really drink, but if you
Yeah,
have a party or something,
yeah,
you want to have a nice wine and
of
stuff like
course.
that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I keep in mind though that I know it's high in sugar and alcohol. You know what I mean? So you just
It's called
take it easy.
moderation. It's called
Exactly.
moderation.
Yep.
Everything is fine in moderation.
Yeah.
Wine is okay,
Right.
but
A
also
good
like
beer, a Guinness. Who turns down a
yeah,
Guinness? You know, you
yeah,
can't turn
no,
down a Guinness.
no,
You know,
no, you don't. But you also what you could do is you know where you treat yourself, you then also take some away. Do a fast. This is what I'm gonna start doing fast. So I'm doing September 11th. I'm doing a 7-day fast. So
now you're aware of I think it's called rebound syndrome or something like that. You are aware of that, right, Tim? So be careful with the fasts. Um, it shouldn't happen on a 7-day fast, so you should be fine. But if you do like a really long extended fast,
uh-huh.
there's something called I think it's called rebound syndrome. I think what happens
Mhm.
is the secret is take vitamins
Yes.
during the fast.
Electrolytes.
You need electrolytes and
Yeah.
potassium and magnesium. I'll tell
Yeah.
you why. Because if you don't do that, you get something called the rebound. I think it's called rebound syndrome. And what happens is you can get
Mhm.
real sick.
Mhm.
Excellent, excellent,
Mhm. Yeah, I
and
have vitamins, of
excellent.
course.
You
Yeah.
can actually, the rebound syndrome
Yeah.
can kill you. It can actually kill you if you go on an extended fast and you don't
Mhm.
have vitamins and minerals and
Yeah.
electrolytes and everything like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
So,
of course. No, no, I do
um,
a water, you know, water with electrolytes. It's like sea salt, and all the stuff, you know.
that's good. That's a good fast. And
Yeah,
that'll help you. Like you said, it
yeah,
cleanses the body and your body rejuvenates and it
yeah.
repairs
Puts
itself and everything like that. You ever have,
exactly.
I've had,
And
no shit, no lie. I've had like moles
mm,
and skin tags like come off
wow.
after a fast because like literally I've taken
The,
like
the
rub like an
cells,
old
because
mole.
those dead cells, it attacks them. Right.
It's a good
Wow.
thing. And I just
Yeah.
like, I just lost 12 pounds.
It's important. It's important. It's part of life that evolutionarily that people have to go through, and that we because the way we structured our society now, it's no longer you know it's
Food is
no
everywhere.
yeah, food is everywhere, and so nobody's doing it. It
Yeah.
used to be that everybody was doing because there was no choice. Now because we don't have to do it, we lost that out. But see, that's some religions, right? They have fasting as a part of a ritual. They added that and they kept the fast as part because it changes your mental state. When you're
Yeah.
in the fast, you think differently. So
Not
it's
trying to throw religion into this, but Jesus fasted in the
mm,
desert for 40 days and for 40 nights.
exactly.
And there's a reason for that. The cleansing of the body and the restoration and the separation from all the filth and you know and the gluttony and
Yeah.
the desire and all of the
Because
it's
food could be a drug, right? Like we were saying, like the food that tastes too good. Think about it. What are you doing when you're eating food that tastes so good
yep.
over the top? You're giving yourself pleasure, right? You're getting that dopamine hit,
Yeah.
and you're doing that for a reason. I was doing it to relieve stress. Because I was like, I didn't understand where the stress was coming from. I didn't understand how you know, certain people could affect you. And so doing the fast is interesting because when you deny yourself the food, so now you're no longer thinking about food. It your mind works differently, like recenters
Yeah.
and focuses you. Suddenly, it frees up all this time that you have in the day. It starts thinking about other stuff. So it is important. It's super important. Like you said, oh, like you could think clearly about other things like purpose, and what's this whole thing all about? Like, what is all this fucking thing about? What are we doing here? It's weird. It's tough, yeah.
I'm sure we all have at some point in our lives, and you don't say anything to these people to offend them, but we've all met people that are way out of shape, way too heavy. I dated somebody she became, over the years when I knew her, her family became very concerned because she gained an unbelievable amount of weight, to the point where she was struggling just to get up the stairs in her own house.
Wow.
She gained so much weight. And her mother pulled me aside, and her sister, and told me they're very concerned about her health because of the weight that and I actually watched her. Obviously, I didn't say anything to her. I don't want to insult her, but she, just to try to get up a flight of stairs, I mean, she was like 400 pounds. It was nuts. And she wasn't like that when she was younger. She was a little heavy, but she like really let herself go.
Yeah.
And so I pulled her aside one day, and I was talking to her about, her diet and exercise and maybe better choices for food. And she looked at me and she said, well, I heard, for energy, I should be eating pasta. And then I was like, no. You're going to pack on the pounds eating the pasta. Like, who's telling you this, that you should be eating pasta? I'm like, that's
the guys who are working out at the gym fucking 6 hours a day. Those are the guys who are eating pasta.
Right. I was stunned when I was like, don't mean to be insulting, but I think you should put the pasta down.
Yeah.
Because maybe that's why you gained fucking 150 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and it was a shame she got to that point. And actually, believe it or not, Tim, it got to the point I stopped talking to her.
Actually, so I've been, because like I do the show, right? And there's a lot of talking, there's a lot of talking going on in the space. And what I found is that sometimes, we don't want to offend anybody, of course, and it is unfortunate when people get offended. But I found it to actually be super helpful when people kind of like attack you, or just maybe they're being negative. Sometimes if they're negative out of just malicious ways, yeah, sure, that's whatever. But sometimes, somebody's negative about something, you can actually use that energy to encourage yourself, because like to lose weight, it's hard on your own when you have to use your own willpower.
It is
but
hard.
When somebody calls you a fat ass, it's actually easier to lose weight, because then you're like, you know what, I'll just lose weight just because fuck that guy. So there's ways to
use it, turn it around. You're right.
You just turn it around. Exactly. You don't just give up. Oh, he called me fat. Oh no. And actually, I've done, a guy that I know in the watch space. He gained weight, and I said, "Man, you're so fat now. What's going on?" And then he lost weight. I don't know how, whether it was a Ozempic or not, but then he lost weight. And I, obviously, I said it like in a joking way, like, "Man, because like." He's been going to all these watch dinners, and he's gotten really fat, being at all the watch dinners.
Well, you were honest with him.
Yeah, I was just honest with him. Yeah, I was just, I didn't mean to offend him. Hey, I just thought, hey, I'll just point that out, let him use that information to whichever way he wants to do it. And actually, it helps him lose weight. So, and I don't want to, I'm not taking credit for it or anything, but I think,
sometimes being honest and being upfront with people is a good way to wake them up.
Exactly. And see, this is the problem with how we are telling kind of people to interpret information. When somebody, it's actually like, I find it great when people attack me, because it's just motivation for me to do better. Right? I'm able to turn it around. Where it's like it's helpful for me sometimes, but then there's like really malicious people. There's a next level of maliciousness, right? There's people who are just they're angry
Nasty
and
to
they
be
just
nasty.
they
Yeah.
say something because of their emotion, and then you can able to turn around. But then there's fucking manipulative level people on like third level where they're so spiteful that they're kind of they know that you're gonna turn it around. So they're they're thinking 3 steps ahead. There's some fucking psychotic fucking demonic fuckers out there. Okay, so
Speaking of which, it's too late now to do it, but you'll have to
yeah.
remind me to tell you about the demonically infested house I owned years ago. No shit.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
fucking crazy. I mean, it
Oh,
was,
okay. Let me
yeah,
write this down. I want to hear
yeah,
about this demonic house.
yeah, it was
Okay.
nuts. My
Yeah.
brother owned it before he passed away. My middle brother, before he passed away, owned it. It was an old, might as well tell you about it. It was an old camp that was built in 1935.
Uh-huh.
And he came upon it back in sometime around 1990 or so. He had it, and then he ended up moving out of it. We had a friend that lived there for a while who had to go to hospice because he had cancer, and the house was empty for many years. And so he just came to me one day and he says, "Do you want to buy it?" And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, "Listen, I'm doing a lot of work to it. I'm putting new floors in and everything." So like, well, maybe I'll stop by. Maybe I'll take a look at it and see. So he gave me the key to get in. And at the time I was still working. I wasn't retired at the time. So late one night, I had to work late at work. And I decided to stop there. And when I went into the place, I went into the old part of the house. You go in, and then the old part of the house was on the right-hand side. There was a bedroom. There was a bathroom that he put in, and then there was another old bedroom there. It was weird because it was weird. It was like 2 rooms in one. I don't know how to explain it, but so I just went in briefly late one night, and on the way out, I could have sworn there was somebody in this one bedroom on the way out of the house, and that opened up into the dining room. So before I got into the dining room, I flicked on the lights, and I fully expected somebody to be there, like somebody like a squatter in the house.
Fuck.
And it was the strangest feeling. I could have sworn, Tim, that there was somebody in that room. And so I talked to my brother about it. And I'm like, is there something going on with your house? Like, and my brother was an atheist at the time. He didn't believe in ghosts and all that shit. So he laughed. He's like, get the fuck out of here. You're like, what are you talking about? It's, I've owned this house for years. So he kind of laughed it off. But I bought the house not long after that. My first day, actually technically my first night in the house, the dog, we had 2 Shetland sheepdogs, beautiful dogs, by the way, beautiful dog, great with kids too. The dog kept staring into this one bedroom in the dark over and over and over. And I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with this dog? Like, what's going on here? And working in the basement, this is the first week now this is going on, first week. Somebody's walking around above me. I could hear the weight on the floor. I could actually hear, and I'm following it like with my eyes. I'm looking, and I'm like, who the fuck's walking around? Like, it's late at night. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm like, is my wife up? Like, what's going on? So I went upstairs, and all the lights are off. The dogs are laying down, they're sleeping. Nobody's awake. And I'm like, I could have sworn somebody was walking around above me. I could hear the weight on the floor. And
Wow.
I'm like,
That is fucking
yeah,
terrifying.
dude, it was so bizarre. I was trying to
In the
figure out.
dark, you're in the basement, and like
Yeah,
the ceiling, you can feel like a presence,
yeah,
somebody stepping down.
yeah. And
Dude,
then,
what the
no,
fuck?
no, well, the next night, I'm out in the back with the dogs, and the house back to woods in the backyard. So I'm out in the back with the dogs in the backyard, and it's dark. And I hear in the corner of the house, above, like in the eaves, like a creepy wind noise started to like build and build and build. And I'm standing there and I'm looking in the dark and I'm like, what is that? And whatever this thing was, it was there as long as I was outside. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. And it sounded like an angry, like whirlwind, and you could hear it. And I'm staring at it. Like I couldn't see it, obviously, because it's dark, but I'm like, what the fuck is that sound? What is that? And it didn't move. It was out in the corner of the house, and I'm standing there looking, listening to this. And I'm like, this is fucking weird. Like, what the fuck? I couldn't figure out the fuck. So the next night, I'm in the one bedroom, and then there's like there was a bedroom, then there was the bathroom, and then there was this other creepy room. And I hear a commotion from the other room in the dark. And I'm like, fuck that. I ain't going in there. Fuck that. But I had put a crucifix above the door frame inside that room, in the separate part of the room above the door frame, and a prayer tablet from the Catholic Church. My wife's Catholic, so I put it above the door frame. The next day when I went in the room, the fucking room was trashed. All shit was fucking dumped over in the room. I turned around, I looked up, and the prayer tablet was moved away from the crucifix on the ledge. So I said, what the fuck's going on here? This is really weird. Because nobody knew I put it there. And my brother Jimmy came to me not too long after that, because my older brother passed away. And he said, I'm going to spend a couple of days with Dad out in Pennsylvania. Can you do me a favor and just give my wife a ride home from the funeral? I said, yeah, it's no problem, Jim. I'll give her a ride. So on the way home, Tim, from the funeral, I'm driving. And she looks at me and she goes, well, how are things going with the house? And I didn't tell anybody what was going on in the house, with the dog looking in the room.
Believe you.
Yeah, I didn't tell anybody, So I said, well, typical homeowner stuff. We had a gas leak. I had to call the gas company. The hot water heater flooded the basement. We had to get a new hot water. She cuts me off, Tim, and she goes, listen, I got to talk to you. There's something in your house. And I'm like, holy fuck. She told me she was working in that room, renovating the house before my brother sold it. And every once in a while, Tim, I'd go in that room, right? And when you walked in the room, it was like you could hear a pin drop. Like it was the weirdest thing. And it was cold. Like you touched the doorknob, the room was ice cold. And you could be anywhere else in the house and you could hear crickets outside and shit, but not in that room. You go in that room, it was like you could hear a pin drop. And I'd find that closet door open in the room. And I'd go over and I'd shut it and I'd leave. So she said to me, late at night, she wouldn't go anywhere near that room, nowhere near that hallway. There was a bathroom right there. She said she wouldn't even bother to use it. She'd go upstairs to the third floor because my brother put a third floor on. She would go upstairs, but she said she avoided that whole area of the house late at night. And then she starts talking about the closet. And I'm like, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I found that closet open a couple times. I'd go in, I'd fucking shut it, and I'd leave, But I had the same creepy, eerie feeling late at night. Like, you're not supposed to be there. You know what I mean? Like, whatever was there hated you. And you just didn't want you anywhere near that fucking part of the house at all. So I told her, I said, well, look, I have to use that room because my wife was pregnant at the time, and my son was going to be born soon. So I told her, Krista, I have to use the room because I put Stephen's crib in there. Her fucking when I told her that, Tim, her mouth dropped wide open, and she looked at me in shock, and she said, "No one should be in that room, let alone your son." So when I got home, dropped her off. When I got home, I said, "You know what? I think there's a problem here with this house. I think there's something going on. It's
Yeah.
like legit, like there's above and beyond what I thought, everything that I was experiencing,
Beyond the leak.
right? Beyond all with the dog looking in the room, everything like that. I'm like, I think maybe I got some serious issues going on with this house. I called my aunt, and I'm telling my aunt, you're not going to believe this. I gave Krista a ride home, and she told me this. My aunt cuts me off, Tim, and she goes, "Stephen, your cousin Kellyanne was in the house. She called me from the driveway, told me there was something evil in the house, and wouldn't go back." Turns out my cousin Kellyanne was in the house. She had to drop off something for my brother. And she went into that room. She said the minute she walked through that room, Tim, she felt like whatever was in that room was going to kill her. She panicked, dropped the box at the foot of the stairs in the dining room, and fled the house, and called my aunt from the driveway and told her she wouldn't go back in. Yeah. So now we own the house,
Oh my God.
right? And by the way, there's a connection with that house with another piece of property in Pennsylvania where there was some problems at a piece of property in Pennsylvania that my grandmother left because something in the house late at night would call her name. And it actually was mocking her and blaming her for my grandfather's suffering because he had cancer and he died. So this thing late at night would call her name. And she was so frightened, she moved out. And like a dumb shit, I actually moved in there for a little while and lived there for a little while. And late at night, there were 2 bedrooms and there was a bathroom in this place as well. And you could hear something come down the hall late at night in the dark. And it would stop at the threshold of the door, of the bedroom door where I was at. And I'm frightened. I mean, it got to the point where I literally barricaded myself in the room. I like put a chair up against the door. I was frightened. And eventually my brother leveled the place and got rid of it. And he built another
Wow.
place on top of it. But that place, there was a connection between that place and the house, because the guy that we knew that died of cancer, he lived out there for a while. Then he moved and he stayed in that house for a little while, this haunted place. And so many weird things started to go on. We started getting poltergeist activity in the house now. Things would happen in threes. I had knocking on the door in threes. Like, there's nobody there. That creepy wind noise I mentioned to you earlier when I was out back with the dog, that creepy wind noise now moved inside. And you could hear it in the house, in the walls. And to this day, man, I'm like, I can't figure what the fuck it was, but you could, it's hard to explain, but like it came from everywhere. Like you couldn't pinpoint where it was from, but it was like literally coming out of the walls. It was weird.
And I know
Then
it's frightening. Have you ever tried like communicating with it,
I,
asking what it wants?
I at one point, I set up a recorder in the 1 bedroom, and the dogs went crazy. the dog started barking, and it knocked. It actually knocked. And I was so excited because I thought, hey, I got it. I captured it. I can bring it to the priest. And he can do whatever he's got to do. And on the way to the church, I played the tape. You couldn't hear it. You couldn't hear it. But the dogs, right before it knocked, the dogs went crazy. And then my daughter stopped sleeping in her bedroom. And I would find her sleeping, my daughter Brooke, I would find her sleeping in the living room. So I went to her and I said, what are you doing? You know, because she, at one point, she actually occupied the other bedroom in that hallway, opposite from the haunted room. So I went to her and I said, why are you sleeping in the living room? She said, Daddy, there's a shadow in the room at night that scares me.
Oh my.
And I'm like, well, what does it look like? Because the priest wanted to know. And the priest asked me. She said, Daddy, it's darker than the room. So with that, they the priest got in touch with a couple of priests from the diocese and from a couple of different counties too, Tim. A couple of different counties got involved with this. They and before that even happened, before the priests even came, I had come out of the bathroom there in that part of the house. I had gone upstairs to the third floor. And as you round the stairs, there's a section when you round the stairs, you can actually look over the railing and you can see down into part of the dining room. You can see where the entrance is to that old part of the house. So as I rounded the stairs, a black shape came right out of that doorway. And I was so stunned. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe it. I was in denial. I was in absolute denial that was even possible. So, and that same thing, whatever the hell it was, late at night in the dark, going into the dining room, fucking was right there, scared the fucking shit out of me. And I jumped back at least 3 feet. I called the priest the next day and I'm like, look, listen, you got to help me. There's something wrong here. And I told him what happened. And then from there, a friend of mine called me because he had a friend of his that tried to help me.
Yeah.
And he said to me, can you describe the room to me? What's it like? I said, well, you could be anywhere else in the house and it's fine. But when you go into this room, it's like somebody don't like you. And there's no sound. Like all the sound is sucked out of the room. Like you could literally, you could hear a pin drop. And we got into this stupid discussion about, the crickets out in the back of the, he's like, what do you mean crickets in the back of the house? And I'm like, from the woods, you can hear the crickets, but not when you get into the room. It's fine. At 1:30 in the morning, Tim, the whole room, this haunted room,
Yeah.
erupts with the sound of crickets. Crazy.
Did you research like
It's
the history of the house
Yep.
or the room?
It's now there was a squatter there. There was a squatter on the property. And the priest surmises maybe the squatter did something. Maybe. Or the guy Tom that stayed there for some time that had cancer, he was there. Maybe something happened with him because of the other piece of property in Pennsylvania that he stayed at. Maybe it followed him from there. Maybe there was something on the property that was occult, that was maybe buried there. The priest asked me, maybe there's something here you're not aware of. And the poltergeist activity now started to ramp up now. And it was extraordinary. what was going on. Now I had lights blowing out in threes. I'd go to change the lights and boom, boom, boom. They go out in threes. Knocking on the door in threes. The shadows through the house, moving through the house. My daughter, for whatever reason, without my knowledge, invited one of her friends and she let him sleep in that room. And the kid came to me the next morning and he said, Mr. Duvall, the door opened on me in the middle of the night. And I'm like, you were sleeping in that room? I went to my daughter and I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? You put the kid in that room? The kid never came back to him. He was so scared. He was up all night. He didn't get a wink of sleep. Then her other friend was on the third floor and a cover for the blinds, for the heavy bamboo blinds for the window shot off the wall at the kid and landed at his feet. And he screamed and he ran out of the house and never went back. So this thing was now getting destructive. It was now getting destructive.
Insane.
Well, it's so extraordinary what happened next. We had some construction done on the house. We went to stay at a hotel for a while. Well, it followed us to the hotel. We're in the hotel room, and it sounded like somebody was fucking trashing the room over my head. I was so fucking pissed because I didn't get a wink of sleep. I was so mad. I called the manager the next morning, and I'm like, can you explain to me? We're paying to be here. What the fuck is going on here? And he's like, there's nobody in that room.
Oh my God.
There's nobody there. So they moved us. We ended up going to another place. I get in the room and it smells like somebody lit a match. Like you can smell sulfur. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on with this? So then we started having problems in that room. And then they moved us again. And after that, I had the priest on the phone. I'm talking to the priest and I'm like, I don't know. This is some weird shit going on here. The fucking brakes fail in my car.
Like this presence followed you because you're messing with you had you were trying to like destroy his space or something.
It's
What the hell?
we get back to the house after the construction's all done. We get back to the house and you can feel the tension in the air.
Wow.
You can feel the anger in the air. And I walk through the house. I walk through the kitchen. I go into the living room and I look at the work that the construction people did. I step into the kitchen, 3 lights out in the kitchen.
Oh.
Yep. In other words, this thing's like, welcome home.
Welcome back, fucker.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Yep. So now I think that was Friday. That was a Friday. Saturday, there was and I can show you the picture. I still have it. It was a painting that was a dedication to Saint Luke, and it says Luke 3:16 on the painting, which is important because that's John the Baptist talking about Christ. Well, remember when I told you about when we first moved in there and everything was trashed in that room? And I didn't go in that night, but the room was like trashed. When that happened in the biblical calendar was the night that John the Baptist was beheaded by King Herod, is when that happened. Now, flash forward to I have a painting, which is a dedication to St. Luke, and it has Luke 3:16 on it, which is John the Baptist talking about the coming of Christ. And I hung that picture right outside of that room. And keep in mind, this whole time, that dog is getting up in the middle of the night, every night, over and over and over, staring into that room. In fact, the night before the priest came to do the exorcism, I woke up and the dog was standing there in the dark, staring into that room. I woke up to that. You could touch the doorknob and the room was ice cold. I stayed in that room. I actually stayed in it to see what was going on. And
Yeah.
I'll get to that in 1 second, but
Oh.
I when I hung that picture outside of the room, I had taken a crucifix off the wall. And I
The one
forgot to
you had at the
yeah, there was a lot of issues with the crucifix. That was another thing. But that Saturday turned into Sunday, which I didn't realize it, but that Sunday in the Catholic calendar was the dedication to Saint Luke. And at 1 a.m., I thought somebody fired a rifle off into my living room. Like I jumped 3 feet, and I thought somebody blew out all the windows in my living room. The light cover for the light came off the ceiling, and it exploded in midair. And the force was so great that there was glass embedded in the leather couch across the room. And when I called the priest the next day, I mean, it got to the point where he said, move. He said, move. But before that happened, we hung up crucifixes around the house. And the one crucifix, it wouldn't stay on the wall. And I found it in the hallway there in that old part of the house. And I'm trying to figure out how the fuck did it get here? Like, because it was in the room above the door frame. And now it's in the hallway on the floor.
Wow.
And I forgot to put the crucifix back above the door frame, and I just put it on the dresser.
Oh.
Right? Late that night, I had gone to sleep. Something pinned my right leg to the bed, and I couldn't move it. And it started to pull me out of the bed. And I said to myself, this thing is going to fucking pull me out of the bed. So I started to fight it, and it released me. And I shot up out of bed, and I ran into the bathroom. And I stood there, and I'm going, what the fuck this is just...
This is insane.
And I was in the bathroom for quite a while, man. I was fucking scared like you wouldn't
I
believe.
shit my pants.
I slept with the fucking light on. Now, here's the thing, though. I completely forgot about the crucifix. And I called my aunt the next day, and she's like, this can't happen because you have the crucifixes up from the church. And that's when I remembered that I didn't put the crucifix back, that I had left it on the dresser. But to make matters worse, the crucifix was actually covered up with clothing. So the image of Christ
it got out.
So I don't know how it got covered with clothing, but the crucifix was covered with clothing, and the priest was really upset about that.
Yeah.
He was really upset about that because it's the image of Christ, the crucified image of Christ that demons are fearful of. And the crucifix had been covered up with clothing. And I don't know how that happened. I couldn't tell you, but the fact that the crucifix wasn't on the wall allowed this thing to get into the room and attack me, which is exactly what it did. And obviously, I put that fucking crucifix back on that wall.
With 10 of them around
the
entrance.
It was, and I realized that at that point, now I stayed in the room. And I decided, I got up the nerve, and I said, I have to know what's going on. I have to
face the whatever this fucking thing is,
to try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
So I went into the room, and it was weird. There was 2 rooms, and it was really, I can't explain it, but there was another room in the room. So you'd walk in and there was one room, and then there was a
Mm.
separate room in the front that was always dark. You couldn't get
Mhm.
anything to work. There was no light would shine in, nothing. And so the bed was in the first part of the room, the front part of the room, and then there this that other part of the room towards the front of the house. So it was dark, and I'm there laying down, and all of a sudden, it was like somebody opened the refrigerator and put it right on top of me.
Wow.
And when I lifted the blankets and the blankets came back down and touched my cheek, it was like somebody took an ice cube and touched my cheek with it. And I'm like, what the fuck is in this room? Not long after that, something struck the front of the house where I was.
Mm.
And I could hear the bamboo blinds moving
Oh my
in the front part of the room. I'm listening and I can hear them clanging. They're swaying and they're moving. And I could hear it. I got up. I'm standing there in the dark. And there's a little nightlight, but you can't see, Tim, you can't see in the front part of that room. I'm
Mm.
standing there
Yeah.
in the dark. Now I'm peering.
Oh, you changed places.
I got up and I'm looking into the front part of that room that's pitch black.
Yes.
Can't see a fucking thing. And I'm staring. And all of a sudden, I hear that creepy wind noise start to build in the front part of that room. And I can hear it. This thing was right there in that room. And I could hear it building and building and building and building. And I'm standing there and I'm like, and at one point, the one dog, and I didn't tell you what happened with the closet either, with the dog. The fucking Sears repairman came and
Oh
he was
fuck.
upstairs and he was helping me with the air conditioner. He was facing the wall and a shadow went across the wall and he spun around on the ladder and he goes, "What was that?"
Oh my god.
Then there was the time I was it was late at night and when my son was born. And by the way, before my son was born, my wife's water broke in that room. Just the second she entered the room, her water broke. And after my son was born,
Give me a second here. My water is breaking. I'm gonna pee my pants. This is scary stuff. Just give me a second.
oh, no problem, no problem. Full moon tonight. Hope you guys don't mind the ghost story. It's true, by the way. This all happened. I wasn't a ghost believer before this shit either. Didn't believe any of that bullshit, but I do now. I'll tell you that. If any of you have ever dealt with a haunted house, you realize that it's not bullshit. So and you guys have any questions for me? Because all this shit is true. All of it. It's not bullshit. So I didn't believe any of that bullshit, but it's true. I figured I bought a house, but
Sorry, I'm just
that's all right, Tim.
I'm just
No,
so
it's no
scared. I
problem.
don't want to piss my pants.
No.
I just had to go
No.
just take a
No.
leak real quick because man, this is scary fucking
Yeah,
shit.
this is when my son was, yeah, the water, her water broke the minute she walked in that room.
But and do you think this is coincidence that my water broke just now as well? This is all fucking. This is the ghost. I'm sleeping with lights on tonight. That fucking thing is gonna follow me here in my house, and it's gonna be staring at me from behind my wife's computer. I fucking swear.
But after my son was born, And this is
Yeah.
important. And this is very important.
Mm-hmm.
When I was very young, there was a lot of turbulence in my house. My mother was an alcoholic and there was a lot of problems. And I remember going down in the basement of the house we lived in, and I said out loud, I said this out loud, that I never wanted to have a family. I never wanted to have a son. I didn't want to pass on my name, nothing. And that's important because now, years later, what happens?
Boom.
I have my son.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I don't know why, but I was in that part of the house and I was holding my son. And I was in the bathroom. Not sure why, but I was holding him. And I came out of the bathroom, and my back was to that haunted room.
Yeah.
And this thing was right there. The minute I stepped out of the bathroom with my son in the dark, this thing was right there. And the only reason why I didn't panic is because my grandfather growing up was a Christian, and he always said, don't pay these things no mind, because if you show that you're frightened, then it has you. So don't show no fear of it. But I'll tell you what, I was nearly in full-blown panic because this thing was literally right there. And I was like, you know what I mean? After that, the very next day, I called the priest, and I was begging him, Tim, begging him. I said, you've got to come because we're in trouble here. We're in danger. And then this thing was really started to fuck around. Late at night, I had a conversation with my wife because the stairs going down from the third floor was really steep. And if you ever fell, you could get really hurt, like really bad. So I told her we couldn't put a baby gate there because the baby gate wouldn't fit. It was a weird setup. So we couldn't get a baby gate there for the stairs for my son. So there was a discussion about, we got to keep him safe so he doesn't fall down the stairs. What are we going to do? So we worked that out. But I'm in downstairs in that old part of the house, and I hear what sounds like my son crying in the dark at the foot of those stairs. And I'm like, what the fuck is my son doing at the foot of those stairs?
How did he get there? Yeah.
So I leave the bathroom and there's nobody there. It's dark. Everybody's asleep. But yet I hear a baby cry at the foot of those stairs. And I'm like, I'm panicking. My son's going to fall down those stairs. You know what I mean? Like, after that, it wasn't long after that, maybe a day or two, I was washing my hands in that bathroom down there, and the light with the door shines out into the hallway. And the dog came into the hallway, turned around, pressed itself against the wall, laid down, but the dog didn't put its head down. The dog was staring out where the dining room opens up. And I looked at the dog and I said, this is kind of weird. Like, this other dog keeps staring in the room night after night, and this other dog is acting really weird. Like, what, all of a sudden, a shadow goes right by me. I'm in the bathroom, the light's shining out in the hallway, the dog is against the wall, like pressed against the wall, and a shadow goes right
Like a
by,
human shadow.
yeah, into the darkness of that haunted room. And initially I thought maybe it was my daughter Brooke, so I called out to her, and I'm like, why would Brooke go into that room in the dark? I'm thinking, like, what? The dog got up, turned around, and started to follow in the room after this thing, but the dog wouldn't go in the room. The dog stopped at the threshold of the door. I got around the dog, flicked on the light, Nothing there. Same dog. I find the closet door open in that room, and I'm in the room, and a piece of paneling was pulled off of the wall. So I'm trying to fix it, and the dog is growling at the door. So
The closet door.
well, outside of the bedroom door, so the dog wouldn't come in.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm in the room, and I'm inside the closet, and I'm working, and the dog is outside of the room. The dog won't come in, and the dog is growling. So I figured, well, maybe the dog doesn't know it's me in the room, so I called out to the dog.
Yeah.
The dog still wouldn't come in the room, and the dog still wouldn't stop growling. So after a couple of minutes of that, I left the closet. It was like a walk-in closet. So I left the closet. I literally physically grabbed the dog around the neck. I didn't hurt the dog, but you know what I mean? I loved the dog. I didn't hurt the dog,
Yeah.
but I tried to get the dog to come into the room.
Yeah.
And the dog was like, fuck you,
Go on.
and the dog fucking turned around and fucking beat feet. So I fixed the paneling in the room, in the closet, and the door. A week later, my nephew comes over. My nephew used to live in the house years ago. I'm in the kitchen. We're sitting down. I made something to eat. All of a sudden, he gets up, doesn't say anything. He walks into the room. And I got up and I just followed him. He opens up the closet door and he starts feeling for the on the paneling. Starts feeling the paneling inside the closet. And I'm like, I couldn't believe it. Because I didn't say anything to anybody about what was, nothing. He doesn't say anything. He comes out of the closet, shuts the door, and he goes, Uncle Stephen, I always had a bad feeling about this closet. I never used it.
Huh.
And I was like, when I told the priest, I thought he dropped the fucking phone. I was like, hello? Is anybody there? But it didn't stop there. There was a pair of boots, Tim, that belonged to the guy that had stayed there that had cancer. And I don't know, I had a real creepy feeling about the boots. And I found them and I put them in the basement. But my brother's wife actually asked me about those boots. And she said to me, Stephen, did you find Tom's old boots in that house?
What?
And I'm like, yeah, I put them in the basement. And she told me she had a really weird feeling about the boots. And when my brother Bobby was still alive, when he came to the house, Tom, he found the boots. He's like, oh, those Tom's old boots? Well, I'm going to take them. And I'm like, listen, Bobby, do me a favor. Don't take those boots. They're cursed. Don't touch those boots. Don't wear them.
Yeah.
He took the boots. My brother died 3 nights later. So I called my father and I was like, listen, you're gonna come across the pair of boots out there at my brother's house. Don't touch them. Have somebody else get rid of them, but don't touch them.
Yeah.
And isn't it interesting that my brother's wife mentioned those boots? Told me there was something eerie about them. And that was the first feeling I got, Tim, when I saw them when I was in the house, because there was a dining room table initially, and those boots were on the dining room table when you walked in the house. And I just had a real creepy feeling about them. So I just, like I said, I put them down in the basement. And my brother took them, and I was like, I pleaded with him. I was like, listen, just don't.
You think those
know?
are the boots that belong to whatever this presence is? Could this be
I don't think it was the guy Tom that stayed in the house. I think this was an evil spirit. I think this was a demonic entity that was there. And
where did this demonic entity you think came from? How did it came to inhabit this room? Why did it choose this room? Is it something that followed the
Tom,
Tom? It followed Tom to this house and then
I think Tom, because his cancer came back, I think he cursed God.
You think maybe this demonic presence gave him cancer? Could
I
that be
wonder if it didn't give him cancer, it certainly relished in his misery.
the stress that it gave him caused him to have cancer?
It's interesting because he was cancer free,
Yeah.
and then he moved into that house, into that room, and the cancer came back.
Where did he get those boots?
I don't know.
Maybe.
But he moved the family stone. See, the priest, there was a family stone that was out we have that stone here too, by the way. The stone, the family stone, was out at that place in Pennsylvania, and Tom brought it with him. And but
Mhm.
there's more to it, Tim. There was a Ouija board that was above the pavilion that my grandfather had bought, and I found that this Ouija board, and when I was a kid, I used this Ouija board, and with my mother, not believing any of it was true, and we put the Ouija board on a coffee table. My mother was sitting in a rocking chair, and the whatever you call it, the mystic oracle, or whatever the hell the thing is, it went right off the board, right onto the floor, and nobody touched it. And when that happened, I took that Ouija board, I brought it back to Pennsylvania where I found it, and I burned it on a bonfire. I burned it out there. Not long after that, my grandmother started hearing that voice inside the place at night that was accusing her and scaring her. And then she left. She moved out. And but that guy Tom lived there, that had cancer. He lived there
Yeah.
on that property. So I think this thing followed Tom. I think Tom blamed God for what happened to him. And I think that allowed this thing to do whatever that it did. And so many other things happened in the house. It was
Where do you
extraordinary.
think Tom picked it up? Do you
It's
do you
hard to
know?
say. It's hard to say. See, there was a disagreement between me and the priest from town, and there was a disagreement between the priest from town and the priests from the diocese as
Mhm.
to what was going on in the house and why it was there and what it was. The priest from town thought it was just a human spirit. And the priest from the diocese, they questioned me about Tom, and could he have been in the occult practices? Could he have left something? Could there be something buried on the property? Could it be the stone that he brought? And I said that
What was the stone that he brought?
there's you'll see it when you come to the house. That's the family stone. It has our name on it, and it's on the side of the house. The priests that wanted me to get rid of it, and I was like, I can't get rid of it. It's the family stone. I can't get rid of it. So I said, can't you bless it? You know
I
what I
can't wait
mean?
to see the stone.
Yeah, I wasn't about to to throw it away, but
Yeah.
um,
Why would they think it has to do anything to do with the stone? That's
I don't know. It's weird. I don't really know why. It's just the other thing is that the priest. I explained to him when he came. I said, "Listen, this thing is not like a trained circus lion or something like that. It's not gonna perform for you. It's gonna wait until you leave, and then it's gonna fuck with me. Is what's
yeah.
gonna happen." And that's exactly what it did. But see, I fucked up though. I did a lot of things I shouldn't have done. I blessed the house at night, which you're not supposed to do because it just angers the thing. I didn't know
Mm.
that, but what do I know? So the night that I went around with the blessed oil on the door frames and everything, um, that's the night that the crazy cricket sound started from the room. And I had a bottle of holy water on the dresser in my bedroom. So I took the bottle of holy water and I crept toward the room and I sprinkled the bottle of holy water.
Oh, it's not gonna like that.
Oh, no, it didn't. But when I sprinkled the holy water, the sound stopped.
Oh.
But I fucked up. I went into the room, I went into the front part of the room, and then I started to challenge it, telling it to get the fuck out, telling it, basically the fucking
Get
gig is
fucked.
up.
Yeah.
When I did that, the light above my head dimmed. Then the sound started again. And by the way, it went all night long, that sound, that crazy fucking cricket sound, until daybreak. But in the meantime, before that, I went into my daughter's room and I'm like, listen, there's fucking something evil in this house. And as I'm talking to her, the light above my head dims. The next morning, I didn't get any sleep. I was up all night listening to that fucking racket out of that from that room. As soon as it was daybreak, the sound stopped. I got up. I went across the hall. I shut the light out in my daughter's room because I told her to leave the light on. So I went and I turned her light off. The minute my foot hit the carpet on the other side where that room is, the minute my foot hit the carpet, the sound started again. I was stunned. And I'm staring into this room. I took one step towards that room and it stops. And my wife, this thing was even fucking with my wife, because the night before I called her to come downstairs and I'm like, there's fucking, we gotta come listen to this shit. She says, come down, you're gonna. She comes downstairs, Tim. The minute she gets down, it stops. She's like, what noise? And I'm like, you motherfucker. You know what I mean? She goes back upstairs and it fucking starts again. I'm like, you fuck. So my foot hits the carpet and the fucking sound starts again. And I'm staring into the room and I'm like, you have to be fucking kidding me. I got one step toward that door and it stops. And guess what? Never did it again. But the night before, remember the night before, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone. What were we talking about? Crickets. We were talking about crickets because I was telling him, if you're in the living room, you can hear crickets from the woods. And
Yeah. But this
thing would, that's nothing. I bought a book about the demonic infestation and everything, and I'm in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting at the table. The dog, all of a sudden, there's a commotion in the front of the house, at the front door. And it sounds like somebody's taking their shoulder and they're going, trying to force the door open. The dog is next to me.
From the inside of the room.
Yeah, it's just I'm staring, and the dog shoots up off the fucking carpet, and the dog's looking, and I'm looking. And then you hear the knocking. So I go up there, I'm looking, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
I go back to the kitchen. I sit down to read the book, and guess what the very next paragraph says? The very next paragraph. Demons announce their return by knocking.
Son of a bitch. So he went away somewhere and then came back and wanted to let you know that, hey, I see you reading that book. I'm here to fuck with you.
And this thing, by the way, it hated the female dog. Because the female dog sensed its presence and would stare into that room night after night. This thing,
keep it on its toes so that he can't go anywhere. Like as long as the dog is watching it, he can't really move around too much.
Well, my wife didn't believe any of this shit.
So she picked the
Yeah,
dog.
these with the women, they don't believe
Yep.
anything. You know,
Well,
they can't.
she picked the dog up and she forced the dog into, it wasn't just the bedroom that shit was going on. Also, for some reason, with the bathroom, the dog would stare in the dark, which was weird too, but in the bathroom and in the bedroom. So she picks the dog up.
Mm.
She brings the dog into the hallway, and the dog goes insane. The dog goes berserk. So much so that the dog got out of her arms, managed to get away from her, bolted into the living room, shaking, urinated all over the dining room floor. Shaking.
What? Because the dog lost the sight of this fucking thing, and it ran out God knows where. The dog got freaked out.
This thing frightened the hell out of this dog, no question. And this thing, because I witnessed it,
Yeah.
the dog was dead asleep in the on the carpet in the dining room. This thing kicked the dog. It kicked the dog, booted the dog. Fucking didn't kick it. The fucking thing booted the dog. The dog shot straight. The dog was dead asleep. And the dog shot up on all fours, like somebody took a string and yanked the dog up. That's what happened. The dog was asleep. And next thing I know, this dog is up on all fours. And I actually chuckled a little bit. I'm like, this fucking thing booted the dog. And the dog took off, running, looking behind itself as it's running. Because this thing fucking kicked it. And the fucking dog bolted through the fucking dining room, all the while looking at what was pursuing it behind into the living room. And the next, if it was the next night or the next night after that, my nephew would come over, the same nephew I mentioned to you that with the closet, that opened the closet. And we were in the living room. We were sitting on the couch. And that creepy wind noise, all of a sudden, Tim, you could hear it in the corner of the house. And he says, Uncle Stephen, what is that? I said, that's it. That's the noise. And it moved. And it moved down to where we were. And I was absolutely
frightening, man.
There was so many, when we were trying to sell the house.
You can't tell the new buyer about this. It has to be.
Oh, no, yeah, no.
To
We couldn't
hide
tell
it somewhere in the contract.
A Spanish family came to look at the house with the
good.
grandmother. And the grandmother had a prayer tablet. Padre
They brought
Pio.
the grandmothers. The grandmothers, they're very sensitive to ghosts. You can't.
She walked in.
Yeah.
The whole family.
She knew the shit was cursed.
Oh, get that.
Immediately.
Now I'm standing in the threshold between the old part of the house where I can look into that old room and I can see the dining room. So you can see when people come in the front door.
Yeah.
Who's that? Oh, you're right, Stephen?
Yeah, I'm trying to sleep, but you're leaning over it too.
I'm sorry. I'll keep it down. I'm sorry, Stephen. I apologize. So she comes in, Tim. Right? I see the prayer tablet of Saint Michael around her neck.
Uh-oh.
She walks past me. She goes into the old part of the house. She goes into that room. She does a 360. I looked at her face and I'm like, fuck. She knows. She sensed it. She didn't say anything to me. She fucking left. And as she's walking out, she passes me and I'm like, is everything okay? And she just fucking right out of the house. Not a word, just gone. Right out of the house. But when she turned around, when she was in that room and she turned around, I looked at her face and I was like, fuck. She knows it's here.
She knows it's here. So I've had people, by the way, thought they were brave. Oh, I go to Glashütte. Yo, yeah. Well, they weren't brave for very long. This one lady came in here. I'll stay in this room and nothing to do. Yeah, you know what? She never came back. Never came back. So I got a call from the owner. Before we sold the house, I told the owner they had a young daughter. And the thing that's fucked up is my wife made me remove the crucifixes off the wall. There were crucifixes everywhere in the house. And another thing, I never slept with like night lights and all that shit when I'm never. Tim, I had a night light in every room of that house. I lit up every room of that house. In fact, my house here right now, every room is lit up. Every room has a light so I can see. And I was so frightened of that house. I put a light in every fucking room there was so I could see that there was nothing was in the dark there, so that I could see what was going on. But my wife made me take the crucifixes off the wall. And when I talked to the owner, they had a young daughter. And the wife told me they were going to put the daughter in that room. And I was in the house at the time when she told me. And I said, please don't do that. It's really cold in here at night. That's another thing. The temperature would plummet. You could have the heating on full. You couldn't touch the radiator. And the temperature would plummet. It was crazy. So I said to her, I said, look, it's probably best if you don't put your daughter in that room. It's really cold in that room. You know, put her across the hall or something like, you know. And then I got a phone call from her a year later. And I didn't answer the phone. I saw that it was her calling, and I didn't answer the phone. Because you know what she was going to say.
Of course.
And I feel bad because I hope she didn't put her daughter in that room. I really do. I hope she did, especially, you know,
And unless she didn't like her. If she didn't like her.
they put her in the
Of course,
room.
yeah, exactly. The punishment. That's
It's
if you
I-
misbehave,
yeah,
put you
right.
in the room.
It's so there's a theory that I have.
Hmm.
This creepy wind noise that was out. It was in the southwest corner of the house, in the back of the house.
Hmm.
Do you know what there's a demon, Pazuzu, the demon of the southwest wind, in ancient Mesopotamian religion. Pazuzu is the demon of the southwest wind. That's the only thing I can think of, the connection to that wind noise, as to what it could be. If you believe in that, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know, but other things happened in the house. That's not the only things. There's other things that happened in the houses too that I didn't mention. But there used to be, as you know, dark shadows used to move through the house. Mostly, it would start about 1:30 in the morning. And I knew when the presence, in fact, the presence came right across the wall in front of me.
Hmm.
And I watched it. It just right in front of me. And it usually would start about 1:30 in the morning, because wherever the dog was,
Mm-hmm.
the dog would get up and would go over and would stare into the blackness of that room over and over until daybreak. Every night we lived there until the priests came and blessed the house. And then the dog stopped. But no light would penetrate into that room at night. No light would penetrate into that room. None. I remember I went in there with the holy water to try to bless the room. And it was weird because And this was during the day. Now, I didn't do it at night. It was during the day. But at night, no light would penetrate into the room from outside before the priest came. When I blessed the room,
Hmm.
the whole room lit up with sunlight. Like the whole room, it was so bright. I was amazed actually, because I had heavy wooden bamboo blinds in the room, and they were mostly shut to keep most of the light out. But when I sprinkled the holy water, the whole room lit up with light, and I was amazed. I was literally shocked. I was amazed. But when I turned around, the other bedroom was unusually dark.
Did it
And
move?
yep,
Son of a
yep,
bitch.
it fled the room, and now it was in the other room.
I have a theory.
I'm getting. Well,
I have.
you have to finish this because it's
Okay.
extraordinary.
Okay. Okay.
It's extraordinary what happened
Keep
next.
going. Keep going.
I knew immediately that this thing had gone into that room. So I went into the room with the holy water.
Yeah.
I blessed the room, and out of nowhere, the male Sheltie, the male dog, comes into the room, is looking around the room, sniffing the air and looking around the room. And all of a sudden, the dog is happy, and the dog is, and everything went back to normal. And the dog, I couldn't believe it. And the dog was, so the dog sensed whatever it was and sensed that it was gone. So
Lucky
when I went in,
coincidence, or is this some? Is there?
so
Is it just? Could it be just that you blessed the room with the holy water, or was there other? Do you think there was other reason that it finally feel like it could leave?
well, my theory is most people think that it's the church and the priests that drive these things out. It's not true. Demons are personal.
Hmm.
This demon was there for something personal.
But Pazuzu, uh, as evil as he is, sometimes he's there to protect the kids.
I've heard that from other spirits. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that.
So maybe this spirit, maybe it seemed like like is like an evil and scary presence because we see ghosts in movies, and social media paints them as being bad, but maybe he was there for a good, for protective reason.
It's hard to say. That is true about Pazuzu, that he is not necessarily always evil. But there's no question that this thing would move throughout the house
Mm,
at night. So it would, in other words,
yeah.
it didn't stay. It's it mostly stayed in that bedroom. And by the way, when the priests came to bless the place, for whatever reason, they all went right to that room without even asking me. They just went right to that room.
Yeah.
Um, so this thing was in that room most of the time, especially at night. About, you could feel it
Yeah.
late at night. The presence was so overwhelming, and the dread, the feeling of dread. I mean, you wanted nothing to do with that part of the house at night at
Yeah.
all. So, but it wouldn't stay in the room. So late at night, it would move throughout the house.
Fuck.
Now with my daughter, the lights were going on and off up on the third floor. and they were blowing out in threes as well on the third floor. And I was up there late one night and in the bathroom. And I thought my daughter Brooke, because it was a weird bedroom because it actually had like a U shape, and you could go through the bathroom and you could go around to the landing into the bedroom, and it was really strange. And so I thought my daughter was up, and I thought I saw her go by. So I'm like, I'm looking. I went around to the landing, fully expecting her to be there,
Mm.
and there's nothing there. And I'm like, well, there's only one other place she could have gone, and that's across the hall there. And there's the bedroom, and then there's a walk-in closet, Tim, right there across from the bathroom. So I said, well, she has to be hiding in there, and I don't want her messing around because it's late at night. She's going to wake the baby up. So I left the bathroom. I went across to the walk-in closet, and I walked into the walk-in closet in the dark. I didn't turn the light on. I walked in. I took a couple of steps into the closet, and I walked into a wall of pressure, and my ears popped. And I knew this thing was in there with me.
Mm.
And I panicked. And I backed the fuck out of that closet. Because this thing was there. It was in there with me. And you could feel it. It was like literally walking into a wall of pressure.
Mm.
And like I said, my ears popped. My ears popped. And I said, fuck. This thing's in here with me.
Yeah.
And I slowly backed out of the fucking closet. And I was like, and that's the only time, by the way, that it ever threatened me like that. Other than it would grab my leg in the, with the crucifix off the wall downstairs. But I mean, most of the time it didn't fuck around on the third floor. Well, it fucked with the guy from Sears. I told you about that. He fucked with
Yeah.
him. And there was another time
Maybe he was an
actually.
asshole, anyways.
No, he was an asshole. But there was
Yeah.
there was another time I was up there and I was working. And have you ever had somebody like tap you on the shoulder and scare you and you spin around? You're like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got a tap on the shoulder. Yeah.
Well, you had that feeling in the house all the time. Like somebody's there, like
Wow.
you know what I mean? And you spin around, but there's nothing there. You're like, what the
Oh
fuck?
man, that's
You know?
fucking frightening.
Yeah.
Frightening.
That happened to me at my grandfather's place too. Like,
Holy shit.
my mother's father's place was demonically infested. And when I was a kid, my grandfather, who was a tough Swede,
Mm.
okay, he was a no fuck around Swede. Everybody was afraid of him. All right, I was scared to even talk to him because he'd rather punch you than talk to you. Nobody fucked with my uncle. I mean, with my grandfather. He was literally from the old school from Sweden. He talked with his fists. And one day he's sitting at the kitchen table doing a crossword puzzle. He looks up at me and he goes, and he was stone deaf, Tim. My grandfather couldn't hear anything from working on machinery his whole life. So he was stone deaf. He looks up at me and he goes, you know the house is haunted, right? And I'm like, fuck. Because I knew my uncle's friend, something sat on the bed, right? And grabbed my uncle's
Mm.
friend, grabbed him. And he went fucking bolted right out of the house, right? So my grandfather sent me into the basement to look for a fucking screwdriver or some shit, So I'm down there in the basement. And there was something right there. And I spun around. And I was shocked because I couldn't see it. But yet it was right there. But I couldn't see it. And I booked my ass up out of that basement. And I never went back. Never went back to that house. But my mother and my father lived there.
Oh.
They lived upstairs, right? Late at night,
How did they deal with it?
this thing would sit on the bed,
Oh,
and the bed would go down. Like you could indentation, like somebody sitting on the bed.
you can see the impression
Yep.
where the pressure is being applied. Like when
So
you were in the basement and it was walking above
yeah.
you, and you could hear the pressure.
So they moved from there. They moved across the street to a guy named Jimmy Hines's house. And my mother told me that they'd find my crib rocking on its own in the room. They'd come in the room and my crib would be swaying, moving. And late at night, this thing would go up and down the stairs. Up and down the stairs. You could hear it at night.
The creaking of the
Yeah.
the stairs, the hardwood floors.
And I had ready for this is the craziest thing. And I just talked to my aunt about this. I had a dream about the room at my grandfather's place where it grabbed my uncle's friend of his friend, his leg.
Yeah.
I had a dream about that room. And I described it to my aunt. I said, "This is my dream." And I described the room. And she said, "That's the room in the attic at your grandfather's place." And in the dream, Tim, in the dream, I knew that this thing was there and that this is where the power was, that this is where this thing,
In the attic.
that this is where this thing resided, and that I wasn't supposed to be there. And when I told my aunt about it, she told me that's the room. I described the whole room to her, everything that was in the room, my feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there, and that this thing.
You were able to go to the attic in your dream
Yep.
and see everything that's there.
Yep.
What did you see in the dream?
There were two beds in the room when you walked in.
Yeah.
And then first off, the first thing you realized before you even got into the room was that you weren't supposed to be there. That there was a foreboding feeling that something was watching you and that it didn't want you there and that I wasn't supposed to be there. And so in the room, there were two beds in the room and there was a dresser in the room. And I remember knowing that this is where it was and that I wasn't supposed to be there. And I had that dream when I was a kid. And it was just this year, Tim, that I spoke to my aunt about it and described the room to her. And that's the room. Because my aunt also stayed up there. My Aunt Tina also stayed up there. And all kinds of crazy shit went on there in the house. Not just there, by the way.
Did you feel like the room was staring back at you?
It was there was a sense of evil, a sense of dread that you should not be there. And but it didn't just happen there. When I'd go to the house for like holidays, the radio would turn on and off in the dining room. The light in the bathroom turned on and off so many times, they would just leave it on. The washing machine would turn on and off. All kind of crazy. And keep in mind, my grandfather was deaf. So whatever was going on in that house, he must have seen it. Because he sure as hell didn't hear it. So he must have seen it.
Or like what is hearing? Hearing is just that's the sound that's made, and then our brain reinterprets it for us to be able to hear it, right? Well, maybe we sense these, we can hear it with our
Right.
brain, not
That's actually
necessarily with the
true.
ears.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because
That's
this
a
is
good
like a
point.
metaphysical, it works
Right.
in a completely different dimension.
That's a good point. Now I could tell you, my uncle Carl, when he was alive, he was sleeping in the rocking chair in the living room, which faced
Mm.
going up to that attic, faced the stairway going up there. And he woke up. He told me he woke up one night, and there was a big ball of light, blue light,
Mhm.
coming down the stairs. And he said he couldn't believe it. He was in the rocking chair watching, looking at this thing. And my uncle Ivor was so scared that to the day after, when my grandfather died, my uncle Ivor never once stayed up there in that attic. He slept. He actually made a bedroom out of the front foyer in the house. And I asked him, Tim, I said, are you gonna, are you gonna stay there? And he was like, no fucking way I'm staying up there. And he never went up there. He made a bedroom out of that front foyer, and he stayed there because at night he wouldn't go anywhere near there. He wouldn't even go into the fucking kitchen. Never once set foot up there because of the
Did
shit that was going on.
did he talk about it?
Yeah, he told me he wouldn't fuck that. He was like, nope, he stayed right in that front room. That's where he was always. So my uncle, my aunt Tina, and my uncle Alan. Listen, my uncle Alan was an atheist at the time. My uncle Alan didn't believe any of that shit. It was his friend that the thing grabbed his leg, and the fucking guy went running out of the house. He said, "Cut it out, Alan."
Yeah.
And my uncle was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" That guy fucking bolted out of that house and was gone. They're gone. And so you could say, "Oh, come on, Steve, this is a bunch of bullshit." But my grandfather, Tim, was not a. My grandfather was not a. He was not a man for words. He said what he needed to say. You know what I mean? He was one of these people. You didn't fuck with him. You didn't mess around with him. He didn't tolerate any of that. And so when he said something, he meant it. So when he said to me, the house is haunted, right?
Yeah.
I was like, fuck. Because I had already heard the stories about what was going on from my aunt and my mom telling me what was going on. And even my father, who for the most part is an atheist, told me, yeah, even when they moved, that this thing, it was going up and down the stairs. You could hear it. And that he would find my crib rocking in the room, moving on its own. And he's not one of these ghost people. You know what I mean? He's not.
Yeah.
So that house was, after he died, finally sold. But I couldn't tell you what was going on in that house. I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of evil in that house. It drove my uncle, Gary, to try to kill himself. And he jumped off the roof and was paralyzed. So, yeah, it drove my uncle, Gary, crazy, and it tormented him. And it was telling him to kill himself. And so he jumped off the roof.
Wow.
This is what happened. Late at night, this thing would fuck with my uncle.
Mm.
Tell him, kill yourself, kill yourself.
Mm.
And I
Evil
never,
fucking bastard.
yeah.
Fucking
By the way, I never stayed.
stomach ghost.
It's crazy stuff. You could feel it. I mean, put the basement aside. Going up into the attic,
Yeah.
the minute you hit the threshold of the attic, there was a sense of dread that you had to leave.
That's where those two beds are.
Yep. When you go up, you have to walk through a little bit. So there was like a little place in the front, and there was like a bed there.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you walk through, there was a room, and there was the two beds and the dresser in there on the other side.
Mm.
But you never had a sense that you should be there. It was always a sense of I need to leave. I don't belong here. So I couldn't tell you. That place, by the way, was always haunted. The minute my grandfather purchased it, they had problems. When we go there for holidays, the radio would turn on and off. It would just turn on and off. The washing machine would turn on and off. When I would use the bathroom, which was where my Uncle Gary, his room was out there, you always had a really, really uncomfortable feeling. Like you'd wash your hands real quick and like get the fuck out of there. Like that kind of feeling. That's what it was like. Because it was like there was something in there with you. And I hated going over there. Hated it. And so, and everybody that lived there, that stayed up there, they all had something happen. My uncle, my aunt, my cousin, their friends, my grandfather, with God knows what happened with him all those years. You know what I mean? God knows what was going on that he didn't talk about that was happening. Ultimately, my mother had an exorcism done, not of the house, but of the house across the street because of the shit going on. Why they didn't exorcise my grandfather's house, I have no idea. But they, you know what I mean? They never exorcised my grandfather's house. She had the Jimmy Hines's place exorcised, which doesn't make any sense. You know, why wouldn't you have the grandfather's house blessed? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, probably because my grandfather didn't, I don't know that he was really particularly religious. So maybe he didn't want it, but so they didn't do it. But you think that they would do it considering all the shit that happened there. But that happened from the minute he bought that house. Shit was going on there.
Mm.
So nobody has an answer for it. So I don't have an answer. And maybe this is a generational problem
Mm.
with the family. Demons are. It's in my opinion.
Is the demon still there, you think?
Um. If nobody drove it out, probably is there. I wonder if it's still there in the house in New Jersey. If I could feel it,
Yeah.
if I were to go back there.
I wonder. Maybe someday
Yeah.
we'll go and check it out together. I
It
would.
makes you wonder. It's just one of
I've
these things.
never experienced any kind of paranormal activity, so it'd be cool
It's
to
it's when you
to see if it's still there. Yeah.
when you walk into these things, a lot of people, from my experience and what happened, they wouldn't know something evil if it was right in front of them, because a lot of these
Yeah.
things you don't take when they happen.
Mm.
You don't necessarily think there's something demonic going on here. Is my house haunted? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Because it's not something that you would expect to have happen. So I think most people, when they buy a house, they don't expect things and they don't know what to. Now, there's
They don't.
something
They're
else.
not looking for it.
Well,
They're not seeing it.
well,
They're
here's a
not
good
in
example.
tune. They're not in tune
Right.
with it, right? You have to be
Yeah.
in tune.
Well, here's a perfect
Like your
example.
wife, when she came down, she couldn't hear it.
Shoot me. That's
It was
well.
her presence switched it off. It's almost like
This is if you're religious, it's seen in the house. You could
mm,
sense the presence. But a good example is the night I felt that presence from the room when I stopped there late at night just to use the bathroom. But when I went home,
mhm,
I was about a block away from the house, and it smelled like somebody lit a match
mm,
in the car. That sulfur smell.
yes,
And I'm like, kind of weird. Like maybe the previous owner that owned the car, I mean, maybe he was a smoker. Like maybe that's what I'm smelling. So I brushed it off, right?
yeah,
But when I got home, Our bedroom was on the second floor.
Mm.
In the middle of the night, and this is the same night I this presence, whatever this presence was that I sensed in the house in up in Hackettstown in New Jersey.
Mm.
In the middle of the night, the smoke alarm went off outside of the bedroom door.
Wow.
Then the smoke alarm to the landing went off, going down to the dining room.
Mm.
Then the smoke alarm going down to the den went off. And they were all battery. Yep, threes. Yep. And they were all battery operated. They weren't hardwired to the house. It wasn't an electronic glitch. That was the first warning that this thing was after me, that this thing had followed me. That was the first warning. And I didn't take the hint. I was like, there must be something wrong. This is really unusual. I don't think I've ever had this happen before. You know, I'm like, what's going on? I even had a problem with, we had neighbors next to us, and I don't want to get into their lifestyle, but they didn't exactly live the greatest lifestyle. And they were
Well,
drinkers.
we can get into that in part 2
Yeah.
of this
Well,
story. We'll
it's
continue. Yeah.
it's that basically it. You ever been in a place and you smell like the smell of death, like rotting corpse? Because that happens sometimes with demonic infestation. You can smell that, like something's dead, like rotting. And
I've
that
been in
happens.
some really unkempt apartments
Well, that does
in the
occur,
projects. Yeah.
and that happened. And what also happens is the demonic force can actually physically stop you
Mm.
from doing so. It's hard to explain, but I tried to enter into this room. I could smell the rotting smell of death. You could smell it. It's unmistakable.
Mm.
And I knew that this thing was on the other side of the door. And I ran at the door
Yeah.
to force the door open.
Oh no.
And I couldn't.
Oh, it was like a wall.
And Tim, I was physically sick to my stomach. This thing, I could not. And listen, Tim, I lunged for this door
Yeah.
to open it. I was determined that I was going to open this door.
Yeah.
And I could not do it. I couldn't do it. I had to back away from the door. I had
Yeah.
no choice. I had to back away from it. And then I felt better. But I was sick. And keep in mind, when I was younger, I was a pretty big dude and I was fucking strong as a bull. And I literally ran at this door to open it and I could not do it. This thing, I could not do it. Couldn't do it. I had to back away from the door. I had to. I was sick. I was
Like
physically
drain you
sick.
of your energy. That's
Yep.
why I was thinking, you know, it's like the sound, and same thing with your force. You come in contact with this thing, all normal rules go out the window of
Yep.
physics.
This thing wasn't going to let me anywhere near getting in.
Yeah.
And there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing I could do. And it wasn't from lack of trying, because I was determined to get in that room. And I could not. I could not. I had no choice but to back away, because the evil presence is so overwhelming. So, it's.
How do you deal with it now?
Well, thankfully, the next house we moved into, the people were Christians, and so we didn't have any problem there,
Yeah.
in Andover, New Jersey. So
And
we
it
were
didn't
fine.
follow you.
No, So they were Christians and they had crucifixes up and they were very religious people. And then we moved here and there's been no problem here. Everything has been fine. Everything's been good. We did have the house blessed in Hackettstown. It was blessed, even though the priest told me to move. You know, he was like, "Why don't you
Yeah.
move?" And I'm
Yeah,
like, "That's a good idea. We'll move." But it was blessed. The only thing that they gave us
It's not
strict
so easy to
instructions.
move, sometimes
No,
houses are
it's
expensive, the move is expensive, it's just the whole thing. You have your job, yeah,
it's. By the way, I
easier
didn't
said
realize
than
this,
done.
but if you ever have a house blessed, by the way, and they come and they do, you have to leave the crucifixes up. I didn't
Uh-huh.
realize that, but you have
Oh,
to in the church. And they were very specific with me, very explicit. And they said, those are blessed crucifixes from the church.
mhm,
They're to remain.
mhm.
And my wife made me take them down.
Oh, hmm, that's
That's
not good.
why when the
Yeah,
wife came to me and she's like, "Oh, my daughter can stay in this room," and I'm like,
yeah,
"I don't think that's a good idea.
right,
You know, it's really cold in the room, and maybe you should put her someplace else." And dude, I jacked the heat up as high
mm,
as it would go. I even fucked with the furnace to get
mm,
the temperature up. The temperature was so hot in the furnace, it was like practically boiling.
wow,
And the temperature in the room would plummet. Even you, Tim, you couldn't touch the radiator. You could feel the heat. I mean, if you tried to touch
yeah,
the dresser was near the radiator, you would burn your hand,
huh,
right? Trying to
huh,
touch the dresser.
yeah,
But the room was ice cold, ice cold. And it wasn't just in that room. It happened in my daughter's room too. It would, if so, it would travel. If it would go somewhere, the same thing would happen in my daughter's room. And I had, get this, I had the heat for the room. I had a fireplace. I had an electric fireplace in the room, and I had a gas heater in the basement that was
and
so
none of that.
hot, dude. You couldn't even touch the wall,
Wow,
and the room was fucking freezing.
hmm.
I mean, ice cold freezing. And I'm like, this is impossible. The heat is on like fucking 95.
Hmm.
I've got a gas heater blazing away in the basement, and I have an electric fucking fireplace going, and the room
Ice cold.
absolutely fucking freezing. Freezing. I mean, it happened out of nowhere. It would happen. It would just happen. Like,
Whenever this thing woke up.
yeah, it was just weird. It would, and like,
Yeah,
if it didn't happen there, it happened across the room in the haunted room. So you grab the door handle,
yeah,
and the door handle on the outside of the door, on the outside of the door, going into the room, you touch the door handle,
yeah.
ice cold. Meanwhile, the heat's on like fucking 95, and you're like, what the fuck? And you grab the handle, and it's ice
Mm,
cold. And the minute you go in the room, it's like somebody opened the refrigerator.
crazy shit.
It's absolutely fucking nuts. Nuts. It's
Listen,
anyway, I know it's
I'm go
late. I'm keeping you late. I'm
yeah,
sorry for
yeah,
you.
listen, no,
So
listen, it's a riveting story. I
I'm
could
glad
listen
that
the whole
it's
night,
all true. It's
but
all true. I don't know how
we
to get a hold
yeah.
of you. Like, how do I get a hold of you? I don't know
Uh,
if you have my
well,
information. I don't
got the
want to.
show. I'll just stay for the after show. I'll give you kind of my information. So just don't end it. I'm just gonna play the outro music.
Is
It's
anybody
just
still on with us or no? No?
we still got people watching.
Right.
Still,
Ask
I
them
know
what
it's
they think.
late.
Do they think what I'm saying is bullshit? Or it's all true. It's not bullshit. Does
Uh,
anybody have any questions at all?
guys, any final questions? Let's see. We'll
Yeah.
take a little short Q&A
I know some
before
people don't
we end
believe
it.
it, but by the
MD
way, I'm
chat.
not
There's
a.
some skeptical
Yeah,
people out
yeah. I'm
there.
not offended. I'm not
Yeah,
offended if people
there's no
don't
offense.
believe. Yeah, I'm not
You don't
offended.
believe anything that I say about wristwatches
It's
either. I'm gonna close this poll I had running here. Are we embracing the future, or is the heresy against, or is this the heresy against traditional watchmaking? 59% of the people watching voted for the silicone. So that's pretty
Oh,
good
that's
news for you.
interesting.
Yeah,
That's
59%.
interesting.
Yeah, we
So
got
I don't have any
40%
more
of
ghost
viewers.
stories for people. So the next show, I
Yeah.
don't have any more ghost stories for anybody. So I'm sorry, I don't have anything else as far as
Yeah.
that goes. We'll stick to watches.
I'm gonna need to find my nightlight.
I appreciate it. Is that
And then
Dr. Bob?
Dr. Bob's.
Dr. Bob's. I appreciate it. Is
Does
it
he
Dr.
believe?
Bob's? Yeah.
Dr. Bob's Nightmare. By the way, speaking of nightmares, hey, there you go. Perfect. He loved the story.
It's true. It
yeah.
is true. It did happen.
Yeah.
I know people don't believe. I have a friend of mine who's a scientist from North Carolina. He doesn't believe any of it. He
Oh,
laughs at me. He just thinks it's funny. He just laughs.
Some people don't believe if the truth hit them right in the face.
Yeah. It's
some people are way too skeptical to their own detriment.
he kept telling me it was the wiring in the house, the wiring in the room. I'm like, well, tell that to the dog.
Yeah.
Because the way the dog was acting weird.
And dogs, they see it different in a different spectrum. You see it? Dogs can see shit we can't see. They see in black and white.
We had that in our house. Turned out the wife had the thermostat on maximum. I don't get.
I think he blames his wife because she was fucking with the thermostat.
Oh, all right.
Women, they're always cold. They're always cold. Let's see.
Where's
here.
The wife now?
Mike Lewis says Sid must read most of the Stephen King books.
Nope.
Carrie is a great book.
Yeah. No. So listen, I was a can the demonic force get a Rolex from the AD? Let me tell you what.
They haunt them long enough.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
That would be.
Yeah,
that would be let that demon let him loose.
Some customers that haunt Rolex ADs are worse than the ghost. No, some of these sales associates, they're fucking dreading these customers. Like, oh no, that's the worst customer. Fucking giving them nightmares.
By the way, can anybody, in all seriousness, can anybody get a watch from Rolex anywhere or not? I mean, I don't know what's going on. There's really nobody up here by me, so I don't know what's going on in these dealers anymore. I don't know. Are they still doing that, Tim? Or can you get a watch from Rolex?
You can get the watch, but there's a new rule. You have to give them a really good reason to give you a watch. So like anniversary, like you can say you're celebrating 10-year anniversary of being ghost free. Ask for the ghost bezel. See, you can tell the ghost story. You say that, hey, today is 10 years that I've escaped this ghost that was haunting me. I would like the GMT ghost bezel to celebrate 10-year anniversary.
Do you think it's worth getting a pre-owned Rolex from a authorized dealer?
It's too expensive. CPO, but it's better than getting it from like a backpack flipper. Like if you're gonna be buying from non-reputable guys, it's not worth it. There's so many fakes. It's so easy to fake. Most watches sold on like Craigslist, Facebook. Chances are it's gonna be. There's a guy that bought. Get this. There's this guy. He bought a fucking Datejust with the blue dial, right? From a 47th Street gray market dealer, right? Seems very reputable, but the guy, he's like a flexer. He's one of these flexer lifestyle guys. Turns out 6 months later, the guy has a problem with the movement. He thinks, it's brand new, so he'll just give it to Rolex for service. Rolex tells him the dial and the movement come from a different watch. Yeah. But the case is 2024. The fucking dial and movement are from 2021. They fucking switched the movement. They put the wrong movement in the wrong case. These fucking idiots. And so the guy goes to Chrono 24, says, hey guys, this is fucked. They tell him, sorry, pal, your 2 weeks are gone. So we can't do anything. And the dealer tells him, we'll give you $750 refund.
Oh my
or
God,
basically a luxury paperweight.
Chrono 24. They sent me an invitation years ago. There was an event in New York going on, so they sent me an invitation to come to it. This was years ago, and they said in the invitation, if you can't go, let us know. That way, we could maybe somebody else will go. Just give us the courtesy and let us know if you can't go.
Yeah.
So I wrote them an email and I said, I appreciate the invitation, but I'm not able to make it. I wanted to give you the courtesy in case somebody else, wanted to go. They fucking disinvited me after I fucking told them I couldn't make it. They invited me and they fucking disinvited me.
Kind of a dick move. You
Yeah,
told them you can't go. Why disinvite you?
It was crazy. So I forwarded to them the email they sent me inviting me. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Chrono 24. Where was this?
This was they were having an event in New York. This is years ago.
Like
So there was
they
an
were
event
promoting Chrono 24
there
business.
was something going on. Like there was a watch thing, and I was like, well, I'd like to go to it, but I wasn't able to go. And they said in the email to if you can't make it, please let us know because then maybe somebody else will go just to be courteous. So I figured I don't want to be a jerk.
Right.
So
You just let them know that you can't make it.
And they actually fucking disinvited me. And I was like, fucking assholes.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's
weird.
That's very unprofessional to do something like that. You know what I mean? That's there's no reason to do that. Just they should acknowledge. I mean, I did the right thing. I did what they asked me to do. Tell them I it's the courteous thing to do. It's you asked me to, and I couldn't believe it. And I'm thinking, what do they got? Fucking 17-year-old? You know what I mean? Like, where are they getting these people working for them? Like, you can't do that to people. You know what I mean? You can't do
that's
that to
why
people.
they're gonna be struggling. It's getting hard. I mean,
I always had a bad
like this.
that was a bad taste
it's
in
not
my mouth.
verified. Hey, you have to go verify yourself. They're doing absolutely minimal. And the guy, the seller had 5 stars and everything. Seems all legit, but
Bullshit, right? All
disaster.
bullshit. That's why there are places I think up around here that they sell the pre-owned Rolexes up here, the so-called certified or whatever. But I'm nervous to do
Gotta
that.
be very, very careful with this stuff. Rolex certified is fine. But it's so expensive. But I recommend it's best to go to kind of like European watch company or Nashville. I think that's the new one that I was informed about earlier today. Nashville Watch Company.
But where are all these new watches from Rolex? Where are they going? How is it they don't have watches? Come on, this is ridiculous. They're making it between 800 and 1 million watches a year. Where are they all going? Are they going to China? Like, where are the watches going if they don't have watches? Are they going to the VIPs every month and they're selling them to them? Like, how is it that you go into a Rolex AD and they don't have a watch? I mean,
I know,
correct me
right?
if I'm wrong. Rolex
Weird.
they produce between
1
800 and
1.2 million.
Right. If they're producing 1.2 million watches,
Mm.
I mean, I don't know how many, for example, like a Submariner, I have no idea how many, but let's say they produce, I don't know, 300,000 Submariners a year or more.
No, they produced about 400 Submariners in 10 years.
Oh, in 10 years.
Yeah, because you have to think about it. They produce there's mostly date justs, right? And everything is kind of they balance it out so that they don't want to flood the market with a single model. They try to like spread it out, and plus they got the two-tone models, the solid gold models, got those platinum ones. So there's a lot of date just, a lot of two-tone date just. Right.
Where are these watches going, Tim? Are they being sold to VIP people? Are they going overseas to China? Like, where are these watches going that you can't buy one?
Well, there's like 800 authorized Rolex dealers around the world. All right. So each dealership gets like, I don't know, between 50 to 200 watches a month or something like that. And they prioritize people who are first time buyers and people who celebrate certain specific events.
Oh, they
And
do.
then
So if I go in, I can get a watch or no? Probably
you can
not.
get you can get a watch if you have
I
like.
can.
You can, yeah. I had a viewer who recently signed up to get a Submariner. They called him. They said, "Hey, we got a Datejust with the white dial. Do you want one?" Called me. I told him, "Fuck no, do not take that
Right.
garbage."
Right.
I know it's a great watch, but it's not the one he wanted.
Right.
And I told him, "Hey, tell them to get the watch." And it was his 50th birthday coming up, so I told him, "Hey, make sure you tell them that your 50th birthday is coming up and you want that
Yeah.
Submariner." And they got it for him. Okay,
Is that? I mean, I could within reason. I mean, I'd like to wait till my 60th birthday, which is
what's
I
it?
still
Yeah,
have a couple years.
you
But
have to plant those seeds now. If you want a two-tone bluesy, or you want the steel Submariner no date for your 60th birthday, you have to go and you have to register. You have to say, "Hey, I want to register for a watch. I want, my 60th birthday is coming up in 3 years. I was told that it's very hard to get these watches. I want to sign up now. I want to sign up early. If it comes early, I'll take it, but preferably, I would like to get it on my birthday with my birth, with the date on the card of my 60th birthday."
and how much are those bluesies now, Tom? Tim New. How much are they?
Um, the
Because that's gold,
new-
right? That's gold, and
yeah, it's a blend of
that's
gold.
got to be 25 grand. I bet.
No,
More.
no, no, no. They're not. No, no, no. The one that's half and half, it's like 15.
Well, that's not bad at
Yeah.
all.
Oh,
Not bad.
shit. It's 17.6.
Okay. Okay. It'll probably be 20
Oh,
by
yeah,
the
but
time I'm
yeah, with
60.
the
It'll probably.
tariffs, oof. Yeah, with the tariffs, those
Well,
tariffs kick in. But that's why I'm saying maybe you go with the steel. Steel is just 10,600, and
see,
the no date is 9,500. That's a great price. 9,500 for the no date sub. And those are so nice.
that is doable
Gold.
for me to do. That is doable for me to do. It is
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah. So
um.
maybe get on the list for that one. Submariner, no date. That's such a great watch. It's a perfect
Yeah.
watch. You don't need anything else.
Yeah.
Get yourself one of those. Look,
That
look,
would be
look.
nice to have for my 60th birthday too. That would
Yeah,
be nice to
look at
have.
it. Look how
Yeah.
beautiful that is.
Yeah.
Clean, perfectly symmetrical.
But I'll
Look,
tell you, I
if you
would.
win lottery, great. But you know what? If the lottery doesn't come, that this is a great keeper. The
Yeah.
gold, it's flashy. Sometimes you don't want the gold, but the steel is just a perfect watch. It wears so
That's
nice too. Here, I have the date one, the older model. Oh, here.
that's
This one right here. This was my first like Rolex watch.
that's beautiful, Tim.
I bought it on a credit card. Uh,
Beautiful.
it's a perfect watch. It's got a nice adjustment system. So you can like
Nice.
uh, tailor it to your size. As you can see, boom. It's a perfect steel watch.
Is there anything that you'd recommend in addition to the Submariner? I'm not sure what else you would recommend. The Submariner has to be
Yo,
definitely Submariner, definitely.
Submariner. You know
Um,
what? For you, I would recommend the Ghost Bezel GMT.
yeah, it's
Uh,
nice too.
it's so nice. This one right here. This is the brand new one. It's so cool. And it's a ghost bezel. That makes it perfect for you as well.
And what is a ghost bezel, Tim? What is it? It's hard for
Uh,
me to see it. It's
yeah, it's very tough to see it because it's ghost bezel. Here, I'll zoom it in. 1 second. I'll show you. It's the bezel is ghosted. It's haunted. Look at that. You see it?
oh, that's interesting.
Oh shit. Wait, sorry, you can't see it. Wait, wait,
It
wait,
looks
wait.
like it's like lighter on the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me make it full screen for you. Look at that. Boom. You see it?
Oh yeah.
How
Oh, that's
cool is
really
that?
cool.
Right?
Yeah, I like that.
This would
Oh,
be
it's
the
a
perfect
GMT.
one.
You said, yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool.
With the green line. And guess
Yeah.
what? The slime, the ghost slime in Ghostbusters, it's green. So it's got like Ghostbusters reference. It's ghosted bezel. It's the perfect. And
And how much does
Ghostbusters
that go
too.
for, Tim? Do you know how much that costs?
You know what? This one is not
It's really
actually
cool.
that much more expensive. This is 11,100.
And you can
That
get
could be,
these at retail now. They're actually available at retail prices now.
you
You can
know,
actually.
for a special occasion. If you tell them the reason why you want it, that you want it
My
for your
birthday.
whatever 60th birthday,
All right.
you
I'll
want to say,
try.
hey, listen, and you tell them the ghost story as well, the haunted.
They'll probably throw me out of the store.
Oh, look,
Probably
you
throw me
know,
out.
the chances are, there's so many people get thrown out, but I think it's a true story, and I think they'll appreciate that, and that you're a true collector. You know, I think they'll like it. I think they'll find it charming because it's true. As long as it's based on true, and and most importantly, it's for your 60th birthday. So I think they'll like it. I got to wrap it up here though. Sid, it was pleasure having you on the stream. Let me play this ghostly outro music. Outro. I think we lost Sid. I think his phone gave out. Okay. Well, guys. That's going to wrap up tonight's Talking Watches. Big thanks to everyone who tuned in for our deep dive into the 39 tariff situation. And for those who stuck around for the absolutely riveting ghost story at the end, thank you. Also, huge shout out to John, Mickey, Daniel, Kat, and Sid for being here and making the chat lively. You guys keep the show running and the conversation flowing. If you enjoyed the mix of watch talk and paranormal activity, smash that like button, drop a comment after the show ends, and consider sending a super chat next time. Unlike Swiss imports, there's no extra 39% tariff fee on this show. Okay, I'll see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Until then, wear your watches with love and maybe avoid any haunted rooms. Peace out, everybody.